Good morning to anyone here. Active Trader is now here. I'm just setting up in all the rooms, so I gotta turn that off. Okay, here we go. Here we go there. All right. Good morning to all you, whoever's in here. Just want to see how you all doing today. I had a good morning, but boy, did I start off wrong. Woo! My first trade on the SPX. Whew. Maybe I'll save it. Let everybody know. Give it a few more minutes. People come in here. I have AM on the board right now. I don't know how many of you are watching that. In a couple seconds, I'm going to go back because right now there's some great opportunities as far as SPX or the SPY. I did do three trades of 5 contracts this morning on the actual SPX. And the first one, wow, I got hit so hard and I waited so long for it to come back that I got scared and got out with a $1,400 loss. But the next 2 trades I did netted me $950 each. So I made a total of $500 profit after 1 bad trade, 2 good trades. The second 2 were just matched. $1.90 I got on each one. So that was good. And I stopped right there. I said, you know what? I'm there. Okay, what happened here? I lost my stream. Uh-oh. What happened? Okay, we're back. Sorry about that. I must have touched something. All right. So, as I said, you know what? I had 1 bad trade, 2 good trades. But right now, SPX, the contract I'm looking for, is down to about $3. This thing was up to $12, $14. So it's a $39.50 on the SPX. That right now, that $39.50 is still paying. Wow. Let's see. Well, actually, it went down quite a bit. So I'm going to go up now to about let's see. $39.70, which is about $10 on the SPX. That's 47 on the actual. It's 45, 46. That's where I started the other contract at. But since it's dropped so much, I'm just going to go right now. That's a put, 39.60. And what's this one? If you were going to do a call, which I wouldn't do, would be at also 39.75. There's 39.75 on the call. Let me just see if they went in. 39.70 and 30. That one didn't go in. I don't know why they don't go in the first time. 39.60 I have on that one. Let me just take another look here. 39.75. Okay. Just give me 1 second. Then I'll put all the contracts on the board. Okay. And what did I say the other one was? 39.75. 39.70. Okay, 39.70. That's correct. Okay, let's start. So contracts I'm watching is December 9th. SPX call is 39.75, and the put is 39.70. Okay, the next contract will be Tesla. Also today's contract, December 9th. I'm not actually watching the Tesla contract, but I'll put it on the board for you guys. For any of you that might be watching Tesla. Okay, Tesla still on the 9th. Your call would be, these are relatively inexpensive, 180 call. So let's see, call would be 180, and your put would be, I'll go to the next one, 182.50. 182.50. Higher paying. Let me just check the Vega. The Theta, I mean. Theta is good. 182.50 is 140 on Theta. And what did I say the other one was? 189? Did I say 189? Couldn't have. 182.50 Tesla. That's not right. I think it was 180. I just missed the I just missed a button. 180. Yes. Okay. The delta is 70, and the theta is also 70. I don't like that contract. Go to the next one, which is 182.50 on the call. 182.50. The theta on that one, on the 182.50, is 142, and the delta is 46. That you always want at least 2 times of the theta. All right, so we're good there. And then the last contract will be your SPY, SPY, also December 9th. And that one there, let me see, I'm going to put the SPYs on the bottom. Okay, so 397. Your call would be 397. I don't even have to look at it. 397. Put you in the money, and then the put would be 398. Put 398. Okay, let me take a quick look and see how they line up. SPY. Okay, what did I say? 397, 398 on the put. 398 on the put gives you 59 in the delta, and 80 on the theta, 44.93. Better contract, go to the 397 on the put. 397. And the other one's 397 also, and that one there would be 54. Let's see, theta 76.39. I think I do 398 on the call. 397 is 100. No, that's good. I'd leave it alone. 397. Okay, those are the contracts that I'm looking at right now. The contract I'm really looking at for myself is SPX, because that one there can make you the most money if your account is large enough and you can afford it. And right now the contracts I'm looking for that are, let's see, I wrote them down. 39.75. Yep, 39.75 on the call, and here 39.70. 39.70. Yeah, see that? I'm consistent. Okay, 45 delta, very high on the thing. Okay, so those are good. Those are the contracts. So right there. The only contracts that I have traded. Good morning, Paulie. That I traded this morning was SPX. And let me just see if I saved it. I could show it to you. Okay, yeah. Let's see. I don't know if this can be made larger. Let's see. Yeah, you can. All right. So you can see this morning, 22.12. I'm going to show you the contracts that I traded this morning. So 22.20.12, 209. That's these right here, and those are the contracts. So you'll see the first one. If you open it up, I got in at 14.90 and got out at 12.10. I lost my ass. I mean, I lost my ass. I was down 1,400. But the next two, I made $1.90 each times 5 contracts, and I made back 1,900. So that gave me profit of 500 for the day, and I quit. I'm done. I take my profit. I'm going to run. It's Friday. But if I see one really good right now, watching the SPY, I don't need to watch SPX. I can watch the SPY because they're actually the same. But the contract shows me 970. A second ago, it was at a low of 812. So right now, that contract just went up $2 in 2 minutes. So you can look. Let's go bring. I don't know if any of you are in ANAM. I would not. I repeat, I would not do contracts with puts on AMAM, because you don't know if AMAM, and I'll just take a quick look for you guys, but you got to be careful when you talk about, let's see if it has, wrong one. Okay, here we go. AMAM. Did it open? Yeah, you see the contract here? The first contract is the 16th. Okay, look at this. 0, open interest, 0. You won't be able to get out of this thing. So you might take this and you might make money. See this? Look at the open interest. 0, 0, 0. That means you could never sell this contract. Next one. Look at this. 0, 0, 0. You could never sell that contract. See here? 0, 0, 0. I don't need to go any further. So when I hear Deck this morning, again, talking about contracts for stocks that have very little position, okay, I'm telling you, stay away from stocks unless they're blue chip stocks when it comes to talking about, Give me 1 second. SPX 500. Is that what I'm up this morning right there? I guess. Okay. 500. All right. So here is, I'm going to get rid of this and I'm going to put the SPY up here for now. I don't know which ones you guys are looking at, whether it's the SPY or, okay. And I'm going to move this up and let's take this. I think we're at the high. See the upper? So 397, let's say 397.50 is, let's say 397 right now. 397 is our, well, we had resistance up there. Let's just bring it up just for now. 397.50. So 0.5. All right, and that's going to bring this down to probably the VWAP, maybe a little higher. 397.50. Let's say 396. Let's see what it comes out to. Let's just bring it up a little bit. 396.25. Let's just say is our support right now. It could be a little higher, but I'm going to give you that channel. All right. So when it hits up here, you can see the resistance. Remember that upper VWAP plot? When it gets up there, that's a good time if you want to do a quick put, because if you had done this a few minutes ago, in 2 minutes you would have made from there to there on SPX. You would have made $2. So 5 contracts would have made you $1,000. So you can see SPX pays. All right. SPY, same thing. With the SPY, you could do 5 contracts. All right. So this went from here. Okay, it tipped for a second. Let's say 397.40. Let's say 397.25. 397.25 down to 396. You see, it's not as much. So there was $1, maybe $1.25 to $1.50. 500 shares, 5 contracts would make you about $600 on that contract right there. All right, so you can see the other one would have been on 5 contracts, would have made you $1,000. This one would have made you, 500. You'll make about half. All right, so there you go. That's the SPY. You see it's coming back right now. I wouldn't touch it. I wouldn't chase it going back up. I would just, every time it hits a high, I would chase it coming down with a put. All right, and let me just get Tesla on my bottom one so I can keep an eye for you guys, and I'll just call that out. Now Tesla has a high. The chart looks very similar. All right, 182.42 was, so I'm going to say 40 is our resistance point. Actually, I'm going to bring it down to about, let's see, 25. Let's see, 182. Let's say 25. 180. What am I at? 180. 180. See, we already came back $2. 180. Oh, that was my upper target. All right, let me bring that away. I'm going to get rid. I hit my upper target from before. I had put it in earlier at 182 and it hit. All right, but I'm going to put that up here at about 183.50 for right now. I'm not saying we're going to hit it. In fact, I'm just going to remove it. Let's just move my resistance point, and let's make that 182, and let's say 25. Let's see what that brings me. We're nowhere near that right now because it's come down. And then my support is going to be 182. Probably about 1. Right now we're down to 180.70. So I'm going to say right now that about 180.75 is our support on Tesla, and we'll see if it holds right now. It's coming back up again, and if you want to look at that, I'll bring it up so you can see it. That puts us just real quick. All right, for those of you that might be playing around with Tesla, there's your Tesla. All right. There you go. There's your Tesla. So 182.40 is your resistance. Probably a little lower right now. We're probably closer to about 181.50. All right. So you can bring it down if you want to on your own. 181.75, let's say. All right. Whether we get back up there again, I don't know. So that's why I'm going to leave it. It's a big channel, but just for right now, if that's what you're looking at, and I'm going to leave it on the SPY because that's where I'm making my money. All right. What is my support level on the SPY? My SPY support right now would be, let's see what I wrote here. It may not be correct, but 396.25. 396.25 support level on the SPY. All right. So that's going to bring this down. It's too bad you just missed it. That was a great put. If we'd come in soon enough, I would have called that right there. Every time it hits a new high. All right. So 386.25 is going to put us up to, let's say, 386, 385. 397, I mean, 96. So let's just bring it down a little bit, 25. And that's going to give us your dollar right there. 396.25. Yeah. So there's a dollar. Let's bring it a little tighter. All right. So now you can see this. There's your dollar in your channel. And where are we right now? We're at the bottom. All right. So we're going to see now if we're going to hold or if we're going to have a new support level. And if not, then it's going to go back up again. So still, so far for this day, you can see we've been building slightly. Well, we were building upper. You know, I don't even want to say that. It was kind of sideways today. Choppy, but sideways. But enough that you could make money on it. And if you look at these arrows from the scalper alert, if you had gone in even delayed, you would have made money on this thing. Look at this thing. Every time you would have made money. Every time you would have been in right here, you would have made money. Got to figure it's 1 to 2 candlesticks on delay. So you could do the same thing going up. Look at going up. You would have made money almost every time. Red candles are different. You have to read what red, yellow, orange candles mean. It's different. How are you choosing the levels? How do I choose the levels? By where it's at. Okay. So let's say right now, if I'm holding on 396.24, then my support is 396.25. All right. Now we're falling back a little. If it falls back and it holds, it might be the VWAP, which is 395.93. Then my support would be 396 even. If my support drops to 396, then my resistance will come down. We're always trying to keep a dollar channel. L. Winthorpe, I don't know that you are in here every day. So the way I try to show the traders in here is if you keep a dollar, then you can know when you're in the middle. All right, so you know where you are, and that will give you a better shot of not trading in the middle. If you trade in the middle, most chances you're saying 50-50. It could go up, it could go down. Now, if you're willing to gamble, then I'm telling you put a 5% stop loss in there. So 5% is of the contract price. Remember, we're doing options here. So 5% of the contract price right now on the SPY. If you're doing the SPY, the contract is about $1 something. All right. Actually, you could go 10% on a dollar contract. All right. So $1, 10% is 10 cents. Actually, you're going to get stomped out pretty fast. You might even want to go even further than that. Or you might go into a contract that's more in the money. So let's take a look what that would look like. Here's SPX, but let's go to the SPY. All right. Now, we know that right now we're at 396.25. So 396, 397 puts you in the money. That's why I'm at $1.30. And at the same time, let's take this open interest that was for another stock. Go back to the Delta Vega. Okay, come on, is it in? There you go. So I want my Delta to be around 40.50, right there. But at the same time, I want my Theta to be at least more than what my Delta is, or at least twice. Right now, this is a good contract. This is a better contract. All right, you see this one here at 396? It's a good contract. It's 44 on the Delta and twice the amount on the Theta. It's not that I'm worried about the Theta eating it up at this point because this contract does end today. But the fact is that, okay, and let's say if I go to Monday's contract, let's see how good that is. If I did the same contract for 396 here, all right, I got a 45, but I see my Theta is 33. So this is actually a better contract. And if I go to my 396, it's 45, and my Theta is 33. So today's contracts are still better. So right now I would leave it alone, and I would stay with today's contracts, and we'll check it again every half hour to see what's going on, to see whether or not that the Theta is dropped low enough that if the Theta is equal to the Delta, you want to go find a different contract. All right, and this is what a lot of people don't understand. It's not that I'm worried about the Theta disappearing that quickly, but it's the amount that the Delta will pay off also. So if you got 2 times, and I laid out yesterday, I put some very good information in here. Let me see if it's still in here. It may not be. Let's see. It may be gone already. All right, but I did save it. So what I'll do, I'm going to go check a look for that. I'm going to take a quick look. Well, all right, let's bring this back a little. I'm going to go look at my, oh, shoot. Come on. What did I just do? All right, bring that down. All right, how are you choosing levels? All right. I'm going to go in here for a second. And what did I do with this yesterday? Lost directory. What's lost docs? Hold on. That's not it. That's what I did today. Trading, deck more test scanners, options trading. Where is it? 10 most shorts. Input. That's not it. All signals. I have a folder. Here it is, options trading. Now let me go by date since I put it in yesterday. How does the theta affect the delta? Got it. Okay. So I'm going to put this in back for you again. How does the delta affect the data? Oh, that's not the whole thing I want. The option passes. Well, you know how that. We want to know. That's not what I want to know. I want to show the levels that you should be using. Oh, come on. Let's try it again. Imbalance strategy, 11:11. What the heck did I do with it? It was just yesterday. I know I saved it. Oh, it's not in there. 11:70. You know what? I have something else in here that my 10 most. Nope. Option investor. Let me just see if this page will bring it to me. Give me a second. I want to see if I can find it. Unless somebody has it from yesterday, they can repost it on the board. That would be great. Call options, vertical spreads, imbalance trading, option trading. Let's see. I'm looking for. It was yesterday's date. 12/9. 12/9 trading. 12 input. 9 things you shouldn't do in a trade. 10 most shortest. Wow. What did I do with it? This was so good too. Options expirations in calendar, trade list setups, trade idea setup. I don't want that. Options expirations. That's not it. Okay. Let me just check something real quick. Let's see if I can find it from yesterday. Let's see from my history and see if I can find long call calculator trade caster. It's not here. Recently closed. All right, don't know what I did with it. Let me see if this was it. It was really good information. No. Delta measures the option. Understanding simple delta. Delta versus. You know what? I found it yesterday. It was delta versus theta options. Let's see what comes up. See if I can find it again. Delta is the measure of the change. I know that. What is high delta theta good for options? What is good delta for options? Here it is. At the money options, you have a delta near 50. The day will increase for $1. Okay, is high theta for options. High theta is an application. It's going to tell me somewhere. Higher delta better for options. Higher delta may be suitable for higher risk, higher rewards, higher strategies. See, the higher the delta, the faster you get quick. 50% delta means, okay, using Greeks to understand options. I want delta versus theta options. What is a good delta for options? What is a good theta for options? The rate of decline. Boy, I found it yesterday so quick. I know I saved it somewhere. Come on, guys. Somebody must have copied it yesterday. Make my life easy for me. Just for once. Anybody from yesterday? Did you lift it? What is that? Is that from yesterday? You posted it in your alert. Oh, yeah. Thank you. That's why I did it. Oh, thank you so much. Oh, you know what? You guys are on the ball. I was just testing you. I really was. Thank you so much. You know what? I did it for you guys, because I know I forget this. What does the delta mean? 05. Where is that part? Delta to theta. Here it is. Okay. This is what I wanted to post. It was the first one. I put it in there. I can't believe it. See? I did it for a reason, because I knew it was great information, and most people do not understand about what the theta really means. They say, oh, well, the theta, you got to worry about the theta. Yeah, you do, but if the theta is, and here it says, if on a delta is over 50 on an option, don't worry about it. Theta, basically, for a non-directional trader, should be keep the delta 50% or less of your theta. So if your delta is 40, try to keep your theta at 80. You understand? If it's 70, it's fine. If it's 68, if it's more than, it's fine. But you want to keep it because it's going to keep decreasing. So that's why you got to keep checking that option. So you may set up your option, and then maybe you don't go and use it for a half hour. That's not good. You got to be sure in a half hour that option is still viable. All right? And the option that I used this morning, let's say, for the SPX, just to go back in, I used the same option all morning. It was a 39.50 put. And I got in at 970 and out at 1160. All right. Now, if I go back right now and I go into my SPX on that 39.50, was it 50 or what did I say? Hold on. It was 39.50. Right. It was a great option for 3 trades. But now, if I look at that 39.50, my delta went down from 51 to 41. Now it's at 22. My theta's okay. So even if I kept that contract, that would be fine. And it's cheap. It's 340. My theta is more than 10 times. So it's perfect. All right. But it's not going to go up as quickly as if I went and spent 780 for a 43 delta and it's still got a 700 theta. Okay. And the reason there's negative numbers only means one thing. It means it's a put. You'll see positive. You may even see negatives on the other side too, so I shouldn't say that. But it did say somewhere negatives. On the delta, it will be positive numbers. On the delta, it will be negative numbers. It's just because it's a put. All right? It's not because it's negative 50. All right? So that was really good information, and I haven't seen anybody else put up that kind of information. Not that it's not out there. It's on you, trader, to go learn this for yourself. All right? But that's why you come to me, because I do it for you. You know? I want to know also, it's important that we know the contracts that they're in and when it's time to change to a different contract. Then you have to take all in consideration to how big your account is. My account's, almost $30,000, $28,000, whatever it is, okay? Yours may only be $5,000, so you may only be able to do that 39.50 contract on, let's say, SPX. And you may only be able to do one contract. I'm doing 5 contracts of SPX. So, like my first contract, I got in and it dropped so quick on me. It went the other way so fast, and I couldn't get out twice. So I lost $2.90. I lost on 500 shares, 5 contracts. I lost $1,400. So I lost 14, but luckily the next 2, and I posted it. I showed you the contracts. I did a little bit above, and you can see I got in at $14.90, and I didn't get out till $12.10. Now that was my own fault. I shouldn't have stayed that long. And if I hadn't, and I got out earlier, look at the next 2 contracts. I got in $11.80, and got out at $13.70. That was $1.90. And then I got in again at $9.70, and again I got out at $11.60, another $1.90. So I'm up $3.80 on one side, and I'm down $1.90 on the other side, or $1.80. What was it? $1.80. When you subtract the $3.90 from the $1.80, what it leaves me times 500 shares on the contracts gave me $500 profit. Okay, so I did good in the end, but I had to kind of chase it a little, but I wasn't really chasing. I was trading. All right, there's a difference. I knew when I took that loss, and if you see, when I took that loss, I took it at 9:36. Well, I did. I traded 2 minutes later, and then I got out. I held it for 3 minutes. That's long for me. It really is. For me to stay in 3 minutes, especially with that kind of money out there, And then the next one I got in at 10 and 16 seconds. I got out at 10 and 28. I was only in the next contract for 12 seconds. And that 12 seconds made me, what did I say? 9, 10, 11, $1.90 times 500. So I made almost $900 on that trade. So that was pretty good. So I made the same amount on the second trade as I did on the third, but I was in the second one 3 minutes. 3 minutes? I was in it 3 minutes. And the last one I was only in 12 seconds to do the same thing. And that's why you don't determine and say to yourself, well, I'm going to stay in a contract this long or that long. You watch what's going on and you act accordingly. And that's why I say don't get too greedy. Take profits when you can, or take big losses when you have to. That's what happens. It's better that I had, instead of a $1,400 loss today, I walked away with a $500 win because I had 2 beautiful wins in a row. That's a nice thing. So that's that. Let me just check one thing real quick. I'm just looking over at YouTube. Just want to give a shout out to those in the YouTube. Thank you again for your support. I don't know how many of you from YouTube are also in Tradecaster. How many people here in the Tradecaster room are watching this in YouTube? And how many people in YouTube are actually in Tradecaster? I'd be just kind of would like to know. I'm still looking at, for the beginning of the year, Webinar Pro. I think they got some sort of a 50%. I don't know, first month or what it is, but it's still $69 per month and 20% if you pay it annually. So annually, 20% off of 70 is $14. It would be about $55 a month, which isn't bad, times if you pay it yearly, which is about $600 outlay. So if maybe one day I'll put together this in next week, and we'll put it together with the people who send it in, for people who want to make a contribution towards helping if Deck won't pay for it. Now, he may not, to do it, but watching on a new YouTube tab. Okay, Tradecaster talk up, but watching on a new. Okay, you know, yeah, you can. Okay, so because you want the chat room, because you can maximize this page too to be larger. To the right of the YouTube on the bottom of the chart, that makes it the whole page, but then you have to probably make your floater, make your chat itself a floater. But that's good to know. Oreo Toro, excellent. You've been working on that. What do you call it? And thank you again. We spent some time. He got the Squeeze Pro. So it's a great program. Great program. I can't even tell you the power of that program when you learn how to use it. You could follow this from here, and it's like if every time it dropped, you just went for it and just got in. Look at this. When this hit the arrow here, you just jumped in. Wow. And this, if you learn what these dots mean, it'll tell you when you're in the squeeze. See, like here, now you're in the squeeze. You're already in the squeeze up. It's squeezing down, okay? And then it's still squeezing, but squeezing down. And then you can see the change over. And then we'll see what happens here. But right now, I'm waiting. I'm watching the contract price, not necessarily as much the SPY chart as I can watch the actual contract. And when the contract dips really low, where I want it, that's when I can buy it to take it back up again. So I'm waiting for that price. That means the stock is going up. I can watch it here too, because what I would do, I'm looking up here. I want this to go to about here, and that's my 397, and we're going to see if this even gets over there. If it doesn't, then the new support's going to be really at 397 instead of 397.25. And if it doesn't get over this time, I'm going to pull it down. We're still looking a little bit up, but I want to see. Maybe this may be our high for here. It may be coming down, because if I put my line across, you see, and I go to the left, that was the high of the day, was right here. And when they hit that high of the day, though it didn't state it right here, when it hit that new high, that's when you should have gone in. And each time it hit a new high, here, if every time it hit a new those highs, where it was about to reverse, you went in, highs, you would have made money. And I would rather do it that way than try to go long to see how far it's going to go in the call. But I was watching this morning, and I was a little nervous, because when it came in originally, and I jumped in, but you see here, that was 208,000, that was good. 313, where did it come down? I was watching it, 169. I could have sworn that it started to drop at a certain point. 104, 135, 96. There was a little time period in there. There it is. It must have been in here. See it? 85, 125, 79, 97. So it started dropping. We were doing 120, 214. There was a lot of volume right through here, up till here. Then after it came back down, the new volume coming back up. And let's remember, this is a Friday, so anything can happen. All right, but right now you can see even our volume here, 68, 88, 72. What did we say our average volume is? If the SPY does 92 million average a day, then we're looking between 85 to 95 million thousand per candlestick as our average candlestick. Okay, and if we're coming much lower than that, then you know that, I mean, we're being manipulated either way, but they can see you. They not only can see you here, but what is it for somebody else to say, hey, whether they do contracts or not, they can still see the contracts, all right? I can bring up a contract in here and just go like this, and I can change this, let's say, I'll make sure my other one's not on. I can change this to my blue, all right? And if I'm watching the puts in one corner, I can see how many contracts are being purchased, all right? Or how many contracts are actually, this is how many are they're being sold, how many being bought. Is there more being bought or more being sold? If there's more being sold, then this price will go down. If there's more being bought, then this price will go up. I worry about the contract price. Now, if I buy a contract and I'm in the middle, I don't have it outlined in here for the contract, but I do have it outlined in here. Okay, let's go back to red. I don't know if that'll bring it back. Yeah, the SPY. Okay, so I'll make sure it didn't change my contracts. I do that once in a while. I forget to put the color back, and then I got a problem. All right, so I can see here, I do have a resistance support. I don't put the resistance and the support in for the contracts. It's separate. You got to do that each one. So I watch the SPY there, but I trade my contracts down here in front of me where you can't see it. And until I go and I do something like Webinato, where I am instant, where you can hear me like the second I'm trading, I'm not gonna tell you I'm in or go or do it or this is what we're doing until I know that you're hearing at the same time. Otherwise, I'm defeating the purpose. And you're gonna, I heard somebody say the other day, I'm not trading with deck anymore, live, because every time I do it, I lose. Well, yeah, you're losing. And the first question I ask is, are you using Webinato? And the answer was no. Well, if you're not, then you're not hearing him. You're delayed. It's like right now, if I do a test, all right, if I get really quiet, let me get quiet for a second. One, two, three. One, two. 7 seconds. Okay? So from the time I said the number 1, I did it at 10 seconds. Okay, 134.10. It didn't hit you till 134.17. So that's 7 seconds. So that 7 seconds means a lot if I'm telling you I'm getting into a stock right now. Even if I type it, I'm not good enough yet to type it at the same time I'm trying to buy it. So either I have to buy it and then tell you there's still that delay, or Webinato, I can do it while I'm doing it, and that will be the benefit. And I'm starting to grow more and more, and I'm getting more and more people in the room, and more people want to watch live trades. I understand that. But I don't want to do the wrong thing by you. So there's times I will say to you, if this goes to a certain point, okay, like here, you see the arrow? If it got to that point, it shows me that high now is becoming a lower high, okay? So we know it's coming down. So if this is it right there, 397, then I know right now my resistance is coming down lower. And I'm going to go bring this down to 397. So even though it might hit a couple pennies over, we're going to watch it real carefully. But if it just goes tip, and that's why I like it on 1 minute, because what I want to see is if it's going to hold here. If it's not, see the down arrow? It's figuring out the algorithm of the amount of people that are buying opposed to the amount of people selling, and what it's telling the algorithm is more people are selling, that the price is going to go down, and it did. So you see, when it hit that high, boom, and I see that arrow, I need to jump in, but you got to be careful because it could come right back up too to bite you. You don't know that, all right? And that's a risk you got to take. But look at also the volume, all right? If I go back here, look at the volume, 80,000, 114, 128, still good. But some of it's still below average. They're watching it. So if you go in with 5 contracts, that's 500 shares, you know what? They could drop it a bit to tick you out, thinking that you might have. And there's a lot of people like you. It's not just you that watching. All right. It just feels that way sometimes. You jump into a stock, and then the next thing it does, it goes down. I did learn something yesterday from Kush today. He keeps a stock level 2 up and uses it to help with entries and exists, still learning the short squeeze. Yeah, absolutely. He does something a little differently with the alerts, and he'll set up where if a stock, let's say we're at 100, okay, and he says, well, if the stock goes to 120, to 135, to 150, as it hits those points, I will go and do calls, okay? On the other hand, if it drops a certain amount, he'll do puts. But on the other hand, I do support and resistance. So I'm not telling you when to do calls. I'm saying to you, if a stock goes up to a certain point of resistance and it keeps hitting, and you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 times. We're right on the nose. Right now we're climbing up a little bit, okay? But if it doesn't hold, then when it comes back down to, let's say, 397 on the nose, I might do a put, all right? And each time it's worked right now. And this is said to go down, but it wasn't necessarily right this time. So it's not 100%. You got to be careful, all right? And now I'm going to bring this back up. See, it did. I brought it down, and what happened? It came back up again. And that can happen. All right? Nobody has a crystal ball. You just have to do the best you can using the technical and fundamental information that you have available to yourself. Okay? Listen, everybody's look what happened to Deck this morning. All right? He got in. He kept saying, I did not follow Deck. And you know what? One of them, I thought that it went higher enough. Because look, he said it will go to the certain point. I waited almost $1 up before I got in, and it still went up further. And that's why I was down. I did a put, and I was down $2. It went $2 the other way. So I got really hurt. And luckily I got out of it because I was able to do 2 great trades right after it for $1.90 a piece, which gave me $3.80. It gave me $3.80 of option points, opposed to what I lost, which was $2. Okay, $2.80. That was a biggie. At 50 cents, that was $1,400. So I lost $1,400 on one side, and I gained $1,900 on the other side, and that gave me my $500 profit. And look at the drop. So the thing was right, wasn't it? You just had to wait it out, and there it is. So I told you, when this thing, it's usually right. And right there, if you had got in right there at 397, forget the little bit more. If you got into the 397, you just would have made 35 cents. At 35 cents, you would have got in, you would have got out, you would have made 35 cents. You had 5 contracts. If you had 5 contracts on SPX, okay, then if I go look at an SPX contract, all right, let's go look at the put for that area for a second, all right, and that should be purple. Watch, hold on, just give me a second. Let's go to purple. Right? All right, now, you see what this thing just did? It went, watch how this really moves. $8. Here's the bottom, and then right there came, that was probably about equal to the price. So about $8.14, and it went up to where? $10.39. That was $2 move. So if you had 5 contracts just now, you just would have made $1,000. $1,000, where on the other one you only would have made $150. Figure 5 times that. 5 to 7 times the difference between SPX on 5 contracts opposed to 5 contracts on SPX. In this case, it was $2. All right, so this just went. That's the contract price, $8.24, and it went to 10. It went to about 10.20. So you had almost $2, $1.90. So you're talking 500. You would have made $1,000. Do you understand now how this works? All right. This thing moves. When this thing moves, now it's going up. So you don't want to be. If this is going up, that means the stock is dropping right now. Okay. So when I go back to red, you'll say the stock is dropping, and that's why if you were in that put, you'd still be making money. But if you're in the SPY, you would have been in here from here to here. Okay, is only, let's say, if you were in the SPY contract, that would look like this. Right. That would be the blue one right here. See the SPY contract? So if I was in here, I would be in at 92 cents, and I would have got out here about, it's not as much as it looks. Watch. 92 up to 115 is 92, 102, 112, about 25 cents. And that's what I said to you. 25 cents on 500 would have been a little over $100. And I told you would have made about 150. I thought it was a little bit more. But that's what I'm trying to tell you. That's why SPX is superior in trading. Okay, you see how I'm able to do that? I go right back to where I'm at just by color coding. I have right now, I've got number 1 I know is my regular is where I'm at on the stock. Number 2 is my call on SPY. Number 3 is my put on the SPY. Number 4 is either my call on and it's green, is either my call on Tesla or SPX, whichever one I'm playing for the day. And then my purple one, which I showed you. See, if you look at my colors, I know them by heart. So here you got 2, 3, 4, 5. Now, if I want, I could do 6 and 7. I always make the second one. So it's call, put, call, put, call, put, call, put. So if I have enough boxes, Okay, right now I'm only using like 6. All right, if I had enough boxes, I had a big enough screen, and I had 2, 4, 6, 8, let's say, I could have 1, 2, 3, 4 different stocks. It could be Tesla, it could be SPY, it could be SPX, and it could be one other. And then I can watch the actual stocks on the side, because right now I'm looking at top left is SPY, Tesla. Then I've got my put top from the SPX, and then below that I got my put for SPY. Then to the left I've got the call. I got call for the SPY, call for SPX. But you see how it's going down, it's coming back, and that's what we're looking for right here. So every time this thing goes up from the bottom of the support, the top resistance, you want to do that. You can go here. You could have done the call. You would have waited a lot longer in here to get your money, or you could have got out halfway and taken some profit. Came up here again, and I could have left that at the 397.25. It came back. Look where it bounced, at my support. So when you ask me how do you get that support, I get it from where the stock is at in these moments. It'd be very similar as if I did a Fibonacci in this time. The only thing this Fibonacci would really show me, it's not going to show me support resistance, but what it's going to show me is retracement, okay, of how on pullback. And if you're doing stocks, I've never done Fibonacci on options, but I've done it on stocks, and you wait for 38% or more. So you're at a 23, 38, 40 something. So you wait for a certain amount of retracement before you actually will get into a stock. And by doing that, you'll maximize the amount of profit that you make. That's why I always made more money with stocks. Learning options is a whole different. I think Deck, if you listen to him today, I think he's getting a little discouraged right now, okay? And he's not making as much trading as he did with stocks. You know, when you feel comfortable with something that's working, then you should stick with it. Look at AK-47. He has tried to do options, and he's done okay with it, but not like he does when he does stocks. So you can see he tends to lean more to the stocks themselves. There's nothing wrong with that, okay? Because he feels more comfortable. A lot of people do. You know, options are a little scary because you're thinking you're 100 to 1. But the truth is, you can lose as much or little. You can lose more with SPX faster, like I proved this morning. I'm not used to having a 1,400 hit. And the other day, I lost $1,800. I just waited too long. You know what? And I tell you and I teach you the right way to put in stop losses, but doesn't mean I always do what I tell you to do, okay? And when I don't, I pay the piper. Okay, last week it dropped on me and I didn't even know it. Early this week, my first trade of the week, it was a good trade, and I got knocked out. I had 5%. It went down 30 cents and it knocked me out. And I made it back on the next trade. I don't know if some of you remember. I lost $150, and then the next trade I made back $150, and I took the stop loss off. But you know what? The truth is, if you have stop losses and you have a big enough account, you do it right. Look at this thing. Look what it did. Up, down, up, and it's going to try again. It's going to try to break up. We're trying right now to get to 397.75 or 397.50 first, and then 397.75. There's your upper VWAP plot. So remember, a lot of times we've seen in the past, we'll start off on the bottom, okay? And in this case, we never hit that bottom VWAP because there it is. That's the VWAP plot. We never got to it. But how many days? And that's why you can see the SPY. Somebody said it's not really moving that much. It is. It's enough you can make money, but it's not the kind of thing that if you were doing it today where you put a straddle on it because there's not enough movement up opposed to enough movement down. You want something that has more movement in one direction, okay? We don't have that direction today. How many times, if we go back a couple of days here, let's see if I can get back there. Let me go back into 5 days. All right, here you see here now. This is the here. Let's go today, real quick. It looks like there's movement, but there isn't. If you put it, remember this is on a 15-minute. But there are days that we got movement all the way. We start up, all the ways down, all the ways up, all the ways back down, all the ways back up, and that's what's happening in a lot of these days. We go up, all the ways back down. There's your top. See that? Your upper VWAP to lower VWAP. Back up, back down. And a couple of days, we hit the VWAP a couple of times. Like here, we just went from the top. We just came all the way to the bottom. All right? And we followed the bottom from the time. And all day, all it did was go down. There was enough climb in there to make a lot of money if you timed it right. All right? But today, you don't really have that. You have a lot more. It's sideways. There is some movement in here. Okay? Is this today? It is today. And let's put this on a 5-minute. let's see, what do we got? 5 minute. All right, so if you look at it this way, there is movement, but not as much as we're only like in 2 channels. This is 1 channel, and then the next channel will be to here. There's your second channel. There are days we have 4 channels, 5 channels. And this is the way I look at stock trading when I look at it. How many channels are we moving? The more it moves is the better. And I say to myself so many times, I know that in the beginning of the day, today wasn't it, that I'm waiting for that, either that big climb up, so because I know it's going to come all the way back down, and then I don't do what I know I should do, which is then do that put and just sit tight, because nothing goes straight up or down. It'll go up and down, but where's your overall direction? That's why we draw trend lines, okay? So even if we drew our trend lines today on a 5 minute, and I'll show you it on a minute, all right? If I go for my low of the day, which would be about here, okay? Well, really, it's here on the bottom, but let's say there was a high point here, all right? In the morning, let's see, if I had started here, you know what, I got to give a point here. It was a high there, and then a high here, all right? It's there, all right? And then if I go back to my 1 minute, all right? Now, the idea is, what am I on right now? I'm only on a slight. Do you see that parallel? It's not that it's like so far going in one direction. It is ascending. If I draw it again from here, okay, to let's say here, it actually comes down a little. So are we building higher lows? Just slightly. It's not enough. There's not enough volume. There's not enough strength. It's not moving it like it usually does. And this is how I look at my charts. All right. This is the importance. This is your daily. All right. I'm going to take this away. I don't really need this. But right now, and I'll take away the left extension so I can see from a time period from here to here, we really haven't moved that much further up. So, like, if I take this across, it says I'm at 397.40. Let's see, is that right? 397.43. And if I look here, now I'm at 397.57. That was the high. But it's only about 20-30 cents. So we're not really moving that much. But what we've done now, I'm going to take this out, all right? I'm going to take this off right now. I just did that to show you. I could do it this way, too. I can look at an hour and say, which way are we going, all right? And we're slightly moving up. You see it? We are moving up, and that's why we're green. All right? And the same thing. If I check a 15 minute, there you go. It looks nice. Looks like we're moving up, but it's not that big of an incline. Here's your 5 minute. We're still moving up from the beginning of the day, but it's not that it's that large. And then if I go here, now I can see we have finally, okay, we have finally gone to the next, all right, like how do I do what I do? So if I want to edit this up, I don't think we're at 50 yet, but let's put 40 and say 40 now. It really should be 50, but let's say 40, probably 45. Let's go 45. Let's just make it 50, all right? Because that's where traders are going to try to push it up. Remember, I keep telling you, you don't have to be exact. So we want to build a channel to see where we are in a channel. And right now, if I've got 397.50, I want $1. So I'm going to just take this and make it 396. And I'm just going to change this up 25 cents. That's all we did. All we did was raise it 25 cents. Okay? And if I want, I can do this, and then I can, hold on, before I didn't want to do that. Hold on. You got to remember, get rid of it. You got to remember to get out of this. I screwed up. All right, come on. It's a little too big. I hate doing this because what it does is it messes up the video. All right, there we go. All right, so you can see now, there's our new channel, and what are we trying to do? Break. And what did I tell you before? We're going to try to break above. There is our upper target right there, 398. We're at 397.50, so if I wanted to build a target in there, I didn't do it because it was so close to the upper VWAP, but I can go here, and then I can just do like this, and then I go here, right? And I'm just showing you guys how you set this stuff up for yourself. I'm going to do this now. I put upper target, because we're more faced up than we are down. I want to show it on the right. I want to change this so it's not my regular resistant line. What this is, but it is still resistance because we haven't reached it yet. And I'll do that, and then I'll go here, and then I'll say okay. And now you can see that's where we're headed for. This is where we're at now. That is my resistance, and this is my support. All right, so as long as we stay up to 50, and look where we're at. That's why I made it to 50, because I know it's like looking at 200 and saying, well, traders are going to get it to 402. We're not there yet, okay? We're really close to before at the 20-day, okay, on a 20-day exponential, or even a simple moving average, than we were, let's say, for the 200. All right, the 200, we got to first get over 400 before we can worry about the 200-day. All right, and that's where traders would try to push this to and leave themselves set up for next week. So we want to either leave ourselves set up in a position for next week that we're going to really push this thing all the ways up, depending on what the CPI and the work data is, and the spending and for next week whatever's going to be announced, or we're going to be up there and it's going to be some drop, and those who get in right. But it's going to be like gambling, folks. And I'll tell you the truth, for those of you who are very experienced for those of you that are very experienced in doing options, I'm sure that some of you are going to do vertical spreads of some sort, or some sort of spread or straddle that you're going to have by a put and a call at the same time, and not knowing which way it's going to go. And as it starts to climb one way, you'll just knock the other one out. So you'll take a loss in one direction and take a big profit on the other. And that's the way to do it. I mean, that's what makes options so great, that you can do stuff like that. It's not like in stocks. When you have a stock, you cannot, with the same broker, buy a put. You can't buy a short and a long on the same stock. They won't allow it. But now with options, that's exactly what you're doing. You're buying a short and you're buying a long. All right, so that's why we call it long shorts and long puts, okay? Because we want that price range to go long each time. But on the other one, just remember, it's going to go down. That contract price on one is going to go down, and that's the one you want to get out of. Because it's not like shorting. When you short a stock, you want that price to go down. Because if I say I'm shorting a stock at $4, what you're saying is I have that right later on to buy back that stock at $4 and cash in on the difference. So if that stock drops down to $3.50, I don't own that stock. I'm just borrowing it. So I borrowed it. I have the right to buy it back. Option gives you a right to own that option, or own an item. Okay, it could be futures or like futures in fuel, stuff like that. They're very similar. All right, but the only difference is a lot of times, and good, thank God, I make a mistake and I forget I'm not shorting, and I hit the sell button and it rejects me because I can't write options. My account's not set up for it. But if I was shorting a stock, that's what I'd want to do. I got to hit that sell button. So anyway, that's a lot of information right there. I hope some of it helped. That is my plan, a straddle and a spy before the meeting. Yeah, and that's good. That's fine. But then you have to decide, which strike prices you're going to put it at. Usually, I think you put them at the same strike price on different directions. That's all. So you're buying a put and a call on the same strike price. I have a clipboard somewhere. Let me just see what it is. I used to take a lot of notes, and I had it written out. What are the major differences between, let's say, a straddle and a stangle? Let's see. Here we go. A straddle versus a strangle. A strangle is two different strike prices, and it's out of the money. Okay. A straddle, whether the stock moves up or down, it's always at the money. All right, you buy it right at the money, or as close to at the money as possible. It's not like you're buying one out of the money and one in the money. That's not what you're doing. You're trying to buy it at the money. And you know what? Learning how to use these different types of options that are available, and then later on learning how to get creative with different types of vertical spreads, probably even better than that, than the straddle. And then there's boxing. You can do multiples, two in a direction, two different strike prices, different, on calls and puts, and you can get very, very, what's the word? You can get very, very, artistically. I can't think of the word. It's on the tip of my tongue. Constructive, You can really put something together that can work for you when you know what you're doing. And that's why I say to you, those in Thinkorswim, Thinkorswim's got a really good option class that's free. So take it. Do it slowly. Take your time. You got next couple of weeks when the markets are going to get really slow that you can take advantage of learning a lot. And then you can get to a certain point. There's a beginners, there's a intermediate, and then there's advanced options. Believe me, there's advanced options that you have no clue about. You may know the names. You may know what an ion condor is. Is it the best one? Not really. Naked options. What are they? Well, it's like writing. It's doing the opposite. Okay? Listen, there's a lot of things to learn, but is it all feasible? Is it all necessary? The truth is, you can make, if you get good at doing this and your timing becomes impeccable. My timing today was good. Not great. I got in. It was very bad on the first one. I knew to get out and I didn't. And if I had, I could have cut my loss into, I should have got out at 25%. Then the second two, instead of, I would have been up about, let's see, I was up 190 points times 500. Give me, I would have been up about over about $1,300 instead of $500 because I messed up the first one. I didn't get out. My timing was wrong. I held it. Now, if I had held it long enough, it would have come back. But you can't do that. When you're already down and you see $1,400 just exit your account, especially after you just tilted it up and put money in the other day, you don't want to do that again. All right? But I got lucky today and I said, you know what? I'm good. You know what? And any other losses I had this week, I just took care of. And that's it. Unless I see something great. I know right now, the way this thing is moving, it's going up, it's coming back down. It's going up. It didn't go as far. It came back down. This time it went a little further. And because it went a little further, it didn't come down as much. But I see what's happening here. And again, look at the volume. Look at the volume here. If I open this up a little bit more, all right, let's take a look at this. All right, right here. 65,000. So is it this one? Look at the size of that candlestick. 65,000. Below average. Here, 31,000. Below average. 128. Slightly above. Slightly above. All right. Average. Average. Below average. Below average. Slightly above. Below. Below. Definitely below. Going down below. Okay, so you can see right here, here's a couple of big ones right there. There's one big one. See the first little one? Look at the size of that thing. It's tiny, but it was 148. It's 1.5 times the average. So, but you can see what's happening. The volume is dropping. You see the volume? 43, 17, 43, 57. It's dropping. You come in with 5 contracts now, 500 shares. They see that. They can drop it quick and then put it right back. They have buttons. They have set up 100,000. Buy, 100,000 sell. 100, or they can do the other way around. Sell, buy, or buy, sell. So depending on if you go up, they go down. You go down, they go up. But they do it so quick that if you have a stop loss, they just take you out. Okay? They can see just by the size, and they can pick up. These guys are smart. They are. They can do 50,000 shares and make themselves very quickly $10,000 in a button, 2 buttons. That's it. You may not believe what I'm telling you to be the truth, and some of you know it to be a fact. How many of you think that stock market manipulation is a heavy, heavy thing? But the thing is, it's not that it's that bad. It's that you just have to make yourself part of that algorithm to be with it. You have to know what they could think. Think like they do. Think like if you had that money, how would you do it? Okay? You do things a little bit differently. All right, so I'm going to put this back here, bring this down a little to the middle. And right now you can see, what do we have? We're coming back down. We had 397.60. I'm still going to leave it at the 50. And right here, we're still at 396.50. But I want to bring this up a little bit because we have not pulled down. Let's see. There you go. Oh, shoot. What did I do? Just activate that. And let's say we're really more at the moment. I'm going to say it's really we're about where we're at, but I'm going to just say 397. So it's not a big leeway now. Now I've taken this down, and I've only got a 50 cents in here. I really would like to leave it 75, but we're really, if you look at it across, there's 397.05, 397. I don't like to be in the middle of a candle, but if you look across, you got to look to old resistance, old support, like right there. All right, you see that 397 right there. I think that's where it hit. It had heavy resistance. Heavy resistance was 397. That's where I'm putting it right now. It could be slightly lower. So now you got to watch this. All right. There's only 50 cents in there. 50 cents. So where are we? And there's your 13. So what's happening now is we got to a certain point. We never got to our upper target. And right now we're starting to level off and we're going to start pulling back down. But that's not 100%. It could go the other way. Somebody can just come by and say, you know what? I just had lunch. I'm feeling a little better. I think I'm going to go take a shot and let's go smack around a few of these small traders. Let's bounce them off the walls. VW, take care. Got to run. Errands, have a good one. Thank you for your education. I hope you got something out of it. I get something out of it. The more I talk about it, the more I drum it into my mind, the more confident I get on my trades. It was scary this morning. Come on, that was kind of scary. Look at that. Look what happened there. I mean, if you go back in there to the trade, you can go up there a little bit, and you can see my trades. I stuck in there. Let's see, and you can see I was in there from 12 seconds. And I made $1.90 on 500 shares. That's nice, And the one before that, I stayed in. Okay, I got in at 9:38:14. I got out 3 minutes and 4 seconds, 5 seconds. 3 minutes and 5 seconds later, I was totally out, and I made another $1.90, 2 in a row. That's damn good. It's too bad that first one killed me, but you know what? That's good trading. It really is. That's great trading. I mean, you can do that 4 times a day. You can make without taking those big losses like I took on the first one. I could have had probably a $5,000 day. You know what? If I kept trading, and I'm watching this, and I'm teaching right now. But if not, you see, every time I got up there, I told you I would do a put. Every time I got up there, you see, even if here, if I got in, it says 397.15, and it went down to 390. What was that? Actually, it wasn't that much. 397.09. Can't see it. 396.85. It was about 35 cents. It was a small scalp, but the next one, look at the difference. Forget the very tip. You may not have got that, but let's say on the way down you hit it at 397.20. All right, here you go. That's 90 cents. 90 cents. 5 contracts. Even with the SPY, 5 contracts, 500 shares. That's what 9 times 5 is $450. Now that, with the actual SPX, would be 5 times that. So it would have been almost $2,000. You can see that's a lot of. What did I get there? From 397. Let me see. Maybe I'm wrong. 397.20. I said to 396. So you had $1. So that's about $6. So 6 times 5. Let's see. 6 times $6 times 5 would be $3,000. So I was right. It's about $2,000 to $3,000 right there. One shot. Boom. You can make such good money with SPX. It's incredible. But when it goes the other way, but if you watch this, look at the timing. Good. Right now, good. Okay. Remember, every time I said it hits the top. Every time it hits that top, wherever it is, go down. Even if you miss the next candlestick and you get down, you probably get scared in between. Depends how good you are. All right. To see how long you can hold. Some people like Skychimp, he's good. But you see, there were a couple of reversals here. You would have known to hold back a little longer. I don't know how fast that happened either. You don't know if it was the top or the bottom of the candle, all right? Where they open at the bottom or the top, I'm not sure. But regardless, if you held it out and just waited and said, well, I'm still up, I'm going to just hang tight a little bit because nothing goes straight up and it's still going down, you get that feeling. You watch that stock, but you don't expect, like you had bam, you had 2 reversals right there, all right? Those were good. They went down, but here's the reversal here. Here's the reversal here. Goes up. But a lot of times what that is people shorting the stock. There's a lot of stock right here. You had 200,000, all right? But here you had 112. You had 112. That's 200,000 there. And that's 250, 260, 360. That's 400,000. So when 400,000 people are selling, when they get out of their positions, blah, 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 that's what happens when you get out of a short. You got to close your position. What it does is it brings the market up. When you sell, right? When you sell something, it's being bought back. They're buying back out of their short position is what they're doing, and that's what shoots it up. Okay? There's a lot of shorting. SPY has unlimited shorts with Thinkorswim. I'm sure it does with E-Trade and many others. Okay? So this is all good information. So though you're doing contracts, just remember, a lot of what's happening is here. And remember, what's being affected is by the SPX also. There's a lot of people not just trading the contracts, they're trading the shares, and that's what's making it move. All right? Today, I haven't looked at FinViz. I'm willing to bet it's up a little, and it is. $18. NASDAQ's up 41, and it's the first time I'm looking at it, $8. But I know it's up because the markets are up. Okay, and what am I looking at? I'm looking at I'm looking at the vehicle that goes up when the market goes up, and I'm looking at a vehicle. Look at this. Look at it, still coming down, and there he is. We just broke down below support. Okay, so now where's our support? 75, 50. Let's see, 75. Right. So it just came down a little bit, but I'm going to say right now 396. Right, 396.75. It's starting to pull back. All right, and there's our next leg down, and that means this one here. Okay, we're going to edit this one down. All right, actually we could leave it at the moment, but I'm going to just bring it down 25 cents and bring it 25. So bam, that came down a little bit, and there's our new channel. Let's see what happens. Okay, so it came down to really 86. I made it 75. Now if I want to be exact, okay, I could say, all right, you know what, I'm not trying to do that. I'm just trying to build a channel for you to see. I can make it 85, all right? And if I want to build it off of a channel from 85, that's 15, and let's say at 35, let's see, 35, 45, 50. Let's bring it back to the 50. Let's just leave it there because it's not that large of a channel. Bam, right about there. It could be a little bit lower. It could be 43, 45, but we'll make it even numbers, 50, and this one we made 85. So you got 50, 65 cents. That's it. I always like to have about $1 channel, and this could come back. But right now, what are we doing? What are we doing? In the moments, okay? In this precious little moment here, all right, we're from here, and now we're right to there. So what's happening now? We've got a descending triangle. We are starting to come down. And I can take the left side, get rid of it, so I know exactly where my extension started, all right? So now this is our point. Really, I should have made it to the tip of the 13 EXP exponential. All right, so let's watch it from there. I don't need a bottom one, but this would show me squeeze. Let me show you something. If I go in the moments and I go from here, watch this, here to there, it shows me now. I made it a little low, but it shows me here now on the 1 minute we're about to squeeze. It looks like we're going to squeeze up. Okay, let's see if it happens. Well, actually we got a shadow, and that's why I said I should have done this one. Let's change it up a little bit. Let's remove that. Let's take it again from the high point, which is right here, and bring it to the 13, right there. Okay, so I didn't bring it to the candle. I brought it really to the 13, just above it. And that's what's happening right now. We see the squeeze that's coming in here. We're still on a descending, but one of two things. Either we're going to come across into this section in here, which gives us still a chance to come back up. But if we come into this section here, we have more of a chance of it coming down. And I've done this so many times, and I've watched this happen, that I've kind of getting used to it. About 3-4 months ago, I was doing lessons on just what this is, on squeeze, mostly on stocks, not on options. We're watching the SPY for the options, okay? But you can be watching it for the stock too. I don't know anybody in here why they would trade the stock at this price when they could trade the option, you know, get 100 to 1 leverage, because most people who could ordinarily couldn't afford to trade the SPY now can with a lot of shares, okay? So if you have a $5,000 account, there was no way in the past that you could trade this. But now, $5,000, let's say right now I'm looking at the contract, and the contract for this on a put, the one I'm looking at is about $7. All right, 100 shares is what, $700. All right, so if you did one contract, and there it is. What did I tell you? There's your squeeze up, and I told you if it lands in this, put this quadrant in here, okay? If it lands in here, there's a good chance of it going up, and maybe up to resistance again. But doesn't mean it's going to, all right? You don't know that, and it's going. There it goes. There it goes. Pretty good, huh? It works. This is such a good system, and it works. But watch, it can come down very quick, too. It can hit that resistance, and boom. Let's see what it looks like on a 5-minute. A lot of you like to trade on 5 minutes. It looks real good. See, remember I told you? You come into this quadrant, you got a good chance of going. And we're hitting resistance on the 5-minute. So be careful, because if it's on the 5-minute, all right, this could be coming back down again. And if we say this is our resistance at 397.50, then we could actually say, I want to keep $1 in here, and let's change this. Even though we're not there, I can change this and make it 396.50, and that gives me a little bit larger of a channel to work with. So I'm looking at 397.50, now down to 396.50. And that's where I've always been showing you. Try to keep it in that dollar, and then you can see where we are in that channel. This channel's been there for a while, okay? Since what time? We got into this channel at about 10:55. Does this make sense? Does anybody have any questions here? Any questions at all? Before I lose my voice? Any concerns? So we got questions. Any concerns? Anything? Excellent. You know what, Maddie? If it makes sense, it'll make you money. And exactly what I said to you before, going in this quadrant, we were headed for this. But let's go back to the 1 minute, because truthfully, we're not really there on actually, we did on the 1 minute. Look at that. It's already pulled back. You don't see that. But that's okay. You see where it pulled back to? The 13. That's why you don't want to see it, because that's a lower shadow, which means it's probably going to go up further. Let's see if it does. All right, it does have a slight doji because we know it pulled back on the 1 minute. All right, but if we go back to the hour, we should be in an upward climb, and we are. You see that? We're in an upward climb, and all my lines are still the same. It doesn't really matter, no matter which way I put it. So we're at 12 o'clock. Look at it. This is beautiful. But if I was a betting man, which I guess I am. I mean, I bet. I had some luck today, I'll tell you. Luck of the Irish for the Jew who became a Christian. I know, I don't want to confuse you people. You're already confused enough. Let's just see one thing. I'm just looking at Tesla for a second. Tesla, I'm still at 182.25 on the resistance. I'm going to bring that back. I'm going to leave it there. 182.25, and the bottom shows me 180.25. I'm going to bring that one up to 50, 180.50, 25 cents, 180.50 on the support for Tesla. For any of those that might be watching it, well, it's only good if you get it, you know, and it seems to make sense to me, you know. I've never seen anybody else put it this way, and maybe that's what's good, because you got Deck doing things one way. You've got, listen, I learned from Deck, and I learned from AK-47, and AK-47 doesn't do this either. Not the way I'm doing it. But AK-7's got a great little system of what he's doing, and it took him a while to tweak it out for him, and it works. And when you find something, whether it's his system, my system, or Deck's system, if you find something that works for you, I would stick with it. I would say right now, Deck's not afraid. He's getting a little scared. Why? Because he's got to be looking at the amount of money he made last year and saying, well, I made $550,000 last year and $350 the year before, and this year I don't even know if he made $50,000 this year. I don't know. I mean, he makes his money in other ways, believe me, but the fact is, what did he do different? He changed to options. So though, like myself, he had great luck with options in the beginning, I got to take a step back. I know I can make options work for me. I do. I just have to stop chasing, stop revenge trading. But what would have happened this morning if I lost that 1,400? And it was stupidity, because I should have had a stop loss in there, at least 10%. And if I had 10% in there, and I think I bought them at about, let's see, if you look at it the way I bought it, here, let me explain something to you. If I had a 10% in there to start, I bought that at $14.90. All right, 10% might have been too much. $14.90 should have been 5%. $14.90 times 5, because of the price, at 5% is 75 cents. It's too much on a stock this high. But 75 cents times 500 shares would have still only been $370. I lost $1,400. So the 370 would have been acceptable, because I made back on the next two. All right, they didn't go down; they went straight up, and I caught both of them. That was 190 is 380. All right, so 380. Where is that? Hold on a second. 380, 303. Actually, it was three. Let me go back. $3.80 times 500 shares. Then I made 1900. All right, divided by 1. Hold on, equals. Then let's say 1900. Take away. Let's say I lost only 400. Then I still would have been up $1,500. Instead, because I lost so much and I didn't pull out fast enough, I'm down. I'm only up 500. So you understand? If I had put my stop losses where they belonged, and I took even a 10%, which is too much, all right, on 500 shares on a stock, I would not take a loss more than $125. But you have to understand something. The way the SPX moves, it moves 5 to 7 times faster than the SPY. So you got to be willing to take a little bit more of a loss, because it could go up a little and then come back down, and you're going to get stomped out, and then you miss the whole boat. But that still would have been okay, because the next 2 trades, look what I did. So, and here we go. You see what happened here? Let's go back to, here's the 5-minute. It went up, and it hit the resistance on the 5-minute and came back down, which we knew what was going to happen. And if I look at this on the 1-minute, let's just go back. It hit this right there on the 1-minute, and the next minute, it started to come back down. And now remember when I said it comes across? We can go either way, but the minute we go below this line on the 1-minute, we're done. It's going to drop. Let's see what happens. But we also can see this. Let's say right there at 396.83, there's the drop. So let's bring this back up to 75. All right, let's bring it up a little bit. Let's tighten it up. You see, that's tighter. You can see that's why we keep dropping from here to here. And we can bring it across and see that over here, where it came back down each time, it had support there. So we have support there. We have support here, 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 here. And then before, you can see where old resistance became the support. All right? And it's happening again on the way back down. Let me get rid of that. So right now, we're still holding. You see that triangle? As long as we hold in that triangle, we have a shot at coming back up. As long as we stay above the support line here, we have a chance of going back up. The minute we break through, anything can happen. I wouldn't be in anything right now. And if I was, I would have, at the drop here, the minute I saw any green, I might have done a call. But I told you, I would rather go to resistance and bring it down than start down on support and bring it up. Because there's no guarantee that after this first one, it's not a fake out and it drops. What I see here, look, I see 1, 2, 3. It looks like a head and shoulders, doesn't it? And what happens on the last head and shoulder? Usually it drops. I'm not saying that's going to happen. I don't really like head and shoulder ideas on the SPY because it's such a different kind of an animal than most stocks, but we just have to wait and see. Right now I'm not doing anything. Why? Look at the volume. 24,000, 25,000. The volume dropped. And it's lunchtime, okay? And it's a Friday. So I'm going to keep my 500 for the day. That's what I think I'm going to do. So I made 500. After a big loss like that, sometimes better just take a step back and say, you know what? But if I'm going to do anything, I'm going to wait till it hits resistance again. And then I will, let's see what we got here. 10 to 12, 10 All right, let's call it today Lunch and Learn. You can eat your lunch at your desk today. It's Friday. And you can wear dungarees. You don't have to wear the tie today. You ever work those kind of jobs? You work in sales over the phone, but they make you come in dressed nice and with a tie on. And nobody can ever see you. Isn't that weird? That's the way life is. Dress as if. Hey, Sid. How's things in Pennsylvania? Did anybody watch the news this morning? They hung a guy in Iran. Boy, listen to this. They hung this guy in Iran because he spoke out against the government, and they said speaking out against the government is equal to speaking against God. The Iranian leaders put themselves on the level of gods. Wow. I bet it is cold up there. Up, and look what happened here. We dropped a little lower. Where are we on the 1 minute? Let's look at it again on the 5 minute. See what we're seeing here. You see what's happening? We're dropping. All right. It doesn't mean it's going to drop all the way. We're still, as far as I'm concerned, 75 was the support. If it drops any lower, then our support is going to have to go down to 396.50. That would be the next step down, and we're halfway there. I'll bring the support down. And look what's happening. There you go. There you go. It's not holding. Let's see if we can hold support here. Probably drop down to about 40, 45, 46, 47 and come back. But right now it did hold for a second. A bunch of people thought that that was it and they just went for it. But be careful. This could be a fake out. Like I said, it's better to do the actual puts than the calls. And I wouldn't do it low thinking it's going to break. I never trade. Now, the next step down after this would be 396.25 or the VWAP. See the VWAP here? That's the white bar right there. All right. So I could take these lines out, but I'm going to leave them for a little bit just to see where this thing goes and how it goes. I mean, our support lines have changed. So if I want to, what I can do is this. I'll leave the top one for right now. Just for right now. Let's take this bottom one. We already know we crossed over and where. And it might come back. All right. But if I was to change it just for the moment, all right, a little bit different. Here's my low. Where's my low? Actually, that's not low of the day. It would be, I think I made it to there before. That's wrong, actually. But it would be here. Let's see, right there. And let's make it to where we're at. Right there at, boom. Okay. All right. So now we're dancing, all right, on this line here. And we know that this, hold on one second. All right, something's wrong here. I didn't take the left extension out before. That's what I didn't do. Remove left. You see, I made it from there. But that is now changed. So even if we took this one out for now, we went back to that line. That's a high of the day. Anybody know what the high of the day was? Let me just check real quick. High of the day is 397.36. Let me just check that. I have to refresh the page just one time. 397.62. So we take this here until look to the right. And with 397.62, let's say 5, 1. Come on. I know I'm not going to get exact. It just went down. How's that? 64, 60. I should have just stopped it to 61. All right, that's good. 61. Isn't that the high point, or was this the high point? No, it can't be. You know what? We just hit that high. Let's get rid of that. Oh, shoot. I keep messing up. 397.62 would be here. We hit it here. Let's leave it at 4. And then we'll bring it down like that. So this is what we look like now. And if I take away the left extension, so you know where I took it from. It's a little high. But right now, we're in another squeeze pattern at the moment, all right? We're holding. You see, I dropped my support to 50, 395, 396.50. We're still holding that, fine. And here's our lines now, okay? Showing the trend lines for the day, actually. It is the day because it's from the highest point to where we're at now. Let's see what's going to happen here. And just to open it up a little bit more like this, I'm still going to leave my upper support because we could hit this today. As long as we hold this support right now, it can go back up. So we're going to keep an eye on this. Where's Dex room? Let me just put something in there. Active. Giving lessons. Dex around. I thought he said he'd go to the dentist. He's doing this from the dentist's office? Oh, yeah. Oh, isn't that nice? He said I was live. See that? He's watching. Deck's watching us. Doesn't matter. I don't have to do it. I just do it because I want to. And let's see. And, all right, he's live too. I'm not going to bother with him. Why not? Do the options. That's all. He hates when I do that. We don't talk anymore. We used to talk a lot. He's not competing with me anyway. Okay. Let's see. So you can see we slowed down a little. That's 5 minutes. Let's go back to the 1 minute for a second. All right. So you can see where we're really at now on the 1 minute. We're right there. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's good. 5 times we did not break through support. What does that tell you? It's probably going to go up, and look at it. And where did it do? It just went up, just touched the 13, all right, at about 396.80. We got to break through that to get back up there again. But for right now, all right, I'm going to leave that so you can see it. Let me pull this down. I always have to remember to do this. Then you got to do a little, just a little of this. That just so it'll let it move. I'm just trying to spread it so you have a better idea. And here, what did I say on this? Is 397.89. 397. See, 398 would have been the move. What do I have in this? 398? Let's just change it to 398. I don't think we're going to get there today, to be honest with you. But that's where they would be shooting for, right above the upper VWAP plot. And as long as we're here now, what are we closer to? There's your VWAP. Where's my lower VWAP? Hold on. It's down, all the way down there. So I don't even think that's in the picture right now. So that's where we are. We're in the middle. We're in the middle. We're in the lower part of the channel. So what did we say? We can bring this back down again. We have come down a little. So this was at what? This was at 397. We're going to bring it 50. We're going to bring it to 397 because we're not getting close to there anymore. It's just about 397. Yeah, it's right there. You see it? Right there, there, and here. It's 396.80. So I'm going to leave it there. So we got 397, and this is 396.50. And it looks like we're really... I'm going to leave the 50, but we're closer to 60 where we are right now. All right? And we'll see what happens. Thank you, Sid. Listen, I do the best to do the right thing. That's the important part, you know? You know, you got to understand when there's movement, there isn't movement. The only reason we need 5 minutes if we're actually trading. So if we were to trade right now, what would this tell us? There's a higher doji, which means it looks like it's still coming back down. So if my guess point is it's doing everything to hold this support, but will it? With a higher doji on a 5 minute, okay, and then if I look on the 1 minute, what does it tell me? It looks like we're still headed down. We're below the 9. We're below this cloud is the 9 on the bottom and 21 on the top. So, and there it is. You see it going down? See it going down on the 1 minute? And that's what's happening right now. If it doesn't hold 396, it's going to start to drop quick. Then you'll see more volume come in because people who are holding, thinking it's going to come back, they're in the hope process. I hope this thing goes back up. I hope it goes up. They'll drop off, and then you'll see a lot more sales come in. Let's just see what happens. It's still holding. It's still holding. So it's not a lot of volume. Keep your eye on the volume. The volume is the important factor of what's happening. Besides which is selling more or less. If level 2 tells you one thing. It tells you if there's more being sold than being bought, or more being bought than being sold. There's a lot of hidden stuff in there you don't know, and there's a lot of stuff in this that's lacking. I mean, we have a terrible. See, look at the bottom, 40-40. It's equaled out for a reason, right? That's all manipulation. Right now, it looks like there's a little bit more buying than selling, and look at the price go up. You see that? That's how you tell. It's important. Deck gives a good lesson on. Deck gives a good lesson in his video library on the level 2. But the fact is, it's nothing more than merely looking down one column. And you have to remember, in level 2, you always have to add 2 zeros. That's 300, 300, 400, 200, 600, 400, 100. And it goes quick. So you have to look down the line on the right, look at the left, and say, which has got higher numbers? So if it's higher on the left, that means more is being bought. If it's higher on the right, that means more is being sold. If you're selling off stocks, the price goes down. If you're buying stocks, the price goes up. Get that in your head. It's important. Just another tool to use to know. Are you going to jump in and buy a stock if there's a shitload being sold more than what's being bought? No, you're going to wait till it drops. And then it's like the same thing. Are you going to go in at support to do a put when it's headed towards resistance? Or are you going to wait till it gets to the top? And what does even Deck always say? Do not buy in the middle of a channel. You know what? Don't buy. It's so amazing. Tesla is just the opposite right now. If you look at Tesla, I'll slip over for a second. To Tesla, and let's see, I don't want to touch right there. So you look, Tesla, you see, is just at the top of 25. I'm not going to touch it. We're so close. So right now, Tesla's at the high. All right, this is at the low. So we can do this and pull this back down in the middle. You can see there's our upper VWAP plot. I don't even see our lower VWAP plot, same as the SPY. You can hardly see it, but it's down there. It's all the ways down there. If I brought this all the way up, there it is. You see it? But right now, you can see it's pulling back. It's pulling back. It's not holding. So what do we got? We've got 180.50, and what was this? 182.25. So really, this I haven't moved it in a while. It's probably about 181. Let's see, right about there. 181.35. Let's just bring it down to 25, and that'll give you, I think, the dollar channel on Tesla. All right, and there it goes. And this is 182.25. There's your $1. All right, it could be a little higher. It could be like 30, and this could be 32, 35. But for right now, you got a dollar channel. You can see where you are in the channel and where it goes. For right now, I'm going to go back to the SPY. All right. And you all know that SPX, if you look at the SPY, look. Watch this. Come on. I don't know why it doesn't have the crosshairs, but you see the way that it's going. I don't put lines in this one. I don't do it. But if you look at the whole overall way it goes when it hit a high, and then you go to the SPY, it's exactly, it's the same. It's just this one is not as pronounced. That's all. You see it? You see the way it went? It went up to the top, came back down. It's exactly the same thing. And right now, what do we got? We're still holding our trend, bottom trend line. We're not going over our 10. It was only high parts here. So I don't really need this. I mean, you can all see this is still a downward trend. If you want, I'll leave it. If not, I'll take it away. Doesn't matter. But it's good for the thing to see where the squeeze might come. So for right now, it's only 12.33. We get closer to 1. It might start to squeeze up a little. Maybe it hits resistance one more time. But the question is, the way we're going, if I take this one away for right now, let's say, we moved since we put it in. I don't know how that moved like that. Let's just remove that one for a second. Oh, see, that's what I thought. Trend line 5. Trend line 5? Oh, there was 2 of them there. Let's remove it. So look at that. Trend line 5. Wow, I must have hit it a bunch of times. Remove drawing. Bam. Okay. So if you do that, and now let's look at it this way. All right. Let's go from here, right there, and put it from there. Just like that. Take this off. That's so weird. I had all those lines and they didn't even know it. But you can see what's happening now on the 1 minute. And now you can see on the 5 minute, and it's starting to, that's where your squeeze would have been on the 5 minute. And it's right there at resistance on the 5 minute, but we're just under resistance, and we're over the trend line again. So we know it's going back up right now. I'll leave it so you can see it. We get to resistance, we either have to break the resistance at 397, is that where it's at? 397. If we can't, then it's going to come back down again. Then the question is, do you want to play the put? All right. Because we still have a downward trend. Even though it's breaking through a little, if you look from here to here, we're still on a downward trend. This is still below this, and it's still all below this. You see? So from here to here to here, which is the same as where we're at right now, those are the lower lows. 397 is your resistance. That's your top resistance right now. And I have to say, watch, I'll take it away. It'll probably happen. I'm going to take away my upper target because I don't think we'll reach it. I don't. Anybody have any questions? Anybody in any trades? Anybody looking at any contracts? Now, the contracts on the SPY, 397. I'm still looking at 397, but I'll tell you what. I'm going to go back to my contracts. I'm not going to ruin the board right now. I'm just going to open it up for me, and I'll tell you if I change anything. So I was looking at 397 as a put. The truth is, it's still got a higher theta than the 398. Ordinarily, I would go to the 398. It's got a good delta, but the theta is 41. I can take that contract. It'll pay well, but I got to keep a better eye on it because it's going down fast. I'll keep the 397. And let's say the other way on the call, 397 is 77 on the theta, 56 in the delta. Okay, it's still the 398. What do I have? 398 on the call. Let me just see the other one. 71 on the delta. Theta is low. It's half. You don't want that. You want the theta to be more. You could still stay in the 397. Let's see what I got. 397. I've got 397, and I've got 396 on the call. And what did I say? It should be 397. I think that's what I said. Let me go back one more quick look, and it should be 398. 398 is, nope, 397. So it also 397. So I got I had 396. So I'm going to change this contract. Not that I'm going to use it. I'm not on the SPY. I'll still do SPX, but I always keep them ready just in case. Because if the contracts change really bad, let's say on one, and it's too expensive, or it's not paying like the theta to the delta is not at least 2 times. I want the delta to be 2 times. Then I'll go and I'll just do more shares on a SPY. But if not, I'm still looking at my SPX contracts, and I'm going to change this now from the SPY. I don't want to do it. I could do it in front of you, but I don't want to mess the board up right now, so we can keep an eye on it. And then we hit high, what, 397, what, 10, 20? Wasn't watching it, and there's your pullback. So right there. So what do we get? 17. So even if I push this up a little bit and I make this 397, I don't like to do this, but I'm going to. Let's make it 15, all right? You see what happens. There's your 15. Might even be 20, 17. I'll make it 15. So right here, you got 1, 2. You got 1, 2, 3 times 15. If it doesn't hit, if it cannot build a higher low, that would bring it to about here at about probably 40. 45, so 35. If we can't build a higher low, it's going to pull back down to support again. But right now, you see what part of the quadrant? I call it a quadrant that we're in right here. So we're still good. We're still good right now. I would have been in a put right there when it hit that high. But I don't know how much a drop it's going to be. So we got to really wait and see. It could get burnt. SPX, all right? If SPX itself is at 39.71, then 39.70 as a call would be just at or in the money. I have a delta of 54 and a theta over $7, which is perfect. So 39.70 on the call. Let me see what I got. I got 39.75, which would bring me, let me look at that one for a second. 39.75 is out of the money, just out of the money. It's got 6 on the 43 on the delta. It's a good contract. I'm going to leave it 39.75. And on the put, since I'm at 39, what did I say, 71, 39.71, I want to be at 13.75 possible, because that'll put me at a 56. But the other contract's still good, 39.70. So if I go back and look now, and that's what I got, 39.70. So it's just out of the money. They're both just out of the money, and they're both fine. 39.75 on the call is just out of the money, and the 39.70 on the put is just out of the money. They're both good contracts. All right? Do I have to write that on the board, or you're good? What are your thoughts on a straddle for Monday, expiration on Friday? I think that's fine. If you know how to set them up, and your company will let you to do it, whoever you're with. But knowing you won't know which straddle to set up until Monday, okay? Because you got to see what happens over the weekend and how the prices change on the straddles. Now, you're going to do Friday's contracts, all right? If you do it today, it's going to cost you more money. If you do it on Monday, then Friday's contract will be a little bit less. Now, when is the reports? Does anybody know when those reports come out? What day? Is one on Tuesday and the other on Wednesday? I don't remember if somebody said that. I just, maybe you can tell me and be sure about it. Anybody know? No, don't buy it yet. Tuesday and Wednesday. I wouldn't buy it till Monday. You could even buy it Tuesday morning, but that might be too late. I don't know what time. So Tuesday and Wednesday. Okay. 8:30 a.m. Tuesday. Yeah, then you got to buy it sometime on Monday. It doesn't have to be first thing on Monday. You might want to watch the contracts between 9:30 and noon to see what happens. All right. So, and what are you going to do? The SPY or SPX? Jersey girl. Jersey girl. I married a girl from Jersey once. She was from the Townsend. In fact, I was talking to my first wife, first son, yesterday for about 2 hours. He lives in California now. SPX, okay. Oh, you're going to do SPX. I would do SPX too. But SPX, like, let me tell you something. This morning, I got an SPX, and Nate, I don't know if you were here earlier. I lost $1,400 on my first trade today, and I made back $1.90 on times 2 on the next 2 trades. So I'm up 500 for the day. I got it right today. Nate's going to get it right one of these days. I took it out. He's got to use proper format. Or we have to give him a spanking. Okay, yeah, CPI Tuesday, interest rate on Wednesday. Good. So, yeah, definitely I would do probably a straddle on Monday or some sort of vertical spread, if you know what you're doing. Tebow, how did you do? What's that? Oh, that's the next week's major economic. Good. Thank you. We should save that. In fact, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to save the image. Let's see. Save the image to desktop. And then what I want to do, let's get rid of it here. Get rid of that. Stop. Then I'm going to go into my alerts section for you guys, and I'll put it in the alerts. All right? Next time, just put it in the alerts section. All right? So it'll be in there. Boom, boom, boom. There you go. It's in the alerts. So if anybody doesn't want to copy it, just wants to be able to remember and see it, it's in alerts. All right? Thank you, Tebow. Now you all understand the theta decay. Even though we're in today's contracts, it doesn't matter about theta decay. What matters is whatever contract you're in at the time, that the theta is close to 2 times what what the delta is. Does that make sense, guys? Down $4 today, absolutely crushing it today. Down $4. Down $4 today, absolutely crushing it today. Wait a second. You're down $4? I mean, like real $4? Just $4? It's not bad. Fire. What do you think will happen next week? Run up on unsustainable. Wow. It's hard to say. Number one, do I trust what they tell me with the numbers? That's number one. And I think if I can't trust them, I think that they want to make us believe that things aren't as bad as they really are. Look at the pullback on the SPY, folks. What did I tell you? It's going to hit that. I raised up the resistance, a little bit, 15 cents, which wasn't necessary. And look what happened. And it pulled into that quadrant here, which shows me we're not holding, but we're still got the support, okay? So where are we really at? 396.50, and this one's 390. We're still at 396.50. This is 66. I want to leave it where it's at. Let's see. We've already crossed this line here. I'm going to take this away. But you understand, we're still. If you look here and look straight across to here, what are we doing? We're still creating lower lows, which means we're still coming down. Okay? And as far as this changes slightly, but we're still in a slight upward there. Take that away, but if I did it, I do it from here to there. It's not that much, but I think the important part here is we're creating lower lows, and as long as we do that, it could spike all of a sudden and then come back down, or it could just drop. I don't know what's going to happen next week. I don't know. The CPI could be slightly higher for this time of the year, and as far as the interest rates, I think that for the Feds it was interest, right? Was interest on Wednesday? Let me see. What does it say? Wednesday, Fed's rate announcement. Yeah, funds rate announcement. Right. I think it would be reckless for him and very shaky for him to announce 7.75. If he does, that puts us in an immediate. That puts us right there. We're deep in shit in a recession. But on the other hand, even if he makes it 0.5, and look at, what did I just say to you guys? I said to you, this thing, after it dropped down, look here. I said, but don't be surprised if it just spikes up really quick. Look at that. That's exactly what it did. When it hits the resistance, folks, it might pop a little above it. Might be a really good put. I don't know if that's going to go much further. You'd have to count up the shares coming down. So you got here 50, 90, figured 100. 160, 60, 220 right there. And then here you got 30 and 50 is 80, very small. Just above 13, it's going to come back down. It's got to come down. These are really good. I don't know if anybody, these are peanut bars. They're by KIN breakfast bars with peanut butter. They're so good. But they fall apart when they're fresh. Yummy. Yummy. Okay. Drop the piece. The Bulls are winning right now, but not by much. I don't see it that it's that strong. There's not that much of a... They're winning on Tesla. They're winning on the SPY, but not by much. It's really starting to come back down. It really... It keeps trying and trying, but... You know, don't count it over till it's over. That I do know. And it is Friday. So, TiVo, you're down for the day? I mean, like, literally, there's $4. Does that include all the contracts you did? Or are you down today? Like, great. If it comes in 0.5, that the market could fly next week. I agree. If it comes, and that's why I don't think he wants to make it 0.75. Because even though we may need that, I don't think he wants to do it. It's just going to shake everything up. And not in a good way, not a positive way. He's got to make us think that the economy is holding, and that's what it'll take to stabilize it at this point. And, you know, do you believe that? I don't. What's going to change with the administration? Nothing. So it's going to get worse. Oil's going to get worse. Supply and demand's going to get worse. Okay? Up 200, down 400, back to even. Oh, I got you. I got you. Okay. I was down 1,400 right off the bat today. And then my next two trades, I made $100.90 each one on the nose. So I'm up 500 for the day. Man, these things are so fresh, they're falling apart. I don't know where that one dropped. If I had a dog, he'd eat it. My cat won't touch it. Maybe I could. I don't either. 0.50. So, do the straddle on Monday. The good thing is, will you have enough time? If they announce it at 8:30 in the morning, you can't get out of the contract till 9:30. Question is, how much of a beating will you take one way opposed to the other? And by the time, you know, so I don't know. You got to figure that out on Monday. You got to feel it out on Monday. For me, it's a real gambling point, and I don't know if I want to go there. Sometimes it's just better to wait. And like this morning, you know what? Things started to drop a little, and then it took off. And I waited. Actually, I got in wrong because I waited, and it still got me. Because I got in at $14.90 on a $39.50 contract. So $14.90. Well, I didn't get out to $12.10. I got hurt. And then it dropped to $9.70 a few times. Boy, each time it dropped down, I got back in. Dropped to $11.80, I got back in. I waited. It went to 9 something. I should have jumped it. I could have been up. Today was a day you could have made a lot of money. I mean, a lot of money. If your timing was just right today, I mean, I got 2 out of 3 right. That first one killed me. Woo! Tom is 47. Is that an English muffin? Tom is 47. What was the number for that? Let's see. I thought they had a number. Thomas. No, I guess not. English muffins. All right, let's get out of that. Let's get out of that. And get out of the decay. Just shouting out to 43 people over there in YouTube. If you like what you're hearing, don't forget to give me a thumbs up, and I see a lot of you have. Thank you. You know, if you ask questions on the board, I do browse over there and look at it. So the board is on if anybody wants to chat in there. And if most of you are in Tradecaster, I have a question. Is it quicker? Do you hear me faster in YouTube than you do through Tradecaster? Is there really that much of a difference? SPY come back to 394.50. Yeah, I think it will. I think we're going to come down. I do. I told you each time it went up, I said, do a put, do a put, do a put. I've been right. I think that eventually what's going to happen, maybe around 2 o'clock, we're going to drop below this, maybe sooner. I can see us going below this VWAP. When we do that, it's going to drop fast. And then we can look at it this way. How far will it drop? How far will it drop? Well, it's got a long distance to go. If you put it right here, that's your bottom of the day, is 394.15. And if you go to here, you got 394.80, which is like 395. I could see us going right below to about here, maybe. I don't know. 394.50 could be a little low, but you don't know. I mean, we started in pre-market at 392.75, but that was a big drop. Look at that. That thing went $6. I watched that this morning. Going, I just can't freaking believe it. Why don't I get so lucky to just do a put and the freaking thing does that to me? You know. Can you imagine how that would have made your day? Because $6, 500 shares, a quick $3,000. I call it a day and say, let's go. I even have my car today. My wife got picked up. I have my car. I may end early today. I don't know. I want to end early, but I want to go for a ride. Just go, feel the air, open my top. You know, I got a sunroof. Brand new car. Let's see. What do I got? My Kia Lamborghini. Kia Lamborghini? Yeah, the K5. I don't care about cars that way. I don't think cars are a great investment. Maybe the oldies. Wow, went from 69 to 82 degrees. It's hot. It's getting warm out there. Wow. Slow down a little here. You can see, you know, we're still holding our support and resistance. Okay, let's pull this down. Come on, I don't want to move. Let's go here, pull this down here. We're still in the 5 minutes too. Let's go to about 3 minutes. That's not bad. We're getting a little lower. Let's see, 396.40. 396.40. Let's do that here. I don't have to. Let's see. I'll bring it down a little bit. 396.40. You'll see it move. Boom. Okay. 396.40. And what do we got up here? 390. Okay. Let's do it here. And this one here, we're going to make an even 397.40. 397. Bring it down a little bit. All right. So we only have about a 60 cent in the channel there. New to your lobby. Boom. Welcome. Do you just trade the SPY and its options, or are you playing SPX options? I actually watch the SPY, but I trade SPX. In fact, if you want to look this morning, Boone, I didn't have, let's see, I think this is it. This is what I traded this morning. Boone, you look familiar. You ever been here under a different name? You look very familiar. That's what I traded this morning. So I only traded, as you can see, SPX. I got killed on the first one. I lost 1,400. And then I won the next two. I won 900 apiece. So I ended up 500 ahead today. So, but I showed the chart for SPY is exactly the same. But you and I both know that. I mean, if you're asking that, you know, SPX is going to pay you 5 to 7 times what the SPY is going to per contract. So, in the right contract. Right now, the contracts I'm looking at, I'll put it down. I usually put them on the board. Contracts I'm watching, okay? Contracts watching. I'm still on today, December 9th. All contracts, I'm still on December 9th. Because the price is cheaper, and I look for contracts where the delta is about half of what the theta is. Okay, if you do that, it doesn't have to be exact, but if it's close to it or more, then you're always good with a high paying. My calls, I'm looking right now, 39.70 on the call. I'm sorry, that's the put. That's the put. The call is 75, and the put, I'm looking at 39.70. On the SPY, I'm looking at 397. I haven't changed it yet. 397. I have to check them. They're all on today's date. Also, the put, 397. And then on Tesla, for those that watch Tesla, I, without even looking, I have to say that I would do call. Tesla would be today also. Call would be 180, and the put would be 181. Now, as long as those contracts, I have to go check them real quick. Let me go check, because they do change, and when they change, I always look for the theta. All right, so 181. There is no 181, so it has to be 182.50 on the put. And let me just check that. 182.50 is actually the theta is half. That would be no good. So 180 would be the right contract. There, the delta is still 70. I'm sorry, 76. The delta on the 180 is 40, but the theta is 78, so it's almost twice. That's what you want. The 182.50, it's 75 on the delta, but it's 39 on the theta. You don't want to do that. Now, on the other way on the call, what did I say? Also 180, and the 180 is 74 on the theta and 61, so it's still more. You could do the other contract too, the 182.50, which is 25. It's a little low on the delta, and 38. So I like the higher deltas. I mean, it's a higher risk if you lose, but it's a greater reward if you win. Okay? And there it is on the board. December 9th, still on them. Oh, the first one was supposed to say, hold on, I forgot something. Let me just redo one thing. All right? Give me 1 second. View, and what do I got? All right, watching December 9th, and that was SPX. There you go. That's how I do it. All right? That's how I swing. So I try to be just out of the money if possible, but I'm not opposed to being in the money. If you can afford it and you have a big enough account, then why not? You know? Because you're here to make money, and if you really have confidence in what you're doing, then let's go for the money, right? So I don't mind going for the money. What I do here is I put in for the board, as you can see, since you haven't been here before, resistance and support. If that's my support, I try to keep it at about $1. Right now, this is at $396.40, and this is at $397, so it's only 60 cents. But for a lot of the new people in here, I want them not to be able to start jumping in and trying to trade in the middle. If you are going to trade in the middle and you feel confident enough to do that, then you should put a 5% approximately on the contract price of a stop loss. All right. So right now you were in the SPX and you stop, and right now the SPX is at $4 on one contract and 9 on the other. So 9 times 5 is about 45 cents on one at 5%, and the other one is about 16 cents. 5 times 4 is about 20 cents. So you might want to bring the put down a little bit. That's how I do it for them, for newbies. And as far as, I'll show you, like if I'm looking at, if I go back to the reason I don't do this SPX, I don't draw lines in it, because it's identical in chart. It's just the numbers are different. Okay, and though it's changed a little since I probably did the contracts, 39.77. I'm at 70 on the put. It could be higher, 39.77. I'm going to go back and take a quick look at that for a second. 39.77. Let's see if I would change it, but I'm going to keep the SPY on here for those that are watching. Then I'll do Tesla. If I go back to SPX, all right, let me just see. SPX, and give me 1 second. SPX. And if I wanted to do it, I could do it for the board too. So let's say I can come down here and do this. And then you have the SPX. So if you look at it's 30, this says 39.64. 39.64. Oh, I still have the SPY in there. Okay. I thought it said 30. The last was 39.64. So right here, the put would put you in the money. and that would be fine. 39.65. I would change that contract to 39.65. All right. So on the SPX on the put, I'd make it 39.65. That'll put you right in the money. All right, or right at the money, and you got a 50 on the delta and over 6 something on the theta is fine. That's on today's contract. If you're doing a call, if you're 30, what did I say? 30. It says 39.63 last. So 39.60 puts you in the money, but here you got 58 and the theta. That's good too. So 39.60 and 39.60 on the call. That'll put you right in the money. So 39.60. So there's just a redo on that for SPX. If you want to be in the money and make the money, okay, because you can see the delta is very high. If that thing moves and it doesn't go sideways, it's going to go up very quickly. So if the SPY goes up $1, that contract could go up about $5 or $6 on every $1 on the SPY. Does that make sense, everybody? Anybody have any questions? And thanks for stopping by. Let's see, what do I got? Yeah. Anybody got any questions? Please put them on the board. Anybody who's watching in YouTube, same thing. Just, I'll take a look and go by and say hi. We got 38 people watching in there. Anthony, how do you make money on your tokens? Will you? Online dictionary. I'm not sure what he's talking about. Tokens. What tokens? Are you talking to me? Tokens. I don't know what tokens are. Is that crypto or something? I don't do crypto. Online. All right, let me look at online. I don't know what that is. Online dictionary. Is that like encyclopedia? Oh, it's a slang dictionary. Enter a word. I don't have time for that right now. Okay. Anybody has a real question? So you're playing Delta up over 50. I try to, but the important thing is I also am watching my theta to make sure. I've posted something in my alert section. I even posted it before. It's a suggestion. Let me see if I can find it again. I put it in here earlier. All right, let me just go back in my alert section. I found this online, and it says that what does the delta 5 mean? What is the delta and the theta ratio? Here we go. All right. Basically, for a non-directional trading capital decay, 5 delta theta, delta 50% or less of your theta. Right. Okay. So what this says here, Boone, all right, this is so you can. It says that what a good delta to theta ratio says you should be about 50% or more. So if the delta is at 50, then you would try to get your theta at 100 or better. Anything higher is fine. I know these contracts will be worthless at the end of the day, but as long as I keep my eye on them every 15, 20 minutes, every time I do a trade, I'll look at the next contract to be sure it's still good, because they do change. I could go back to that same contract, and the theta could change dramatically. You know, usually what that number means is how much it changes that in that day. Okay, so, but I don't make that as important as I do the fact, boy, oh boy, right now, folks, if anybody's on Tesla is dropping big time. Would have been a great. It's almost down to the VWAP. So right now you got about 179.50 as a support on Tesla, and your, let's say 172.50. Let's say right now, let's just make it 180.50 for your resistance and keep it at $1. Okay, and that looks pretty good, almost right. Let me bring this up and I'll show you. So just real quick, let's go take a quick, and this is dropping too. So you see we're under the VWAP now. That brings us down to about 396, okay, on your support. And that's 396, there's your dollar channel at 397. And here we got Tesla. You can see Tesla now, all right. Let's just spread this apart a little, and let's bring, hold on, I gotta change this real quick. There, and let's bring this down. Okay, so right now you can see we're right by the VWAP. That's probably going to be your support line after, but right now you're at about 179.50. You're probably closer to 179.75. That was just a tip, but I'm going to leave it there, $1 to 180.50, and give you a dollar channel. Right now we're at the bottom of this channel. All right, we're still at 70. I left it at 50 because I think it's going to drop. It may and it may not. I mean, nobody knows. But be careful of fake out breakouts. There's a lot of people who are probably shorting Tesla who are going to get out of those shorts if they think, if they think it's going to continue going down, they're not going to get out yet. It will drop lower. And there it is. Just like I said. And that's why I do this, and that's why, and we're still dropping. We're probably going to drop below the VWAP. Probably look at a lower target of 179 right now. So if we were going to do that, we can just do this. Okay? Go here and go about 179 right there. So what I do is I take this, I'll do that, and I'll say this is my lower target. TARGET, right? I'll let people see what I'm talking about. I'll change my lines, and it's green because it's another support level. And right there, you see that lower target? That's where we could be headed. And so if we break through and we get under the VWAP, it's going to get weak. This thing could drop even lower. We could end up at 178.50. Somebody say that earlier? It may have been right. Okay? But let's just see right now. Because we're getting weaker and weaker. And you can see what's happening. And right now, if we look at our day, if we look in FinViz, right, we remember we were very low positive before, but now we're $60, $70 in the hole. The only thing that's plus right now is the NASDAQ. The S&Ps are down. Okay, and let's just go back and watch the SPY. I just wanted to put that out there for you and lower this. Okay, so we're going to say the next step down on this, we're going to just put this down to about 75. We're at 85 right now. Let's see where that came up. That might be fine. I'll just leave it at 80. All right, I'll leave it in the middle, right there. Let's see what happens. So we're getting a little, the bears are taking over. Because right now we're below the VWAP, so that puts us in a bearish position. And as long as we're under the 13 and the VWAP, we're going to drop. Any questions? Anybody agree? Disagree? You can disagree with me. I'm not, I don't, I'm all for people's opinions. Because you know what? There's a lot of better traders in here than I am. Okay, what am I looking at? He's gone. All right, let me do this. I'm just putting a little message in a bottle in AK's room. There we go. He's probably got a lesson. He does calendar lessons, which I'll be doing after January. Right now, I've been doing it for free, helping people who need help. But after January, I will be charging by the hour for any help that I give out. I've been giving it away for about 2.5 years for nothing. So it's my turn. So here we are. Still looking at the SPY. It's getting weaker. Okay, it's pulling down. I wouldn't be fighting the position. It's dropping, and a lot of times what we look for in I'm trying to get this thing to move a little. What we look for, and we're at 3 minutes right now. We can go to a 5 minute, but if we go even here on a 5 minute, you see we're still going down. It's good to trade on a 5 minute. On a 1 hour, you can see we're still going down. We went up, and now we're coming down. We could come down quite a bit. We can come down to as low as 394.50, somewhere in that area. 394.20, 394.50. 394.75. I think we're still going to come down. Even on a 10 minute, we're still coming down. And we're still weak. All right, right now the bears have taken over. I'm going to leave it on the 5 minute. And we're starting to break through support again. Which next step is, the 50, 395.50. Losing my voice. Time for a cough drop. It's the coffee. I got to switch to decaf tea or something. Anybody in any contract? Boone, you still here? Oh, good. I see you're writing something. What are you in today? What kind of contracts did you trade, and how many contracts did you take? Curiosity. And if you're going to get into something, let people know here. More confidence for people, more people that take the same position that traders will take only helps your position. What's the red and white arrows? Good question. That is, you see this here? This is the Squeeze Pro. If you have Thinkorswim, you can go up here and you can type in here and put in TTM. And for free, you can get the scalper alert and the squeeze, okay? What I have is the Pro, all right? So right now, you can get the TTM squeeze written by John Carter. It's about a $700 program. The arrows give you direction of different things. So it's just going down, going down, going down. These show strength. So there's different things that you can... I don't know if I listed it in my alert section. Let me just see if it's in there. I put a lot of things in the alert. May not have. Okay, but for the there's a lot of info. If you have Thinkorswim, you can add that for free. This to me is like the MACD on steroids. Okay, much better. And as far as I don't put RSI in here because I keep that on my watch list, and this automatically puts it on my daily. In Thinkorswim, if you put RSI in here, then you would have to change to your daily for it to be correct. Okay. Bought puts this morning and had my ass handed to me. Well, let's see. What did I do? I did all puts this morning. I went in at 9:35 and had my ass handed to me, just like you. And let me just see something real quick. Yeah, I had my ass handed to me on the first one. I lost $1,400 right off the bat. Boom. I waited too long. I could have cut my losses at about 3-something, and I should have. I jumped in twice more. I jumped back in at 9:38, and I got into a 39.50 put at 11.80 and got out at 13.70. I was in it for 4 minutes. 4 minutes? 3 minutes. 3 minutes. 3 minutes and 4 seconds. And then I got in again at 10 o'clock. And usually at 10:16, that's usually when everything goes up. Well, it went down. I did a put then too. I got in at 9.70 and got out at 11.60, made another 900. So I'm up 500 for the day. Not a bad day. Not a good day, but not a bad day. 39.20s. Yeah, I think you're too far out of the money is right. From now on, it doesn't matter if you're out of the money, but just make sure, you're going to learn something from this, make sure your theta is at least 2 times or more higher than your delta. If it's not, you're too far out. I don't know what the 39.20 would look like now. It might be different. I got it open. I don't even go that far. I only go 14 strikes. So I got to go to 8 all strikes to even see it. Actually, I'll go to 18. That should give it to me. I never go that far. Hold on. I got to change that. Come on. I can't even get in. Uh-oh. What happened here? You were on today's contract, right? Which would have been the 9th. Let's see. Let's put 18 in there. 18 strikes. There's my 39.20. See, that you have a 35. You went so cheap, but your theta is equal. 30 cents, 35 cents. So you were so cheap on that contract that even when it moved, you had also... You get scared. You have a 5-cent spread. Now, mine had about a 40 cent spread. And look at all the money I made. Because I don't let a big spread on a SPX scare me. 40, 50 cents, 40 cents, 30 cents, I can handle that. So you go for those cheap spreads and that low delta. When that stock moves $1, yours is moving 25 cents or 30 cents. It's not moving as much and dropping too fast. So you're too far out of the money. I don't know who told you. I don't know if you listen to the Don. He does that a lot. But he's also doing other contracts on the side for a company he works for making big money. You're not going to ever make big money doing that. But when you get your ass kicked like this morning, you may not lose as much either. So remember, the larger the delta, higher the delta, in either direction, the higher the risk, the higher the reward. Okay? No risk, no reward. I like risk and reward a lot. Risk, that's why, ask any time. That's why we're here. And I have a lot of people in here. If I say something wrong, which is unusual, because I usually won't say something unless I know it to be a fact, but there's a lot about options I still don't know, and a lot I'm learning. As I learn it, I give it to you. I actually took the options class back in 1987 to become a options broker. So, but I'm only actually doing options now a little less than since March. But I gotten good at it. I'm good reading it and good at teaching it. I put it out there in a way that people can understand it. That's what I've been told anyway. All right, we got a little bit of reversal here coming, not only on the SPY, but it's really funny, but I'm going to show you something. I had drawn, I'm going to go show you Tesla real quick. I went and I put a lower target in Tesla, if you remember. I said I'm going to put it, and you see, here's my target, was 179, and you see where I got to? Right there, 179.24. Now, I had no way of knowing. That was looking from past where I thought it might go. And I got really close. And you can see now it's starting to come back. All right. So if we look at this, let's say, I got to get this just right. I can see my TOS is starting to slow down. So really, I'm going to activate this again. I'm going to bring this down to about 25, right? So let's take this and make it 179.25 on Tesla. I'm going to get rid of, I can leave that here, but I'll make it a little lower just to get it out of the way. Now, if I do that, let's make it 178.50, just to bring it down a little lower. I'm not saying that that's it, but it could be. But for right now, I don't want it right on top of my VWAP. And if this is 179.25, then this is going to be 180.25, and that's going to give us our $1, okay, channel. And that's where I think it might go to. If it passes this resistance, then we're going to look at it to go here. This would be my target. It would be about $1.8060 to $1.8075. Okay, if we can get up there, if we can get over the support, which is at 180.25, it'll go for the 13-day. All right. So that's for the people who might be still watching Tesla. You can make good money on Tesla, no question about it. Great stock to trade. All right, and right here we still got our support at 395, say 80. I really like to just move it to 396, but I'm going to leave it alone. 396, and we got 397. So even here, if I'm, you know what's going to happen. If I do that, watch this, it's going to go up or come down. I mean, 396, let's say. That's where we are right now. Okay, this is where we're at. We got to get back into that channel for it to go up. But remember, we've got the VWAP right here, so we're still a little bullish. We're still a little bearish, and there's a 13. And remember, we got the cloud. Is the cloud in here? There's a cloud. That cloud is a you can see it at the tip there. That's a 9 to 21, and that can be changed for people who want that. I give the Think script out for free. You can always take your 9 and 21. Some people like to make this 8 and 20. Some like it 5 and 15. You can do that and make it any color you want. All right? Just letting you know. And there's your Shad Pro. You could have the TTM squeeze and the scalper alert, which is up here. I have the Pro. The Pro will put different colors and shows you a different way of where it's going, how it's going to move. And it's really, really good. All right, so there's your 5 minutes. I don't want to be 10. You can still see we got a little bit of reversal. Let's leave it on a 3 minute for right now. 3 minutes shows we're below it at 3. You see this? How could that be? 395.60. Let's see this real quick. Here, 395, 396. So we dropped a little. I'm going to drop this down. And I'm going to make it 395.75. I'm going to lower the support a little bit. There you go. And then we bring it back. This on the 5 minute. It should be the same on the one. Still lower. See that? 395.50. That really came down. Didn't see that. 395.50. Well, on the one. I think we're going to drop below it. Let's just put it down to the 395.50. From the 75. That'll give us our low point right there. It's closer to 60. I should have left there before, but you see what's happening? So right there at 390, let's see, where are we at? Oh, it's not, we don't have that there. So this is going to come down. Our resistance now is going to be about 396. It's going to be right above the VWAP, right there. So let's put that at 25. I just hate to put it right on top of the VWAP. but that's about where it's at. You see it? There's your resistance. Your VWAP is your resistance. Okay? So you can see what's happening now. We are coming back down. So if you went and you drew your trend lines, and let's take the last, here's a high point from an hour ago. That's at 1240. This is 120. It's not even an hour ago. And you can see right there. There's another high tip point right there. And you can see we're in a descending triangle. And what I'll do is I'm going to remove the left extension to show you from where I took my extension from. So even if we use the support as a parallel, you can see we're descending triangle. Now we want to see what's going to happen. It's going to come in tighter and tighter and tighter. If it continues to go down until we have a squeeze, then the question is which direction? It has to break 395.50 to go lower. Yes, I agree. That's right here. Where am I at? 395.50. We break below that, it's all downhill. But we have been going down and down. We are building since up here. We're building lower lows, lower lows, lower lows. We'll see what happens now. Once we get to this line, we crack that support, it's all downhill. We'll be headed as a lower target later is 394.50. Did somebody might have said that earlier? I'm not sure. Options are a bit confusing, but good to learn. Appreciate you teaching this, Levin. Let me tell you, Levin. There was a time, and I took this class years ago, that I was intimidated and I didn't want to think about it or do it. Now I don't want to do anything else. The truth is, you have 100-to-1 leverage. If you can learn to do and become option scalper, all you need to worry about is going long on puts and long on calls. Okay, puts is you're still betting like a short that will go down, but you always want your contract price to go up. So if right now I was doing a put, okay, and let's say I was doing the SPY, all right, then I would go to my blue. Watch, see, there's the SPY. There's my December put, all right? Well, this looks like it's going up because it is. If I had bought this put right here at, let's say, at 12:58 today, that was what? About 25 minutes ago. I would have bought it at 95 cents. I would already be up 50 cents. And if I had 5 contracts, that's 500 shares, I would have just made $250 plus my money back. Okay? And that's how you make money, as long as it's going up. But if I sold it here at 176, I would have made 75. And what did I say? I got in at what price? 80 cents? So I would have made, it was a little more. I got in about 75, 86, right. I would have made 75, about 90 cents on 500. I would have made $450. So I would have scalped it from here until I saw a reversal here. And then I would have got out. So you're scalping the same way. The only thing I don't like is this line. So what I do is I go in here and I go to, is that it? Theoretical option and take away the plot. Okay? There should be another one in here. It's not. That's good. Apply it and that line is gone. All right? So you can see I got my VWAP, which is the same right now. Well, I don't keep what do you call it in here. I don't put plot lines, but that's the actual contract. And you can see it's going up, and as it goes up, even though this is a put says that the price of the stock is going down, and it is. As the stock goes down, the option price will go up. Okay, and with that, I'm going to go back to my red. Let's see if I go to red, it should put me on the SPY. Boom. See, I know my colors. I color code everything. Will you try and play the squeeze? I can't. Will I try and play the squeeze? Well, I'm not trading anymore today, but you can. But if you know, don't chase it now. You would have done it. You would have bought it right here. You would have bought it at 396 when it started. When it hit a high and it started to retrace, even the second one right here, you could have taken the from 396.04 down to right now. So you would have been down what, about 50, 60 cents. 50, 60 cents on that contract price would have been nice money. It's still dropping. There's your drop below. This is a good put. You should be in it. You should all be in it. I'm just going to keep what I got for the day because when I'm doing what I'm doing, you know, and you won't see it anyway because it won't be here. It'll be down here on another chart. I can't do it while I'm telling you. Plus, there's a delay, so I'm not going to say get in now when you're going to hear it 8 seconds later. You're going to have to kind of look and remember that I always say whenever you hit a new high, that's when you want to do your put. If you hit a low and you hold support and you think it's going to come back up, don't wait till it's here. Buy it down here to go up. But I'm not doing calls. I'd rather do a put. I think it's easier to predict the resistance point than it is to predict the support. Close below 390. Yeah, definitely. If you were in it, were you in it, Thomas? Did you get into this interactive broker? The chart switches to the options chart when trading options. Can you use a chart? Not that chart. Let me explain something to you. If I was going to use a chart right now, okay, what I'd be doing is, give me 1 second. Here we go. I would have to use, just give me a second. I'm going to put it together, and then I'm not trading today. I appreciate the fact you want to see me do it, but I'm going to keep my money today. Detach. Okay. What I will be using is this chart here. Ready? Okay. There you go. So here's my 4-in-1. I've got the charts like I showed you, like this below, but now this is in the option. So what I can do is I can take this and go to my put. There's my SPY put, all right? There's the contract price, all right? So I can do this. I can even these out, make it look pretty. You know, I got to get rid of those lines, so I would go in here. Let's say I can't stand this option interest. You got to go in here to get rid of the plots. They keep coming back every time you do a new option. I keep these charts very, very, okay, so it's gone. And then in here, this is my active trader. I could do 1. I always defaults to 1. Usually I do 5, okay? In here, I have my stop losses. If I want to do a stop loss, I can do percentages and make this like -5. If it went down 5%, lower than the contract price for this, I might go 10 because it's so cheap. So it would be 15 cents. At 15 cents, I would be out of the contract. So if this went down from 150, let's say, to 130, 135, I would be out. Wherever I get in, as you want, buy at 150, 135, I'm out. I would lose 15 cents times 500 shares, 5 contracts, would be $75, would be my loss. That's how you do your stop loss, all right? So the stop loss is in there, all right? And if I did it, it might show up in here. Here, I've got my 5 minutes on the SPY, and here, I've got my 1 minute. Okay, so I can watch it, what it's doing at the moment, and I should be able to. I got to change that even here. I can do that. Those are the lines I put in before. I don't know why. That's on the SPY. Those are the lines I have. I don't want to take those out. And here's your 5 minutes. All right, they're right. And I could trade from here, so I could buy market or buy the ask, sell the bid. This would be a limit order. That's what I would do. And right now these contracts are running. Oh, that's a different contract. It would have to be the same. It would have to be the blue one. So this contract, if I bought 5, let's see if it changed anything. No. Oh, yeah, 10%. Fine. So right now I'd still be in, right? If I was in it, if I bought it right now, I'd be in at about 150. Let's see what happens. You know, whether I'd win or lose. Right now it doesn't seem to be moving. And I got to change my Tesla on the bottom so I can see the actual big SPY. Because I'm old. Here we go. But I don't know if I would have bought, right, let's see. I don't know if I would have bought there, 395. I would have bought, yeah, well, this is a put. It might pull back. Well, it's going back up. I don't know if I'd stay in. I might get out at 145 on the sell. Let's see what happens. It's still holding. It's still holding at this moment. The price, it's like it's not doing anything. It's amazing. And if I bought 5 contracts right now, I bet you the price of the stock would actually go up. And they try to grab my money. But it's a 395p. 397. I have a 397. That just means right there, look, if I've got a 397, watch. Here's my SPY. Let's go to SPY. Ready? And I got a 397p is for put. Right there. I've got a 74. But see, I don't like this contract anymore. I would change it. So like this is 55, this is higher. I'd go to 396. All right? If I go to 396 or 395, this is what I do. Watch this. All I've got to do is go in here. Watch what I do. And I'm going to go in there and I change that. Let's make it a 5. All right? And enter. And then it changed this one too. So now I just changed my contract. All I did was change one number. And if I want, watch this. This is pretty cool. If I delete that 5, look at all the contracts come down. Now I can see which one I want. But it doesn't tell me the theta and the delta. But I picked the 395. If these two are matched together, then it'll change it here. And it changes it in my other one on here. Which it did. No, it didn't. Didn't change on this one. I'm not buying it here anyway. But this one here, I can go back to my all product, active trader. It did change it here to 395, my other contract, which is good. Okay? So it's that simple. I could trade it right now if I wanted to. But you see what's happening right now? I told you the stock was going to go up. So right now, while this is going up, and I'm not clicked on anything, so it's not going to go off. You'd have to have, where is that? Oh, it's not even in here. Oh yeah, auto send is off. All right. So it's not going to work here anyway. And what about here? If I traded here, you'd be able to see it. But if I go back to my stock, you see it's going up. When it hits resistance here, now my stock is at 34 cents. I can see it below. I have the same thing below. So I have 396.07. I think this is resistance. Bam! I would buy it here at 35 cents. All right? This is where I would buy it, not where it was before, because we were in the middle of the contract. I'm going to take this away right now. We don't need this anymore. All right? Let's just take this. We know we're on a declining. I don't need that to see it. But you see all the resistance here? And I'm on a 1 minute purposely, because I know the 5 minutes is going to show me up. You see? I know what it's going to say. But if I show 1 minute, then I can see how much resistance there is on 1 minute. That's once. It didn't hit once. It didn't hit twice. It didn't hit 3 times. So what's going to happen? It's probably going to come back down. Maybe. Maybe. And let's go back into the FinViz for a second. And it says that the market is down $58. Now it's down $62. So the market is dropping. It's going to come back down. It may go up a little bit before it comes down, but let's just see if that's the case. Also, look at this in here. Right here, that's 23,000. That's 78,000. That's 140. That's above average. That's 50. All below average. Most of them are below average. There's a few above. So right now, it's being manipulated. That's okay. But right now, I'm waiting to see if it's going to pop above. I want to see if it's going to hit that 396.25. And where am I at? Should be right there. 396.25. See my resistance? That's what I put in there from before, and there it is. That's why I'm not in that contract yet. I want to see what it's going to do. Do you know if I can put a bracket in options? Yes, you can. We can do it the same way I do it, but I'm not 100% how to do it. I mean, it's done the same way. You make your brackets the same way, but you should be watching the stock at the same time. Leave your brackets on the stock and leave as much off the options page as possible, other than I have here. If you look back to my options page, watch. Just watch this. And I know people use different charts for options, and that's fine. I'm not this here. Okay, you can buy from the active trader, but you see in here, I have the upper VWAP, lower VWAP, VWAP. That's it. Let's make this a little bigger so you can see it. This is such a small monitor. I try to make it smaller, and it got bigger. It's not really good. But right here, all right. Let's see, and let's see if I can break this open a little bit more so I can move it over. Show orders. I don't want the orders in there. Show studies. Time axis is bars to the right. Let's see if I can make this go 5 bars to the right. Let's apply that. Okay. It should get me. There you go. See, I'm 5 bars over. I want to be able to see the end. And as long as I got this as this, then I can push this up a little bit. I should be able. First, I may have to do this first, and then I can push it up. Okay? So, all I have is a lower VWAP and an upper VWAP. And the VWAP and my 13. That's it. All right. I do not have anything else in here. I don't want those brackets. I can watch my brackets right here, right below this chart. Those are my brackets. There's my. If I put this on there, watch what happens. This I need to change this to this. If I do that, bring this a little tighter, then watch. This tells me that at 395.50, and this tells me 396.25. There's my resistance. There's my support. I can bring my support up a little if I want. It can be as high as 390. What am I on? 50. I could probably make it 75 and make it a little tighter. Okay. So to do that, I just go in here, take the 5, and I throw a 7 in front of it. Watch. Just that's it. So here we go. I moved it up a little. There's my thing. But now I'm in the middle. So before, if I was going to get in, I told you want to get in. Ready? I told you get in when you're up here at 35 cents. So right now, it would be up about 7 cents on that contract. 7 cents. And if I had 5 contracts, 500 shares, I'd be up $35. It's not a lot. It's not moving enough right now. That's why I'm not jumping in. Okay? For right now, I'm going to go back and just watch the chart. And I'll just make this a little wider. Okay? I want to find, for those of you that are interested in the Pro, you can get with me and we'll talk about it. Just send me a note on the side. Don't put it on the board. Don't put it on the board. All right? So does this make sense? You can, Thomas, you can put those lines in there, but I wouldn't. I would put them in your chart. You should be watching a chart at the same time you're watching. And if you have a big enough monitor, like if you got a 32-inch monitor, you could have your monitor split into 4 with Tesla, the SPY, Oxy, Ford, whatever, Meta, whatever you want, SPX. You could have those, and then you could put your lines into the stocks. When you go to then you change your board over and you go to the options, I'd have as little as possible on those boards. You don't want to slow them down, especially when you're buying options on those pages. The more you put in TOS pages, that's why you see, I have this is regular tools, but the more you put on your charts in here and in here, like you could load up, you could put RSI below this, you can put volume in here. The more you put in, the more you slow yourself down. And sometimes it comes to a point like you got to take a lunch break and reboot your whole computer just to clear all the cache in it. Unless you can go and clear it. But if you clear your cache in your internet, what happens is it takes out all your passwords that are set. So you really, next time you move out of a page, it could take you out. You don't want to do that. So it's better to go out and come back in. If I can, okay, I already answered that question. Any other questions, concerns? I'm here to answer any questions. And if I don't know the answer and somebody on the board knows an answer, please jump in, okay? I want you to jump in. I want you to become a part of this. We help each other. We're one trader helping another trader. I may be a moderator for, this is my room, but I'm also a moderator for Deck's room. I'm a moderator for Tradecaster. But you know what? I get more help from you guys. And so do most of the traders in here. I'm just one guy who likes to, I don't come in for an hour or 20 minutes and get out and come in and get out and come in. I stay, you know what I mean? I take a break. If I got to go to the bathroom, I'll get up and excuse myself. If I got to go stick some food in my mouth, I'll walk to the kitchen. I'll be back in 2 minutes. You know what? I keep going. I'm like the Energizer Bunny, except my voice. I'm losing my voice. It's the coffee. I got to quit. I know it. Doctor told me quit caffeine. So he said, you need to stop playing guitar because your hand is all swollen. I got to stop eating chocolate, stop caffeine, and I got to stop playing guitar, and I can't jerk off anymore. This is ridiculous. I mean, what else is there left to life? Next thing you'll do is to tell me I can't trade anymore. This is not fair. It really isn't. Look at AMAM. That is still out there. AMAM is up to 339 right now. Anybody make out on that this morning? Oh no, it's back down to 242. I had to refresh the page. But wow, that stock really, there was the day that I used to trade those stocks and I was in that and I loved it and I made so much money. It's like now I haven't traded like one regular stock, and since I did my first option, I don't think I've done a stock at all. I mean, what's the reason? I got 100 to 1 leverage and I can trade stocks that ordinarily I was able to trade $1 million worth of Tesla for $19,700. OBS, I see it now. OBS Studio is back, reconnected. I don't know why it does that, folks. It's nothing to do with me. Nothing to do with me. But it's back. That's a good thing. Customize your grid. When you say customize your grid, you're talking about this stuff in here, like this, or you're talking about this stuff in here, or you're talking about this stuff. When you go into here, and you can customize in here. Let's say here's all your chartings. You go into here, you can do these things in here. I don't need fit predicted ranges. I don't need fit orders or high or lows. Scale price axis to fit highest and lowest prices. I have it set the way I want it. I can go up and below percentages to move my chart up and down. I do that manually, so I don't need to do that. And this here, I have the crosshairs always on cross, because I like when I put it in here, I like to see the crosshairs. It's good. And here, you change this, so instead of there, you can go to here, take it out of trends line, you can move that, and then you can move this and center it. And this way it's easier to see it. This is my platform. There you go. Yeah, and that's excellent. You know what? Because you don't need, a lot of people, they waste. He's got in here, he's got his, let me see something. Let me see if I can do this real quick. Hold on. Let's do this. Let's see if this will work. No, I can't move it. I thought maybe I could move it. I can't. I'd have to receive it as something else. All right, so he's got his large thing. He's got a I love the mess of those crosshairs and everything on there. That's weird. But I understand he's boxing it in to see which in different directions. The only thing is you have a MACD in there. I don't like the MACD as much as I like the squeeze, okay? And the other thing you have is the volume button. I didn't like that. I took mine out. I tried that, and I had this boxed in here in a box, and I just left it open in the background. It was just another thing taking up another line, slowing me down. The more things, these little lines don't slow you down much. It's not those. It's these things in here. The more you put it in here, that slow you down. But he's got all those charts. That excellent. You know what? And it looks like you probably have a small. How big is your monitor, Nate? Is that what, 27 inch? It's good. He's got his active trader on the right side bottom. He's got another chart on the top right. You can buy from in there. So you can buy from in your charts too. People don't know that you can go in the middle of your chart. You can go right click, go down and buy custom or sell custom. You see what it says? One strangle. I can put strangle. I can set up option buys in here. Okay, if I go into an option, right? If I go into the option, let's see, I want to make sure it's off. I just got to make sure everything is off. I don't want to buy something I don't want. Okay, that's off. If I go in here and I change this, let's say I'm in the option. Boom. Okay, blue. Now in my option, I can go here and it says buy custom, and I can go with stop limit. Watch this. It brings it up, so I can have my option already set up. Now, see my option is 39 cents. All I do is unclick this. There's your 39 cents. I click this. Now I want 10%. I don't want to lose more than 10% on 39. So 10%, let's say, is 4 cents. So I take this here, all right? I do this. Watch this. I go 4, and I make this, let's say, 0.35. All right, so if it drops to 35 cents, I'm out. Okay, it's a limit and it's a stop limit. Now I can go in here, all right, and let's say it says 1. I can change this. So if I change this, let's cancel that, and let's say I make this 5 contracts. 2, 3, 4, 5. Same thing for the sell. 5 contracts, right? I'm gonna buy and sell 5. Why did that go to buy? That's not right. Why did it do that? Negative? Maybe let's go negative. There you go. Okay. All right. So I'm going to buy 5 and sell 5. I'm going to buy at 39. I got a stop loss. Now, what I do, now watch when I unclick this. See this? Oh, 10%? That's not right. Let's do it a different way. Let's see if I can change percentage. 0.32. Let's lock it. 10% is 4. It should have held it. Let's see. Maybe it's got to be negative. It's different with the options. Let's see. I think it might be different with the option price. I don't think so. I thought the option price, if it went to, let's say, 35, I want it to hold. All right. And if I unlock it, there's 7 cents. And then I can go here, watch, and I can save this. All right. So I got 77 stop, 5 with a 77 cent stop. 77 cents. All right. Let's cancel that one. Let's go up a little more. Let's go, let's see. If I want to go 10%, is 4 cents. Let's say 37. All right, that's 5 cents right there. Unlock it. That's 9 cents. If I unlock it, I don't get it. It's 39. Hold on. 39, 5. That's 5 cents. All right, there's my 5 cents. So if I take this and I save it, there's a 73. That's what it'll do. It'll be 73 times. It's not holding it. I don't know why it's not working right that way. I'll have to figure it out. It does work. And then you can come in next time and you go in, and the one you save, you could buy custom and it'll be set up with an option. And that's how you do it. And then you're ready on the option price to do it. Okay? You just have to change it up here first. If not, it's whatever you have up here. So if I change this stock and I put Tesla in here, right? And I go right click and I go to buy custom. See, I have them already set up with 500. I have them set up with 100. So if I went in there, it's ready to buy 100, sell 100, and there's my stop loss. You see, 178 to, it's the other way around. I don't know why this didn't save it correctly. So 178.63. Huh. Looks like a short, but it's not. Something's wrong in here. I may have to redo some of those. I know some are right. The one for the 100 was incorrect. But that's how you do it. You set up your stop losses in advance for both options, and then whatever stock or option you change to, you could do it in there and just pull it up. All right? Send me a DM if you need any help. Nate's such a good guy. He helps everybody. Hey, Boone, what state do you live in? Just for curiosity. Setting up stop losses can be really important. If I had done that this morning, I would have lost $375 on that stop loss. Rather, I lost $1,400. Then when I made the other two, I would have been up $1,500 for the day. Instead, I'm only up $500 because I didn't put a stop loss in. Boom, boom, boom. Ooh, send your private DM if you get a chance. Anyway, did you get anything out of that? I know it didn't work out because something is wrong. And by the way, we're at resistance right now. All right, 25. We're going to see if it's going to break through. If it doesn't break, well, that's Tesla. Same thing for the SPY probably. Let's see where the SPY's at. SPY's in the middle there. Okay, so if you look at the SPY, I don't trade the SPY as a stock because it's just too high priced. That's why options makes it feasible to do what we do. But for any small stocks, it's great because you can do, let's see, what's the 180, edit, 25. I'm going to make that 25. I think I'm going to leave it 125, 180.25, and then on support, I've got 179.25 for Tesla. And this one's pulling back. And that's what I said. So when this thing hit before, it got right above. See what it did? It hit resistance, came back. The minute it hit that red, that's when you should have done that. So right now, you could have made from, let's say, 396, right there, 396.23 to about 395. So you could have made about 50 cents easy. And if you look at the contract, same thing. You know, if you look at the contract on the put, you can see here, if I put this up a little and then move this up, you can see when it was down here, you would have bought the contract at 31 cents. You could have nailed it out. See, at 43. But it looks like a lot more than it's really moving. And that's why right now I'm not trading. From here, that would have been, let's see, well, that's up, it's coming down. You would have gone the opposite way. You would have come in down here at 35. You would have got out here about 62. That was where it's at. So it's about 30 cents. It's back to your SPY. But right now, unless, excuse me, boy, oh boy. Right now, you can see, unless it's moving a full dollar, the only place you're going to make money in is on the SPX. All right, there's not enough in it on the SPY within that dollar. But on the SPX, you would, if you looked at an SPX contract. So for me, my SPX would be here. All right. And if I do this, there's, you see SPX 100. So like before, if you got in, let's see, down here, that's close to the time. That's $10.54 to $13. So that was $11.54, $12.54. That would be $2.50 on 500. You just would have made yourself between $1,000 and $1,500 right there. So you can see how much you can really make on SPX opposed to trying to make it on. And that's why I'm doing SPX contracts. You just got to get your timing right, and you can see it in here. Use the SPY. Use this to buy your SPX contracts. That's what I do. You bought here to here, you won't make much money on the SPY contracts. You'd have to have about 8 contracts on the SPY to equal 1 contract on SPX. So imagine you do 5 contracts on SPX. Freaking money is incredible. Right, Nate? You agree? Disagree? Challenge. I welcome all challenges here. Boone, if you can hear me, where are you from? I sent you a private message. I'm in South Florida. What state you in? He's laughing at me. He's got the sound turned off. He's just reading the board. It's okay. I got your number. Tesla's coming back up right now. Tesla just went above. The resistance point slightly to 180.50. Now is the resistance. I'm going to change it on my chart. So 180.50, and that's going to bring the bottom chart to 179.50, which brings you now above the VWAP. 179 if we keep it in that dollar, and it works. What does it take? Two lines, open two little things up just to make two little changes. All I did is it said 25, I took out the 2 and I got the 50. And Tesla's a great stock to make money on. How do you send a message? Look to the right of your name. There's a little smiley and 3 dots. Open up the 3 dots and there says send a message, and I just sent you one. Now look at the bottom of your page. It should be up above where you go to write in chat. It should be above there. It should say active trader. You see it, Tasman? Look below where you write into your message. Right now there should be a box in there that says active trader, because I sent you a message. Same thing for Boone. I sent him a message, but he didn't answer me both on the board, and he didn't answer me in a private message. We're doing good today, man. It's not bad. Hold on one second. Okay. I take pictures sometimes just so I can send examples to people. So what I do is I take them and I send them to my email, and then I post the emails onto here. How do you... Tasman, did you figure it out? Is my volume still working, folks? He did figure it out. Now he's got it. I see he sent me one. Got it. Good. And that's how you send private messages to people. Just keep it clean on the board. All right? What you send in the messages is between you and them. But on the board, we keep it clean. That's all. That's all I ever ask. Yeah, a lot of people don't realize the box just comes up right below, so you just pop it open. But on the right, you can send little things to people. You know, you can put little smileys in there. So I can give you a hands up if I want. I can send you a slice of pizza because I make the best pizza. There you go. So you got a hands up and a hand and a slice of pizza to hold it. What's happening here right now got 45 people in YouTube. Let's see. Hello, I am from India. Well, welcome. Anshul Kathid. I want to know how much time CPI data will be releasing. Let's see if I can't copy it and put it in there. On Tuesday and Wednesday at 8:30 in the morning. So if you're going to buy options and you're going to do a straddle or something like that, you want to buy it on Monday. Don't buy it today. Because if you buy next week's options next week, it'll be cheaper than if you bought it today. Okay? And probably shoot for a Wednesday or Friday's option. Because you may want to hold it. You're going to hold it. You'll buy it on Monday because Tuesday at 8:30 in the morning, the first one comes out. I think that's the CPI, and then or vice versa. And then the next day, the interest rates come out. So it's one or the other. I have it in my... See, if you belong to Tradecaster, you could look inside. Excellent, Tasman. Excellent. Does the 50 stand for your age? Because if it is, you're catching up to me. I just turned 68 2 weeks ago. What's today? 9th? Not even. 29th of November. I celebrated a birthday with you people. And it was so nice. You guys baked me a cake. It was so nice. Did you see my cake? This was my cake. Ready? Hold on. Cancel. Hold on. That was my birthday cake. Wow. I'm catching up to you. That's cool. Excellent. Same here. I got a little COPD. I have sleep apnea. My heart's good. My wife's still good to me. She's my age. She still works. Both 68. Have we ever spoken before? I don't know why. That name. Let me see. I have a lot of numbers. I spoke to a lot of people. T-A-S. Nope, nobody had that name. Osmond Burktos. Who the heck is that? I don't even know. Somebody called me earlier from Florida. These sales calls. You call them back and the number don't even exist. Well, you know what? Eat the right foods. Eat the good vitamins. Keep having sex with your wife or whatever, or husband, whoever. You know, keep active. My biggest problem is I'm in front of this damn monitors. All these monitors like 5 days a week, and I don't get enough exercise. So I need to get out and play. So for those of you that are new to Tradecaster, this is the greatest thing. You know, it's the greatest chat room. I have been a member this January 2nd, next month, will be my 5th year. I have been a moderator now close to over 3 years in Dex Room and doing this with the live stream since the beginning, like November. I started last month. But I really was just fooling around with it then. I really started to get it down around January, February. But now it's second nature to me. You know, I enjoy doing it. I enjoy it. It's nice to be able to look at a chart and be right and know where it's going. And you can see, look at the channel. This thing has been in this channel since 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock? Let's see. 13, 12. We changed channels right here. I love it. We changed channels. We did. We came down from a second channel from down to here at about 1300. Right. That was at 1 o'clock. So from 1 till now, it looks like so much more time. From 1 to 2 o'clock, that's 1 hour right here. We've been in this channel. We dropped below twice. We couldn't get above it. When we came out of it, we had not been able to get above it. So what does that tell you? Unless we see a lot more volume coming in, eventually, we got to pull back. We could be in 394.50 sometime, somewhere around there. Okay, back. Not sure if you called me. I had to get food. No. Did you bring enough? What are we eating? Okay. Anyway, everything slowed down a little bit. Right now we're in the middle of the channel. Tesla's on the top of its channel. SPY's in the middle of its channel. And SPX is always identical to the SPY. I mean, they look the same. They just have a different number at the end. So, like, it was probably 3959, 3960. I don't even know. Let's see if I look at the. Let's see what SPX is. SPX right now is 3960. Just like I said, all you do is just take this 3959 and just round it off to the next number. So it's 3960. Forget the last one. That's all it is. These are tenths. $3,960. That's exactly where the SPX is right now. So 3960, I would do at the money. I would do a call 3960, or I do a put 3960. Okay, that would be. You could be right at the money for both ways. I love fajitas. I love Mexican food. Period. Nothing like good fajitas. Nate, what state were you? I think you told me what state you were in. Let's see if it's in the. Let's see. So you made your own fajitas. Oh, you're in Michigan. Okay. South Florida, we have a taco place here called. Oh my God, what the heck is the name? I think it starts with an F. Let's see. Let's just put the word tacos in and see if it comes up. Fuzzies. That's it. Fuzzies Tacos. I don't know if anybody's ever eaten Fuzzies Tacos, but they're really good. I mean, once you eat a fuzzy taco, you will never touch Taco Bell the rest of your life. And, right, California. Fuzzies is out of Texas, and they came to South Florida. And when I found them, I went, oh my God, they have a brisket of beef with cheese. Tacos? Oh, hard tacos? Oh my God. And they like deep fried. They're so delicious. You only need like 2 or 3 of them. And with fish, I love tacos. Taco Bell is nasty as right. And so are the people that work there. think they have it on the application. Are you nasty? Nastier or the nastiest? No, they're not all that way. I'm just kidding. People are people everywhere. And there we go. There's our pullback again on the SPY, folks. So you see what we've been doing? Look, going up, coming down. Going up, coming down. But this time we held resistance on the 13. Came back up to resistance. Came back down. Came back up. There was a fake out right there. Came up, back to resistance, back down. Now we're not holding. And what did I say to you? We're building lower lows. You see the highs, low, lower. Now we're going lower. And now we're breaking down through. So now our support is 395.50. And we're going to break through that too. So I take out the 7. Just one number. Take it out to 7. Stick it in. There we go. And that's where we were before. So if you look over here, about 395.60. 50, what is it, 52? So, is that 60? I can't see. 52. So, right there. We're right there now. This is our true, right now, our support. And if that's the case, 395.50, that's going to bring this down to, I think it's going to bring us down to 396. Let's see, 395. There you go. Beautiful. Right there. You can see where we were right there. We came down. We came back. There was our resistance right there. When you saw that doji with the higher shadow, that was the put right there. And if you got in at 396, you would have taken this down to about 40 cents. That would have been a scalp right there. Okay? 40 cents. 40 cents on the SPY is about $2 on SPX. Easy. Taco Mama. I love it. We have other taco places. We have Gourmet Taco down here. Unbelievable place. Unbelievable. Not even that expensive either. They used to be in a gas station in the back. They had a little booth there. And now they've opened up, and they opened up like a little pizza shop size. And it's mostly takeout. You can sit outside with some tables. But if they ever did a sit down, this guy knows what he's doing. He really is. He's been watching the food programs, that's for sure. Okay, and there it is. So if you got in that put, like I said, every time there was a new high with that high doji in a red, put. Every time, put. Okay? Anywhere you can look at it, put. This one was just one big one. You wouldn't have seen it. And here, see this? It doesn't mean necessarily it's going down. The reds, the whites do. And then you see the other color? You only get these with the actual, look at this, trying to hold support. Right there. Next step down is 35, then to 25. We're dropping, folks. Let's go to 3 minute. Only so you can see more. Okay. We can drop now down back to about 395, 30, 25. Let's go to 5 minute. 5 minute. Okay. You can see right here. Go back to the beginning of your day. And you're talking about there's 395. So right now, I'm going to say we're holding. We're holding for the second. But if we don't, then we're looking at this right now, 25. See, we're dropping. We're forming. We're not there yet. I'm just putting it there because I think that's where we're going to go. We're still holding 395.50. 395.25, and that was 396, which was a little low. It really should have been 25. Let's do that, and then we have $1 one way or the other. Boom. Okay, and open that up so you can see it. Does this make sense to guys? It doesn't have to be exact. If you push this up a little, but you see what's happening here? We're going to hit that 25 because we're not holding. And I can see it. You ever been to El Camino in Fort Lauderdale? Why does that sound familiar? Their tacos are pretty good. No, I have not. I do eat in La Bamba's Mexican a lot. They're great. Probably the best Mexican food, La Bamba's. El Camino. Is that Deerfield Beach? I think I was there. I don't know if it's Fort Lauderdale. Let me just see something. El Camino. Let's say Mexican. Next. Fort Lauderdale. Oh, that's on. Oh, yes, I have. That's on Las Olas. I didn't know the name. A Mexican restaurant. Yes, very good. Everything on Las Olas is really good. Great place. Good area. I don't live far from there. I'm about 6 miles from there. I look across the street, and it's Fort Lauderdale, and on the other side of the street, I'm in Pompano Beach. And when we had the seminar, I was 2.6 miles from the seminar. there is a bear sentiment. Absolutely. SPY temporarily regained support at the 200-day SMA. That's $402. How did we gain that? The ETF closed the subsequent. Although SPY lost its uptrend, the ETF yet confirmed the downtrend, printing a lower high. That's what I said before. Lower highs. That's what we're doing right now. Thank you, Ace. That's good. And you can see, look at this. We're coming down fast. So exactly as I told you, you'd still be in that put, you know? So right now, actually I can just do this, edit it, take off the 25, because now we're headed for 395, all right? 395 brings this down to also 396, give us $1. This quick, you can have your resistance and your support. See what I'm doing? I'm traveling down with it. And here's our, before, if you remember, I took it away because we were so far away. But I said before, right here, 394. I think it was a little higher. It's come down. I think it was 396 earlier because we were much higher. But you can see now we're at 394.50 is probably our destination. I said 394.50 earlier. See if I'm right. That would put us about here, I think. So yeah, about right there. Right there. There's our lower, right below. Don't you love it how it went from here? You see why I stress to you people, to you traders, to my family here, why you need to have an upper and lower VWAP? Because a lot of times, you see what happens? It went all the ways up. It tried to travel it, and when it couldn't make it, where does it come back to? Right there. Lower VWAP. And if you use those, traders do use them. Good traders use them. I'm telling you, it's a great tool. And I'm sorry that I didn't know about that first 2-3 years I was trading. We always knew support resistance, but that's all it meant to me. There's a support and resistance. The big question was, how do you figure out what that support and resistance is? I'm showing you how to do it on a continuous travel here. How easy. All right, how do I move that down? Let's see, Tesla. Why is this different? Tesla. There's my support. Oh, I see why. I am good. All right. I have those little charts. I'm going, it doesn't look the same. I had to move it over. Charts were over. So I ended up talking to myself. Wow. That put contract? Wow. That thing just went from, hold on, where did it go? Here we go. That thing went from, let me see where we're at. Here we go. Here we go. That thing really traveled. In the last, let's see, it went from right here, 1070 to over $15. 1070 to $18. It went, wow. SPX ran about $8 on the contract in the last, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 minutes. Last 15 minutes ran $8 on the SPX. Can you imagine if you just had 500 shares at around $8 and you caught that 8, you just made $4,000. Outlay, listen to this. Your outlay would have been for that, all right? 500 shares, I think it's about 7,500 times 15. Back then it was only, your outlay would have been $10. Let's see, no, less. What did I say here? Hold on, maybe I'm wrong. It would have been 1028, and it went to 18. $10. So times $10 would have been $5,000. You would have put out about $5,000 for 500 shares. It was about $10 a share, and it just went to 18 before it came back down. That's totally amazing. That's right here, folks, on the SPX, from right there to right here. You were talking about $8 on SPX, but you only went about how many? You went from 397, let's say 19, to 396. Let's say you went $1. It went 8, the other one. $8 in 15 minutes. Do you see the difference, how powerful SPX is? But just imagine if it just flew the other way for a second. That's what happened to me this morning. And by the time I finally got the heck out of there, I lost $1,400. And I lost it in how long? I lost $1,400 this morning in 12. Let's see, I waited too long. Let's see, 20, 60, 50, 40, 34, 44, 46 seconds. 1,446 seconds. But I made back 1,900 in the next two trades in 12 and 4 minutes. 4 minutes and 12 seconds total. It's amazing. The power of day trading is so phenomenal. This is the place where Cub Scouts become Boy Scouts, and where boys become men, and girls become women. And we have a good time. And once a year we have a party. And you're all invited. That's a nice thing, isn't it? Who else talks to you this way? Nobody. And here we are. Tesla's back up. So Tesla right now is bullish right now and just hit resistance at resistance for Tesla right now at 180.50. Probably a good place to do a put because I think that's about as far as it's going to go at the moment. Even there, it's not going. It's having a rough time. It'll probably come back to about, let's see, it's not pulling back enough. About 50 cents. It's a good scalp down and up. That's about it. But the SPX, that's the way to go. Look at that. Imagine if you just did XPX from right there. So what time is that? 14. That's 2 o'clock. So 2 o'clock. Let me see it on here. Here we go. At 2 o'clock. 2 o'clock. Here we go. That's this one here. At 2 o'clock, we were at 1400. We were at 1130. And it just went in 14 to 14. So 14 is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. In 6 minutes, it went from 11 to 18. That's $7. That's where it all did its time. From 2 o'clock on. Wow. You just could have made a small fortune. And I knew it was coming. I called it. I said it was going to happen. And I didn't jump in. That's criminal. I got to go spank myself. Or something. I'm hungry. And I ate everything. Alright, I'll be right back. I got to get something real quick. Real quick. Baby girl, you want ham? I don't know what you want. Alright, forget it. I offered. I called for my cat, give her a piece of ham. She loves it. Usually comes running, but she didn't come. She's sleeping. Oh my God. Okay. Wow, Tesla's rocking. Tesla's going up. What was the news on Tesla? A trading higher despite reports indicating the company will suspend, probably China, Model Y output in Shanghai. See? Told you. I knew it. I didn't even read that before. All right, but right now it's moving. 181. It just went dollars. Look at Tesla go. That's not the right one. resistance. Here we go. Edit properties. It just went from 180.50 to 181. Let's say 25 as resistance. Maybe too high, but no, right on. And that's going to bring the support down. Support up, I mean, of 180, 179 to 180. Let's leave it 180. That's perfect. 180. All right. 180, 125. There it goes. It just hit. I hit that right. And let's see the SPY. SPY's still there. Same place. Same resistance of 396. Every time it gets to 396, you can just short it down to 395 or wherever it goes. Take it money where you can get it. I love ham. That's boar's head, honey baked ham. That was good stuff. Am I the only one live today? Who's live? Well, AK's not there. And I know Deck's gone. He says he went to the dentist. He probably took his girlfriend out. No, he probably went. If he says he went to the dentist, he if he really wanted to go somewhere, he'd just say he has to go to the, he used to say, I gotta go to the accountant. He did. He went quarterly. He's a good guy. He doesn't lie. He just does what he got to do. He's the boss. He can do it. He'll be back at 3. Maybe. Friday. I don't think he comes back on Friday. You know. But I will say, he takes care of me at times. Gave me a nice bonus. Christmas bonus. I got it early. Let's see. Tesla still trying. Tesla's next leg up on Tesla, folks, is going to be 180, 150. Wow. How long? Because there's no news to support it, to be honest. There is no news to support this. I'm going to make it 180, 135 for right now as support. We're right there. It's probably going to keep going. 185, 35. Let's edit the bottom. Let's make this 25. I'm going to keep it tight. Right there. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Put you right underneath. Nice. Look at Tesla roll, man. You can make some money on Tesla. No question about it. Yeah, let's open Tesla up for a second. There you go. So you can see, let's open this up and bring it down. All right, so there's your Tesla. You got 180.25 right there. Right down the bottom. All right, you did have touches right there around 179, 180 I mean. And then here you had a touch at 180. I think I put it at 35, but really it's not there yet. So I'm going to bring that back down and just make it 25 where it belongs. All right, I'm making it a little tighter for those of you that are watching Tesla, because I know a lot of you like to trade Tesla. And let me tell you something, I love Tesla. Tesla is a great stock to trade. All right, let me see if I can bring this, make the chart a little bigger. There you go. Brings me a little bit further. All right, so for those of you on Tesla, look at that. There was a nice little bum rush there from 178.60 to almost 180, 120. That's nice. That's a $2 move right there. Right? A little more. 78, 88, 78, 79, 80. Yeah, $2 and change right there. That was a nice move, and it's still trying. Short the SPY, 396? Absolutely. Definitely. I don't have it up there. I'm going to put it back up. Yeah, I would use SPX to do it, but when it's at that price, yeah, definitely. So your 396 would have brought you about what right here, 396.17. There's your pullback right there, 396. You would have done that right there. You would have got in. Let's say you would have made. Wow, that would have been about 75 cents. Who said that? Good one, King team. Absolutely, but be better off if you shorted. Even I don't know how many contracts you do at a time on the SPY. I would do less contracts and do them on the because if that moved $1, then guess what? It moved $5 on the SPX. So if you can afford SPX, your SPX contract on a put would have run you about $13 on the one I'm looking at, which is the 39.70. Let me go take a quick look, see what's changed. You got to keep checking them because they do change. 39.70 in the money, 12.30.75. Still got great on the, what do you call it? You could go cheaper. Oh, here's good, real good. You can go to 39.60. You can even go to the 39.55 right now. It's $4 a share. You're 41 on the Delta and 4.85 on the Theta. If you go to the next one, it's $7. I think that's a good contract. 39.55 right there. 39.55. I'm putting it in my purple. 39.55. You got 41. The next one's at 54. That's even better. That's 39.60. Let me see what I got. I want to go back to my contracts. 39.55. Yeah, I can go in there and change one number if I want to, because I can afford the contract for 7. But you can do 39.50, 55, or 60 right now. They're all good contracts, and they're over today. But you're not going to keep them that long. You're only going to keep them for in and out. You're talking minutes. Okay, a few minutes. That's it. And what do I got for this one? 39.75. Let me go take a quick look. For those of you who like to do calls, I would do the 39.60 is 20. Oh, give me a second. The Theta is all good on these. 44. This is a good contract. 39.60. Same. 39.60. So you can do a call. I had 75 before. See, it's changed. You just go in, change the last two numbers, and make it 60 instead of 75. All right, there you go. Perfect. $5 a share. If that's still too much for you and you want to still use the SPX, you can go as low as 315 on the Theta. 22, you got 22.65 is about in the 3 range. If you want to go cheaper, $1.95, $2 a share. It's 22 on the Delta. What that means, if it goes $1, it can go from 22 cents to $1.22. It's just the speed of how it gets there. All right, and when you get out. So right now you can go as high as 39.70 out of the money, or 39.60, and they're all good contracts. Where the Theta is at least 4 times or more, and most of them is more than the actual Delta. That's what you're looking for. If you do that, your contracts will move as the SPY moves. Okay. Today's expirations, yes, it's still good. I keep checking them. If you, like right now, I say I'm going to use it, so I'll check for the next 15 minutes. And every 15 minutes before I do a contract, I'll make sure that the Theta, which is still fine, the Theta doesn't really start dropping really intensely till you get to the 39.80 contract. But anything above the 39.70, 65, that's on the call. Let's look at the other way. We're talking the puts. All right, I'd rather do a put, okay? So 39.60, that's $7. 55, the Theta is good. It's 39. That's the least I would do. It's 39.55. Where did I put it? I put it 39.55. That's exactly what I put for my own contract. Okay, so the 39.55 right now has a Delta on the put of, it's $4.50 a share, 39 on the Delta. If I want, I can go a little higher to the 39.60, and it's 52 in the Delta, but it's over $5 on the Theta. Theta's still hot. It's still good. As long as it's very higher, much higher than the Delta, you're fine. That contract will pay as long as the SPY drops. But right now, I don't know that I'd be doing anything. You got to look where you're at in your contract, in your here. All right. So when it gets up to 396, yeah, because it went last time from 396, right? 396 and change, 390, yeah, close enough, pennies. And you got it to go here. That was 45 cents or more right there. And then the next one, it was a quick drop. You really could have collected on that one right there. If you got in when it hit it and said, I'm getting out, the minute you see these arrows, you know, you want to be out. But right there, you had almost 75, 80 cents. 80 cents on this is about $6. That's about $6 on the SPX. I think we looked at it before. It was like over $5. That's incredible. So if you had just done one contract, okay, with 100 shares, all right, and put out 15, that would be $1,500. What was the contract price? And the put was $4. So that's $4. That's $400 right now. You would, it went $5. You would have made yourself about what? 100 times 5, about $500 on that contract, or more. These are good contracts, folks. They will pay. I've learned a lot about what's the right contract. I stopped listening to people who don't know what they're talking about. And, you know, Even this morning, I had to correct deck again. I said I didn't correct him. I corrected him on the board. I didn't put it to him, but I said to everybody, be careful buying AM contracts. Yeah, it doesn't matter just because a stock has a contract, and just because that stock moves doesn't mean you're getting paid on that contract. You have to look at the interest and the volume, and the interest on those volumes and the contracts themselves. And I went and looked at it, and it was 0, 0, 0, 1, 60, 40, 30. So when you think about all the people in those contracts wanting to get out at the same time somebody's not getting out. And that happens. That's called, you have to look at this. Oh, I'll give you guys a quick glimpse what I'm talking about. You go in here, and you drop this down, and let's go to AM right there. And here, the first contract you can get into, forget about this one, you can look at those, but the first one in, 16. What does it say? Now there's a couple of, no, that's the theta. Let's go to volume and open interest. 0. Open interest. Nobody's looking to buy them. All right? Here, 0, 1, 5. Open interest. So when you try to sell that, you might get out, you might not. Okay? Let's go to the next contract, even if you went further out. 0, 0. 0, 0, 0. You're not selling these contracts. There's just no way you're getting out. There's the volume. There's people holding these. There's people going to make money on these, but they're not getting out of the contract. So I'm telling you, be careful. Just because a stock is contractable doesn't mean it's sellable. It's easier to buy it, but harder to unload it. And I hope this makes sense, and you all learn something from that, because somebody in this room learned the hard way about 2 weeks ago. And it was on a stock that was only $2.25, $1.95, and that stock ran to $2.95. Hey, for that kind of money, just buy the damn stock. Really, you buy 1,000 shares. What did you put out? $2,000, right? So what? So I know the contracts are cheap. Might cost you $200 instead of $2,000. But what's the difference? She bought 8 contracts and she lost about $700-800 because she couldn't get out. It does make sense because these are the things nobody teaches you. All right, look at Tesla. Look at Tesla go. Tesla, folks. Tesla in the call section. Calling all Teslas. Next step on Tesla, 181.75 will be the next leg up. I'm already going to put it there. It's not there yet, but I'm putting it there. Okay. There was a tip at 65. It's back to the real. Well, it's back up. It's over one. There it is. It hit 60 again. So 181.60. This thing's running, but for how long? It's Friday. I'm not touching it. I won't touch Tesla. Not today. I like Tesla in the mornings. I like it when right before it goes, but when it goes, it just goes. And look at it. It has nothing to do. So the SPY's not following Tesla, and Tesla is not leading. What's it leading? Itself. And what is, if Tesla's doing this well, and right now I'm looking at FinViz, I refresh the page, we're $90 in the hole on the Dow, we're $3 in the hole on S&P, and we're up $9 on the NASDAQ. What stocks are on the NASDAQ, do you know? That's all the rest of the stocks, isn't it? Because your Dow is more or less, your Dow is the whole market. Then you got the S&Ps, which are just your top 500. That's the chart below. Apple's doing good today. And there's a few stocks. Tesla, Apple. There's a bunch of them in there that are in green. Disney. Can't stand Disney. But 396. That's right. Where are we? Yeah. And look how weak it is. Look how weak it is. Every time it gets close, what does it keep doing? It pulls back. It pulls back. Problem is you got shadows in both directions. But look at the volume. Watch the individual candlestick volume. This is 5 minutes and the volume's low. If I go to 1 minute, watch this. Look how many times this thing tried. You got right here. 1, 2. It didn't make it all through here. And look, it's trying again. It can't get there. Look at the volume right there. 47,000, 40,000, 70,000. I haven't seen one above. 33,000. 33,000. There's one. 87. That's average. 70. Still below average. 54. Here's the big red one. 91. Just above average. Again, 58. So most of these in here, even this big green here, 116, Here's a few that were above, right there, there, and there. Okay, and even this big green is below. So right now you're below average. So unless somebody goes and they're watching this here, see how many people are trying to sell? Sell. The darker, the red is to sell, the green is to buy. All right, same thing here. It's watch the price. Right now there's more people selling than buying. It's actually almost equal, but it keeps going down and there's more people selling. Right now I wouldn't touch it. It's not going to make it. It's not going to get there yet. You see? It's coming back already. It did form a little higher low, very slightly, not much, right from here to here, but it's not going anywhere. It's been in this type of a channel. I'm sitting on my hands. I'm not doing anything right now. I'm going to stand up one more time. Give me a second. Whoa. Give me one more second. I got to grab something. Baby girl. Okay, I'm coming back. Just give me 1 second. Okay, I am back. Okay. A couple more cough drops and a piece of chocolate. Why? Hold on 1 second, I'll answer that question. Like me second, L. Winthrop. I'll get back to you in a second. Boom. The reason I try to keep $1, sometimes I make it tighter, is if you have a channel that's $1, you can see more into the channel where. Now, of course, in this channel here, I'm going to go by the SPY right now. We know our resistance is right here at 396. And I think right now, if I bring this up to here, boom, all right. It should say 396. Here, you can see that in the last 1, 2, 3, the last 10, 15 minutes, our support is no longer this low. All right, so ordinarily I'll keep it $1, like from here, probably a little less, 90 cents, 85 cents. So it would be 15 to $1 would be an 85-cent spread. But here we can see that really our spread has gone back up. So I would push this now. Okay, I'll activate that and I'll put this up to about 395.50. All right, I don't have to be exact. I just go and edit it, and then I just go in here, and now I have 50 cents. So my spread, okay, is 50 cents. I always try for $1 when there's a lot of movement, like in here to here. There's your $1, but in here you can see it's getting less and less. So I'll make it 50 cents at this point. It's really maybe a little higher. You can see where it just tipped right there. That was at 52. So I'm going to leave it to 50 cents. Right now we're at the top. Now, as long as we stay at this resistance point, we know that each time it tips here on the resistance, it always comes back down. So we know we're at the top. It's easier if you look at your chart and let's say you go to the bathroom, you come back, you have lunch, you come back. Now you can say, there's my resistance, and it's still at the same point, okay? And if it gets higher, like it did with Tesla, I had to raise it, okay? So if you look at Tesla, it's been going up and up and up. And I just walked out of the room, but I just came back. Here's my Tesla. Look at that. My resistance. It doesn't have to be exact. Sometimes I'll go a little higher. So here, it was really about 180, 8160, let's say. All right. See on the right side, 60, 62. But really, I'll just bring it up to the next 75. 25, 50, 75, $1. But then here, if I come down here, where in the last 10, 15 minutes, Okay, you see it's 180.30. I brought it down a little lower to 25. I have a 75 cents here. I could bring it up a little higher. I could go back to the 50, 80, but it'll be too tight. And then when it drops, it may drop really hard. I want to have that dollar so you can say I'm at the top of my channel or the bottom of my channel. Okay, I'm not going to bet on a breakout above, and I'm not going to bet on a breakout here below. I wait for the breakout first, and then a pullback to go for the breakout. I don't play the breakout ever. Okay, so that's Tesla. You can see I'm pretty much right in that dollar channel, and right here, when it comes to the SPY, the way it moves might have changed that, and the SPY you can see now, and it's moving up. Now we're right here. I'm still going to leave it at 396 because it has not passed the VWAP. Once it passes the VWAP, that's going to put us at 396.25. Right now, where are we here? 396.50. But I know that right there, 58, and right here is probably 70. So if it gets above the VWAP, then I'll bring this to about 75 or 70. Okay? And I try to keep it tight so I know where I am in my channel. All right? I mean, I could move this a little bit more, but I didn't want to move it right on top of the, what do you call it? And I try to keep it like right there. See, what's the sense? It's 05. It doesn't make sense. I just leave it at 396. It doesn't have to be exact to be right. Excellent. That's fine. That's fine. Interrupt. All right. Okay, so if we take care of this on the Zelle thing, then what happens is I'll call you later, but I'll send it to you before, once you pay for it. That's talking about the Pro, and then I'll show you how to set it up in Thinkorswim. You must have Thinkorswim to do this, okay? I'm just writing down your info right now. Alright, and we got 620. Once you do that, I'll send you my number and everything you need. All right? So, I give that to you anyway. All right. I need your name. Give me 1 second, folks. Just give me 1 second. Keep an eye on the chart. Give me 1 second. Okay. Got it. Kentucky? Coffeeville. Kansas. Okay. Got it. Oh, give me 1 second, folks. I gotta put this in. 8047. 50. Okay, June 72. 6. Wow, look at the pullback on both of them. Okay, you should have gotten that test I sent you, right? He knows who I'm talking to. All right, that's a good. Let's see what do we got here. Optics. Okay, I'm back. I'm back. All right. Licensed. Very nice, very nice. Okay, where are we at here? So there was your pullback. You can see once more what happens. We pulled. Now we're looking at the VWAP. Okay, so you can see that even though this was at what 396.01, and the VWAP is 396.10, it's not really much of a difference. But I have this here. I could leave it there because that really is where we're at, 396, and you can see where we pulled back to is 54, and I have it at 50. So you can see it doesn't have to be exact, but what it gave us is at least a 50-cent range. So somebody said, should I do it here? 396, here we go. Correct. And if you'd done that, you just made yourself 50 cents. And you can see why I do the channel that way, Boone. Are you the one who asked? That's why I keep my support and resistance, and I move it as it moves. So even though it went up a little higher here, I don't want to put my line right on the VWAP. I want you to see that VWAP and understand VWAP means strength. Okay, when a stock is above the VWAP, it's bullish, and when a VWAP is below, it's still bearish. But it can be bullish above the 13 and bearish on the VWAP. Right now, it's bearish on both because it's below the VWAP and still below the 13. That's an E exponential, not simple moving. All right, and sometimes you can see this light up, and this here is the cloud, which I'll give for free. I hand it out for free every now and then to people who have. All you do once I give it to you, you go up here to edit studies. You come up here, you type in the word think, and then you open it up, and it's one of these 803, 804, one of those two, and then you'll see in here. Okay, there's your 9 and 21. That's your cloud, so it's 803. So you take this 803 once I give it to you, okay, and boom, 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 boom. Actually, if you could type this in, think study. You may not have it in there, but I have to give you a certain thing before you can get it. Anybody who wants it is welcome to it. Also, I've got this. See, it says day 13, 50, 200. That's similar to this. You can get the 50, the 200, and by doing that, you can keep all those extra lines off of here. So we know where the 200 is. We know where the 50 is. We know where the 13 EMA is. All right. So the only thing I use is the 13 exponential. And the cloud, and you can change your cloud. Some people don't like 9 and 21; they want 8 and 20, and some people like 5 and 15. A lot of people like the 20. They use 20 and they use 8 and 20. All right, I just have it. It's right here. You see this? I just know it's somewhere in between. I don't need an exact. All right, there's never going to be an exact, because anytime you try to push a stock, you either push it too far or push it too little. You know what? Very little does it just hit. There's some great traders out there. They know exactly how far to push your buttons, and they know how far to push mine. So right now we've got that there. You can see there is my channel where we're at right now, and you can see the same thing if I show you for Tesla, and those are the two main ones. And as far as, I don't make these channels here for SPX, because SPX is identical. All right, it's identical as the SPY, the chart. It is exactly the same. All right, and knowing that, all you're really doing is, if I needed to know 3,900 and I just 57, that's what the SPX is. Take away the 0. That's what the SPX is. Sometimes if this thing is at 9 or 8, you just round off the next number. That's all. See, 30, 39.57, 39.58, 39.50, whatever. That's where your SPX. So if I went right now and I went to this and I went, okay, let me see SPX, and there it is, SPX, there it is, 39.58.55. There's my last. So 39.58. That's all I need to know. If I'm going on a put, I'll go to 39.59 if there is one. 39, it's 60. So 60 puts me in the money for the put. If I want to call, I'll be at 39.58 if there is one. If not, I'll go to 55, go before. And then I know it puts me in the money. Anything above it puts me out of the money. Okay, so those are some of the things you need to know. And open interest, I'm not worried about, unless I'm thinking about stocks that are not blue cap, blue chip stocks, whatever. If they're really small stocks, even Ford is fine, and Oxy is fine, and Snap or Shop, those are all fine. Okay, but when you get one like AMOM, anybody ever hear AMOM before, or the one that's DBGX, whatever? You know what? You do those stocks, they may have options. I wouldn't trade them. Just trade the stock. All right. Could I please get those scripts you just taught? Yes, I will. I'm going to put them on the board in a second. Last money. And Ace, let me say, do you have any idea about how to use the MT5 platform? I don't even know what that is, but I can find out. Is that something that is used, Ace, within TOS? So if I put an MT5 platform, Think or Swim, let's see what comes up. Think or Swim, best in class trading, MTS. Nothing to do with Think or Swim. All right, it's not coming up. MetaTrader 5 versus Think or Swim. That's what it is. MT5. Okay, so if that's what that is, MetaTrader 5. All right, likely for Robinhood. It must be something. You use Robinhood? If not, it's something I'd have to check out. I really have no idea, but there's something here you can compare. I'll give this to you right now. All right, so I'm not sure. Just go there and do a comparison for yourself. All right. And Winthrop, I'm still waiting on you. All right, let's see. I have 1 hour left of this day. Deck. Stay smart, traders. I will be live streaming once again Monday morning. I cannot wait for this upcoming week. Yeah, it's going to be the hottest week. We'll see. All right. So right now, we're still in the channel on both stocks. I'm sitting on my hands. I have missed a few good ones, especially with SPX. You saw one of them moved about $7, $8. One of them moved $5 on the SPX. And that was only $1 move on the SPY. So you could see the difference, my friends, how much more money you can make or lose. Higher risk, higher return. Higher risk of losing a lot of money. Did you see Dex trade today? I saw him lose over $2,000. Is that what you're talking about? I did. I did not trade with him. I did trade the same stock he did. I lost $1,400 on the first one, but I made $1,900 back on the next two, so I made $500 and I stopped. But yeah, I should have got out earlier. I could have got out at $375 and still walked away with $1,500 today. I screwed up. But that's on me. You know what I mean? You get greedy or you wait too long, you play a game of hope. Hope is not a strategy. You must always have a plan. And though I always have a plan, I don't always execute my plan. The total loss was because he market ordered in. Oh yeah, you know what? I used to market order in all the time on options. I do not market order in. Yes, you will get filled, but you are the last on the line. So they fill all the limit orders first. They're done in milliseconds, okay? But it's still, you're at the end of the line. And that thing was dropping so quick. Actually, it didn't drop. That was the problem. Or maybe it did. It dropped so quick. No, I think it went the opposite way, and it went up so quick. By the time he got in, he was already in a total loss because he bought the put. And Don't do that, folks. Is right. Buy less contracts. I've been doing 5 contracts at a time for SPX, and I'm getting filled every time on limit orders. You got to wait for a pause, and that pause, hit it. Okay, and sometimes I don't get. I cancel it and do it again. That's all. But this morning I didn't get in right. I got in at 14.90 and I didn't get out till 12.10, so I lost my ass. But I got in 11.80 on the next one and out 13.70, and then I got in at 9.70 and out 11.60 in exactly. You ready? 12 seconds. I made $900. I did $1.90 on 500 shares, which is 900 and what was that? I did $1.90 is 900 and something dollars, twice in a row. I did 19. Yeah, I made 1900, 950. So it was $1,900, and I lost 14, so I made 5. Good day. I only did 3 contracts today. I made $500. It's okay. I can live with that. It's better not to get filled than to get filled down 1,000 right off the bat. No question about it. Really, it sucks, especially with Think or Swim. It could be worse than that. That program sometimes. I stopped doing market orders. I will market order out if it's moving that fast that I need to get out quick and I can't get filled and I'm losing. I'll just take my whatever it is I'm going to lose. But the thing is, I do not market order. Limit orders. Somebody told me, a couple of people who are very, very successful, they said limit orders, just do limit orders. You're making a mistake. And I said, you know what? I'm getting killed as it is with Think or Swim. It's terrible. I'm going to think about trying Webull. I don't know. I'm not going to change charts. I'll just buy from my middle computer. And what's his name does that? He uses Think or Swim, Kush, and he buys very little through them. Only on a small account, but he uses mostly interactive brokers. Yeah, well, let me tell you something. Market orders can work at certain times when the market's moving quick enough, but when it's not, you can get killed. You could get in at a price that can knock you out 30 cents in a different direction, and then you're talking a lot of shares, and then you talk SPX. You're talking about every time the SPY moves $1, SPX is moving $6. You could lose a lot of money very quickly. That's what happened to me this morning, and I was on a limit order. By the time I got in, I was already in the red. Killed me. Just killed me. And I could have waited it out. It did come back later on, but you just can't do that. When you see a minus $1,400, get the hell out of Dodge. You know? Okay, I'm back. I'm sorry. I just had to send a text to somebody. So that's the way it is. Anybody who needs help with the Squeeze Pro, let me know. Just go to the side of my name. If you can't find my name in here, just go up to alerts on the top and you can find Active Trader, and on the right there's 3 dots, and send me a private message if you're interested. Okay? It's real simple. I just need your first name and a phone number. And I'll send you, well, we'll talk from there. If anybody's interested in buying the Squeeze Pro, let me know. You can get it relatively cheap. In fact, until January, $75. After that, it'll be $100. So this is the last month for that deal. And somewhere, maybe the next 2 weeks, I'll do a contest where somebody gets it for free. I tried the other day, but I did it with music and nobody got it. So I got it. It is what it is. Anyway, I'm always here to help everybody, and I always do it for nothing. I do not get paid from YouTube, and I don't get paid to stream. If I never streamed again and just was a moderator in Dex Room, I get a small paycheck. Averages out to about $4 and change an hour. So, and that includes the free month. Moderators don't have to pay the subscription. And some of you may think it's worth it. but it's a lot of work. And so many times you're doing what you're doing, you miss out on a lot of trades. You can really do better on your own. I do better on my own. I like the chat room. I would never. I'm an independent trader. I don't need anybody here to tell me really what to trade. But sometimes I get so flustered, I just need, like, I have to lean on somebody. Like yesterday, I leaned on, what's his name? I really did. I've leaned on Pendragon before. I've leaned on what's his name? He's here now, Nate. Nate was very helpful yesterday. I just couldn't think. You ever get a brain fart? You're trading, you're losing, you want to catch up, and you get a brain fart. I should have stayed out because I was down about 200, and I went back in and lost 18. So I'm getting it back. All I need to make is 200 today. That's fine. You know what? I made 500 and I called it quits. I did 3 trades today, and my last trade was at 10 o'clock. Right when it should have gone up, I did a put. You all did a call, I did a put, and I made myself $1.90 on the SPX. Are your daily streams available to watch later? Yes, I have, and I'll give you right now. I have over 100 different. They're not labeled, but they're all good, and people seem to be watching them. But this is these are all my videos in YouTube right there. That'll take you to the page. So there's over 100, and after today, you can find today's video. There's yesterday's video. They're all there. Okay. Yesterday, I got so far. Let's see, 15 hours ago. Not as many people. Right now, there's only 31 watching. There's 31 people watching the video. Yesterday, there was 206 people watch the video. The day before, 423, 330, 440, 284. I got some here, 541, over 600. A lot of people watch them after. Here's one, 587, 3 weeks ago. So a lot of people do watch my videos, and I even watch them sometimes. And I even get a lot of people who come in. If you go in there, hey, I got a new subscriber. I want to welcome Crying Harpy 21, new subscriber a day ago, Uma. I get a lot of new subscribers in here, so I don't even know how they find me. They're coming from India. They're coming from all over the world. So, all right, hold on. Somebody's trying to get me. Saki Madugal. Wow. Jeez, you're 2 leading lambs to slaughter. Okay, great. So somebody here is listening to me on YouTube, obviously, and he heard that I lost 1,800, but they didn't hear that I won it back. But that's okay. You know what? Nobody wins every day. You know what? I lost 1,400 this morning on one trade, and then I won back 1,900 on the next 2. So, you know what? If I can do that every single day, lose 1, win 2, and win money every day, I'm all for it. Nobody wins 100%. I don't care who you are. And what's your name in YouTube? You gonna tell me? Saki? Hold on. I don't know if he's watching. Yeah, I wrote you a little message in there. Ah, I see it. Oh, is that Sack to Lunch? That could be you. Oh, there you go. Very nice. You should write that stuff. Why do you gotta be that way, you know? Changes his name every day. He doesn't always lose. You know what? I see people, some people just always putting deck down, but you know what? I think it's because they're jealous, because they got to work a full-time job, 5 days a week, owning their own business to make 125 to 150,000 a year. And that guy's making, believe it or not, over 2 million. That's what he's pulling in just from subscriptions. So you know what, folks? Be jealous. This guy's worked his ass off to get to where he's gotten. And you know what? Ever since he started doing options, he had a good start forward, upward. And I'll tell you what happened. He knows it too now. He's better at day trading and shorting stocks. And I guarantee he's going to go back to doing what he knows how to do best. Last year, he didn't do options, and he made $552,000 day trading. The man is a great teacher. He's a great guy. I've met him in person several times, and he is the same today, tomorrow, and yesterday. He is really a good guy, and if you don't know him, that's really too bad. And if you want to know Deck from Tradecaster, be there at our next seminar, because I'll tell you something, he's a wonderful human being. I would love to say he was my son, because then I could take a loan. So, anybody. All right, I see who you are. I don't need this in there. I can remove that. Anyway, so I don't want to hear negativity from anybody about anybody else. I really don't. Unless somebody is out there doing something behind our backs, you know what I mean, and trying to destroy things, then I want to hear about it. Because as a moderator for Tradecaster, I'll boot their ass out of here so quick. And the same thing for YouTube. But the fact is, everything's been going so smooth, and I just want to keep it that way. I just want to help people to become better traders. And I'll tell you what, I have helped myself, literally, hundreds of people to become much better traders than I am. Especially younger guys, you know. SkyChimp is a real good example. Okay, I was helping that guy a year and a half ago to set up charts, to become a trader. He was losing so much money. Now he makes $10,000 a day, $5,000 a day, $3,000 a day. He is a great trader. You know why? Because he puts in the effort, he puts in the work, and he stops complaining. Okay. Oh, there you go. Love it. And here, look here, Arkansas. Very nice. Well, put a name like what your name is, I understand that. I won't put it out there. So there's a lot of great people in these rooms, and the truth is, we will teach you. I will teach you. AK-47, SkyChimp, Mel. Okay, a lot of us will teach you how to become an independent trader, which means you can come in every day. I can teach you how to use the scanners. I can teach you which stocks that you need to trade. Actually, you can come in if you just do options and just stick with 5 different stocks and trade them for the rest of your life and make money if you're smart. But the point is, if you want to go back to day trading stocks, there's ways to look at Benzinga. There's way to use scanners inside of what do you call it? Of Think or Swim. They have the what do you call that? When you open up your scanner, it says a stock hacker or option hacker. They got spread hackers, spread books. There's other tools in here you may never have used, but I use those scanners when I'm doing stocks. We can teach you. But the thing is, why do you want to be your own trader on your own? It's so good to have the support of a chat room, okay? So if I wasn't doing what I'm doing now, I'm involved in the chat room with other people, you know? And sometimes I'm not watching one thing, and all of a sudden somebody gets an alert on something great, probably like this morning with that mama stock, whatever it's called. What was it called? AMOM. So the point is, one alert, just one good alert, once a month, is going to make you $119. And if it can't, you don't belong here and you shouldn't be doing this, okay? One good alert. I gave 3 good alerts today that could have made you thousands of dollars. I had a guy who was brand new in here 2 weeks ago. He goes, hey, it was a Friday too. He goes, brand new, CJ something. I don't even know his name. He goes, I just want to thank you. I traded your 3 last alerts. I made $900 and something on your 3 alerts. So you know what? My alerts are solid. They're credible. That's why I became a moderator to start with. But this is not about me. This is not about me. I hate that, okay? This is about us. This is about one trader helping another. We are a family here of traders. I'm doing this over 4 years straight. I haven't missed maybe 3 days in 4 years. I even haven't taken a vacation in a while. But I love what I'm doing. Listen, I'm the active trader. This is my world. And Deck used to be my mentor. Still is in a lot of ways, okay? But he taught me how to be an independent trader. And now I'm helping others to do the same. But even if I didn't need Deck or I didn't need anybody, would I still be in a chat room if I had to pay for it? Absolutely. You can't put a value of $119 on what one person can do for you. SkyChimp, okay, Alex Vaughn, Tim Z33, Deck on most days, AK-47, Iggy, myself, Zach Hopper. I'm just naming a few right off the top. J Trades. I mean, right there alone, you got 9 people giving you the best alerts. That if only one person, if you only followed one of those people and got 1 alert a day, there's how many trading days in a month? You got 5 days in a week, right? So you got 5 times 4.33 weeks in a month. That's how it works. So you got 21.6 trading days, give or take. 21, 22 trading days. So if every day you got just 1 alert that made you $100, that's over $2,000. You really have no excuse or nothing to say, I can't afford $119 for Tradecaster. Tradecaster is a giveaway at that. It really is. It was a giveaway at $69. It was a giveaway at $100. Now it's even more of a giveaway because there's more professional and better people involved in Tradecaster. And I'm not just pumping for him. I get nothing off of his sales. Nothing. Not a dime. okay? But I got a home to come to every single day. I turn on my TV. I turn on this TV, that monitor, and this monitor. I put on Think or Swim on twice in 2 different computers. I set up all my stuff, and I'm ready to go. I get here about 7 o'clock in the morning, and I let you know I'm here at 10 to 8. Because I don't even have to get up. I can listen to Deck's 8 o'clock message at 8:30, quarter to 9. All I gotta do is go back in to the tape and push it back a little, and I can listen to his 5-7 minutes if I don't want to get up early. But I used to do a lot of pre-market, okay, from 7 o'clock, because that's the only time I could trade. So I'd get up a quarter to 7. I'd be all set up. I'd set up my coffee. I'd come in. I'd be ready to go. My wife's gone at 7. I'm ready to go to work. Okay, but now I'm sleeping a little longer. I'm getting a little older, okay, and I'm doing options, so I don't have to start till 9:30, which means if I just want to do what I want to do and take the alerts, I need to be here at about a quarter to 9. Why? Because there's a lot of stuff happening in the preparation. I can go into to another one is a Kush, who's teaching options from 8:30 in the morning. The guy's really good. He's got a whole different way of doing things than I do, and you can learn from all of us. I don't care if you take my charts that I give you and you redo them to suit you. Listen, this is not about me. This is about you. This is about you becoming the best trader that you can possibly be without complaining. And if you follow me, okay, don't complain if you lose. If you follow Deck, don't complain if you lose. You pull the trigger. Okay, he's not always right. I'm not always right. All right. If I was always right, I'd be multi-millionaire. One of these days, I will get this right. And with my timing, it's all about timing. I can teach you about resistance. I can teach you about support. But timing is up to you. It's when you pull that button. Either you get right in and do it, or you sit there and watch it go up and up and up, and then chase it. That depends on what kind of trader you want to be, okay? I know what kind of a trader I want to be, and I'm still trying to achieve that. Still, to this day. I'm telling you, out of the 62 people in the room right now, there's a bunch of you that are better traders than I am. That's okay. And yet you still come in because I'm still teaching you new things. Why? Because though I don't know everything, you ask me questions, and I'll always think out of the box to get you the answer. All right? I'll do the footwork. That's okay. That's what I do. I enjoy doing that. So let's make some more money. It's Friday. Be careful. It's 3 o'clock. So what does that mean? Welcome to the Power Hour. Okay. Usually I got J Trades coming in here, and what he does is the first thing he does is he walks in and he goes like, I want to welcome you all to the trade to what is that called? To the Power Hour, and he puts a big thing up there for me. I used to do that all the time, so now I guess I got to do it myself because he ain't here. So it's Power Hour. Let's make some money, but be careful, okay? If you made some money today and you're green, maybe the best thing to do is just call it a day. Hang out, learn some more, but don't blow your money. I'm not going to blow my money. And if for some of you who are asking me where I am, my accent is from New York. I was born and bred same place that Donald Trump comes from, Queens, New York, but I've been living in Florida over 50 years. I live in South Florida in Fort Lauderdale. Okay, but Pompano Beach. I live in Pompano. Look at the pullback on that. So you can see this thing finally broke through. What did I tell you? It would probably get right above the VWAP, which it did. There it is, 396.25, and there's your pullback, and there we go. And now let's see what happens. I'm still going to leave this here at, where's my edit? At 3096, because we got there, and it was a complete pullback at that time. So whether we get back there again, there is a bottom shadow. I mean, we could think of right now that the VWAP is... if you're too scared to pull the trigger, then don't pull it yet. You want to learn more so you become confident. Maybe the best thing you can do, King Team, is to do some paper trading. If you got Think or Swim, they got a great paper trading system in there, or do it on the side. It's better if you do it for real, because you got to learn how to pull that button. If you're too scared, then stay with the something like the SPY, and just do one contract, okay? One contract of the SPY right now is I got them as low as 22 cents on a put. So right now that 22-cent contract, it's not that it would pay you a great deal. I'm sure it's at least 22 cents. If it goes up 5 cents, but you get the feeling of getting in and out. But one contract will cost you $1. 50 cents in, 50 cents out, because it's 50 cents a contract plus a little bit of change. All right, most times I nail it on paper trade. Well, there's going to come a time you got to do it for real. If you'd like to talk sometime, just go to the right side and send me your number, and we can talk on the side. Okay, like I said, up until January, I'm still free. After that, I'm charging $35 an hour to help people, and believe me, I'm more than double worth that. I've helped more people become top traders here. And I'm not just saying that. Better than I am. They have more guts than I have. They're younger. You have less fear. It's like when you were little. You saw that stove. It was red hot. Your mom said, don't touch that. But it was glowing, man. You thought that was so cool until you touched it. You never touched it again. So whether you touched it at 3 or you touched it at 5, you didn't touch it at 7 or 8. But there are people in here, they're not afraid. They make some money. They're willing to take, they're gamers too. People who are gamers, they treat day trading like a game. They just have to learn to treat it also like a trader. Gamblers go for profit. Traders go to win. But stock traders, day traders, learn to reduce risk. So if you learn to reduce your risk and trade like a gamer, you'll always play to win, and you'll always play to reduce your risk. And that's where it comes down to. Learning to do these things and stick to it. It's easy for me to tell you the right things. It's also hard for me sometimes to do it. I always lose when I chase, when I revenge trade, and I overtrade. I'm going to lose my ass every time, most of the time. But if I win 90% of the time, that 5% that I go in heavy and hard revenge will be more than I made on that 90% sometimes. And it happens. Ask Pendragon if it's ever happened to him. Ask Nate if it's ever happened to him. I'm telling you, if you overdo it and you run after things and you go try to double up and try to do things on too big, sometimes you double lose. It happens. That's why they tell you not to cost average. Okay? I do it. I cost average up when I'm shorting a stock. I'll cost average up. Sometimes I'll cost average down. But I know what I'm doing. But I will win 95% of the time when I do it or break even. But those times that I don't, I lose twice as much. That's what the books say. They're not wrong. They are right. But if you're not an experienced trader, do not double down. Just get out and take your loss like a man. In order for you to be a good winner, you must be a good loser. And I didn't say that. That comes from Warren Buffett. Okay? Love that man. He's got a lot of good things to say. It's time to catch it, understand it, and learn. And if you're afraid to push that button, that's okay. When I first traded and I'd lose $1,000, my stomach would be in knots. I lost $1,800 the other day. It didn't faze me. I went and put more money in the account. You know what? But there are times that I win money. I don't get that. I don't get that churn anymore. Like today, this thing went so fast. I went up $1.90 and I got out with $1.90. And I got out twice with $1.90. That's a lot. On 5 contracts of SPX. That was beautiful. But the first contract, I lost $280. So I lost $280 and got back $390 and I made $500. Okay? That's what it takes. If that's what it takes, that's what it takes. I didn't quit because quitters never win and winners never quit. So who are you? What do you want? And where do you want your trading to be a year from now? Okay? Like I said, I'm going on my 5th year. I've had some great years. This last year has not been good for me. It really hasn't. I've done well before then, but you know what? Like November, I don't make a lot. Like some people make 10 grand a day. I made 8 grand in November, and the last day of November, I threw back 10. I do things like that. Why? Because I'm feeling good. I'm feeling confident, and then I start chasing it. And then I say, well, I've only been doing 500 shares at a time, and then doubling it to 1,000. Let me try to do 2,000. Whoa! You know what happens? It's not the way to do it. You got to do things gradually when you're doing stock trading. You cannot just go and try to double up to make twice the money because you'll get twice the loss. Anybody else ever run into that? You really saw it? You went to penny. Oh, this guy does penny stocks, 10,000 shares at a time. Oh, it's got to move 25 cents. It moves 25 cents. I just made $2,500. I never did that before. What? About in like a minute or less. Wow. But how about the guy who goes 10,000 shares and it goes down so fast he can't even get out fast enough? Especially a lot of that's done in pre-market for that penny stocks, and you're stuck. You know, right? You don't have market orders. You know, it's like I don't even think you can do. I don't even think. Let's see. I don't even know if you can do stop losses on the penny stocks, like real pennies with TOS. I'm worth more? Well, I'm only going to charge $35 an hour, okay? Because I want to be fair and I want to help you. And when I give you a full hour, if we talk bullshit for 10 minutes, you'll get an hour and 10 minutes. I'm not sitting here to talk to you, okay, about garbage and charge you for it. I'm here to give you what you pay for and to make sure that you become the trader you want to become. Not the trader that I am, the trader that you want to be, okay? That's up to you. I can teach you everything you need to know to get there. The rest is up to you. For real. And that'll cost you, but it's worth it. There are people here who have spoken to me for hours and hours. Ask them. Ask him if it's worth it. Okay? Or you can go to AK-47. He's $48 an hour, or Deck. Deck's giving some free to some. There's not going to be many, but he charges $100 an hour. So, listen, I've learned everything from AK, and I've learned everything from him, and I've been giving it away. I'm the first one in Tradecaster to actually call people up on a phone and talk to them and give away what was so freely given to me. Because I learned something a long time ago. I cannot keep what I got unless I give it away, okay? Now I'm giving it away for a price, but before I gave it away for other reasons. I gave it away because of my relationship with God, because of my relationship with people. And the first person that I ever called on a cell phone in these rooms is Adrian for money. His name back then was Adrian for art. Some of you know him. You see him comes in the afternoon. He may be here now. I don't know. And we're best of friends. We're a little on outs this week, but you know what? We have a lot in common. He's 35 years old, 34, 36, whatever. My average friend is in their 30s today. I'm 68 years old. I don't come off like I'm better than anybody. I have a lot of world experience that I can give to people. I've done a lot of things in my life, okay? I've made millions and I've lost millions, okay? I've been to jail and I've been to Yale. It doesn't matter. Literally. I never went to Yale. I went to Queensboro and Queens, whatever. I went to Miami universities. But the thing is, you know what? I've been to jail too. I got an education in many places in my life. And it's all different chapters of my life. I'm not ashamed or whatever. Maybe if I had to do it over with the knowledge I have, I'd do some things differently. But I'm not ashamed of anything I've ever done. I've never hurt anybody, literally gone out and tried to hurt somebody or beat somebody. Just one person in my life that I did, okay? And if I ever see her again, I'd like to make an amends. But until that day, she's the only one. Other than that, I've never really literally gone out and beat somebody or hurt anybody. That's just not who I am. It's not my making, not my makeup, you know? But that's the way it is. Holmesburg with Willie Sutton. Holmesburg with Willie... What is that? Holmesburg with Willie Sutton. I'm not sure what you mean. 75 years later, a look back at Willie Sutton's infamous prison life. 75 years ago this morning, bank robber Willie Sutton and 4 others scaled the thick stone walls of Holmesburg prison. Got it. Okay. I think I do remember that. Sing Sing. That was in Ossining, New York. By the way, that's so funny. I went to camp in Ossining, New York. It was called Quaker Bridge Camp. It's probably still there. And one of the things we did, we took a 10-mile trail to what's called Germantown, and one of the times we went to Sing Sing prison. It's right there. It's on Ossining on Sing Sing. It's right there on the Ossining on the river. I forget what it's called. Sing Sing on the Ossining or something like that. I'm not sure. Yeah, I remember that. That was really cool. Now that you mention it, yeah. I didn't do that. I did 16 and a half months for something I didn't do. And while I was in jail, instead of feeling sorry for myself after the first 3 months, I actually read 75 books, 45 Christian books. I hung out with the right people, and I read the Bible from Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, Deuteronomy, all the ways to Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John through Revelations. So I read the entire Bible from cover to cover. And I gained a relationship. I actually went and I put the Bible on like a lawyer. I put it like what's the word? Oh my gosh, I can't think. I challenged the Bible to see if it was right or wrong, and I came up with the answers I was looking for. And if you want to discuss that, we can do that at another time, not in this room. But right now, my life is good. I like where I'm at. I'm on my 3rd marriage. I met my wife on Match.com when I was 50. I'm 68, so is she. And we're still together and very happy. You know? Got a great relationship. Best friend I've ever had. Most trustworthy person I've ever been with. And I still talk to my first wife. My second wife, after she cleaned me out, died 3 years later. 10 years later, whatever it was. But it is what it is. So loved the world that he gave his only begotten. I got people who are mad at me because I'm Jewish and I believe what I believe. And that's okay. It doesn't matter. I didn't come here to make friends. And I've made more than my share. Really. I got most of the day my phone doesn't stop ringing. Or chirping. Or beeping, you know. Just from people like you who I've met. You've become my family and my friends. You know, and I go through some of you were in my life for a reason. Some of you were in my life for a season, and then some of you I help and I never hear from you again, and that's fine. Whatever, it doesn't matter. It's all part of the chapters in our lives. I could write a book. I really could. But who would read it? Would you read it? Anyway, we've kind of calmed down during this time. I'm watching Tesla, and I'm watching the SPY. And what I'm seeing right now is they both just one hit lower support and staying there. That's Tesla. And the SPY went back up, but it was in the middle. I could have brought maybe the support up a little bit. Let's say to 395.50. Let's see what happens if I do that. If I bring this up, come on. All right. Let's say 395. Actually, 65. Let's see. That's close. Come on. 64, 65. If I bring it up here, okay, right? Actually, it may be a little higher, but let's say I brought it to 65. And then right here, I was down because I wasn't watching. I was talking to you guys. I'll activate this, and then I want to move this up to, let's say it's probably higher than it is, but let's say 25. Let's say 396.25. This is how I do it and why I do it. So right there, I'm right on the top. You see? So 25 down to 65 gives me, what did I say? 25? 25. So 25, 50. That's 25. Even 75 would give me 50 cents right there. So that's about 60 cents. And where am I at? 65. So it's 35, 40. That's about 60 cents. So wherever I am in the 60-cent field here, I'm lower towards support right now. You see that? So I'm coming down towards support at 395. So we might be closer right now if I bring this up. It's getting tighter. Sometimes it does that. I can't really even use that dollar, and I have to bring it down. So now I'm at 50 cents. You see the support at 75? And there's where we're always headed for is our VWAP. Anytime we get above the VWAP, we're trying to get more volume. But at this hour here, it's probably going to move in the next 5 minutes. So usually this thing takes off at about 325 to 330. It'll go one direction or the other, probably up a little. So because we're coming down a little, maybe we'll hit support and come back one more time. I'm not gambling on it. I usually don't. Once in a while, I will jump in. If I think, look at that. What did I just say? It'll probably come down to support. And if it holds, it'll come right back up again. So let's see what happens. We do have an upper shadow, which means it can continue down. And look at that. A little bit of continued down. And that tells me, too. You see this right there? 368. And then if I look here, where is it? 50. 69. 69. What do we got? 70. 58. That's 68. 58. I can't see. I'm losing my eyesight. 58. So truthfully, I still think we're closer to the 50. I'm going to leave it there. That gives me 75 cents. Okay, there it is from back here. That's where we tip here, tip here. We didn't make it here. It could be a little higher, but I'm going to leave it there. It gives us a little more of a channel. I told you, it doesn't have to be exact. It wants to give you an idea. So if it does pull back a little bit more, you know you're really in the channel. If not, you can put it in your head as it's a little higher. We want to see now if it's going to carry on down. It's going to hold the support, or is it going to rebound? Okay? And if I look right now and I go into my 1 hour, what do you think it's going to tell me? I think it's going to show me a little bit going up with a little bit of a reversal. Let's see. Nope, still showing down because we were up higher before. So there's your reversal. It's still coming down. 10 minutes, still coming down. See, I was wrong. 5 minutes, still coming down. Look how tight that channel is there. Okay, and then we got back to the 1 minute each time. All right, so we are still coming down, and that's why I'm probably right to bring it to the 50. And look what's happening. Now the question is, if it doesn't hold the 350, if it doesn't hold the 395.50, we're going to come down. We'll probably come back down to 395. We'll bring us back down to about here, which is 395.16, 20, somewhere around that area. It's going to come. It's slow. Look at the volume. Remember, if this stock right now, we're talking about, boy, Holmesburg with Willie. I remember that movie. If right now we know that the SPY has 90 million and 90,000. Okay, and there you go. I'm sorry, I just touched something and moved. See it touched right there, 48. So I did it right by putting it right to the 50 mark. Is really, that is our true support at this point. I don't think it's going to break either way. Well, it may not, Nate. It could stay here over the weekend. You know, at 395 or above. Okay, it may stay around a little above 395. And you know what? How many times have we seen, even on a Friday, the last minute or two of the day, we'll see it go up $1. So small pops, but rubber banding back to the Y. And that's the reason right there why I'm not. And each time, if you gotten in here to here, you could have made 30, 40 cents right there. How much we got? 72 to what? 25? So 70, that's 50 cents right there. And from here down to here, you could have made 50, 75 cents again. So you could make 70 cents, 50 to 75 cents in scalps. That's what we are, folks. We are option day trading scalpers. Now learn to become the eagle scalper. The eagle scalper gets in a little sooner and gets out a little longer and makes more money. Okay? That's the hardest thing to do. It's scary. It's scary because things move fast. Look at Dak. He got scared this morning. Did you see that? He goes, I'm scared. He was scared. I very rarely have ever seen him talk like that, where he was scared. All right? Not that he's scared. He's got the money. He got the money to burn or lose. It's not even that. But he's learning to the point where now he's a mentor to a lot of people, and he's made some wrong judgment calls. I don't want to say it's wrong because I've done the same thing. I tell you one thing and then I do another. He tells you one thing, he does another. Why? Because we're human beings and we all have emotions and we get caught up in our emotions. So it doesn't make him a bad person. He's not a bad person trying to get good. He's a crazy stock trader trying to do the right thing. And sometimes we just don't. I don't know anybody in here who doesn't get caught up in the moment. Okay? So don't look for the perfect moment. What did they say? You remember what they say? I'm going to show you. Let's see if I can find it. Let's see. The moment. Here we go. I found it. Very good. With all the things that I've got. Oh, this is another one. He says, don't wait for the perfect moment. Take that moment and make it perfect. Okay? And that is up to you as a stock trader to know when to get in. Sometimes you may be wrong. What if right now you jumped in when that thing tipped down at 395.44 because you think it's going back, you get in at 345 and look where it went just now. But who's to say it doesn't go to 60 and then drop to 25? You don't know that. You just don't know. And they're watching. They see 60,000, 80, all of a sudden some big numbers come in. Remember, they think you might have a stop loss. They're going to try to tick you out. Deck needs to go back to large account. I agree. I agree. You know what? The small ones, he's only won 50% of the time. All right. Listen, he's cool. He's a great guy, and I hope you all get a chance or an opportunity to meet him. You know, I got an opportunity to go out with Deck. I went out to dinner with him, just the two of us. Spent 2 hours together. I didn't think I'd know what to say to him because he's such a cool guy, and I'm the old guy. But you want to know something? I did most of the talking and he did most of the listening. That's the truth. And when he was all fun, he goes, your life. He goes, he was really enthused about my life and me and us, and we hadn't met, and he's been paying me monies for years, and I'd never met the guy. So let's see photos. Let's see if it's in here. All right, I'll show you a nice picture. Just if I can find it. Here it is. Okay, this was January. All right, this is Deck and myself. Look how tall he is. This was January of 2022. That's Deck with Pops. All right. He used to call me boss man. I come, please don't do that. I hate that shit. It just reminded me of some racial time back in the past when they say yes, massa. That shit is the boss man. I just couldn't stand it. Just we're friends. And we had a great time. That's at the restaurant, just the two of us. And I said, I hadn't had a drink in like 8 years. I had 8 years of sobriety. And I said, if he has a beer, I'm going to have one. He knew. I guess he knew I was sober. But I says, you want a drink? I go, no. He says, I'm not either. I go, okay, fine. So neither one of us had alcohol, which was very cool. It was just total conversation, and it didn't stop. And if I didn't know there was a Ruth Chris right next door, I would have sprung him for the Ruth Chris. But the next time we go, that's where we're going. He ain't walking out for less than $250, but I'll tell you what, it's so worth it. For any of you who know Ruth Chris Steakhouse, New York Steakhouse, places like that, phenomenal. We went to Alexander's. It was okay. My fault. It's a middle of the road type joint. But that's me and Deck. You know, I have a beard now, so now I got the full beard. I should have been wearing a hat. You know what? For 68, I guess I look all right. I shrunk. I used to be I was another head taller. I can't believe it. Because he's only about 6'1", and I'm down to about 5'9.5", 5'10". You shrink as you get older. But that was my phone, and I had the girl take the picture. I said, can you take a picture of us? This is my son. I was just kidding. But we had fun. That was back in January. He was staying. I think I may have lost you guys for a second. I saw the spinning wheel. Let me make sure it's okay. Boy, well, at least, do you have anything about to use it? The MTS platform. Again, I don't know what that is. Let's see. Tasman. I already answered all your questions. They pop up other places. Winthrop. Okay, I already took care of that. Could you please get scripts you just talked about? Yeah, I'm going to get to the scripts, Last Money. You still here? Still here? All right, let me go get that scripts for you guys right now. Anybody who wants it. The 9 and 21. All right, and boom, did I answer that? Oh, he already answered that question. All right, give me 1 second. I'm going to go into my place here. T-scan, scanner's out. Here we go. This is for the Think Script with Volume. Think Script with Volume. Copy. All right, here's 2 of the scripts. You know what? I think I'm going to put them... Let me just see real quick. If I put them up in my alerts, then you'll always have them. All right, I don't have to keep putting them in there. Let's put that there. All right, I put in the first one is the Think Script with Volume. You double click on those, or you copy the whole thing from HTTPS to the end on the first one. And then what you do is you go into your setup in Thinkorswim. You open your setup, and the second one down says Open Shared Item. You open that shared item. You Control V into where it says Shared Item URL. Once it's in there, you hit Preview, and then on the bottom, do not open it. Hit Import. Once it's in there, go do the second one. And then when you're finished with that, then you just go up to the top of the page and you go up to here. Where is it? Come on. Go up to here and you open this and you type in right there the word think. All right? THINK. And when this comes up, you double click on 803 and the one that says 804. Even if it's -1s, whatever it is. Just double click on each one and it'll put it on both sides and then apply it and say okay. And that's all you got to do. They're in my alerts right now. I sent it. It's the last alert. You got the 9 and the 21 and the other one that's on top. Those are free for you guys. Enjoy them. Somebody gave them to me, so I give them to you. If I have to pay for it, you got to pay for it too. All right? Fair enough? And there's more. I got others. All right? I will give you other Think scripts and others. Where's my other one? Let me see if I can find it. If I have it written out here. I've even changed some of them to take out things that I didn't want in. And I learned how to get into the actual program. Squeeze Pro, Input, Think Script with Volume. Here's a way to rewrite it. So there's ways to take out if you don't want the 13 in there or you don't want the volume at the end. You can actually rewrite these scripts to change them. So you can take out the 50 SMA, you can put in a 70, you can change them to 75, to 200, to anything you want if you learn how to read the stuff, which I did. I figured it out. It wasn't that hard. Back squeeze, Thinkorswim sharing, small charts, big charts, watch lists. And what's the other one? TOS Better Daily Charts. Okay, I have a lot more charts and stuff to give you, but I'll give you those 2 for today, all right? You're very welcome, Last Money. And if you need any help, like I said, and that other guy who said, any one of you, just send me on the side, the same way you send me a private message. Just if you need help, you want to talk for a little bit, 15 minutes or so, you got some questions, you want some personal help for right now, it's free. Just send me a thing with your first name and your phone number. That's all I need, and the best time after 4 o'clock, and I'll give you a quick call. We can talk, all right? Even if it's on setup, anything to do with Thinkorswim, not a problem, all right? Even things you might not even think of, all right? And if I have to put on my counselor hat, I am a certified Christian counselor through Calvary Chapel over 15 years ago. So if you need some counseling, I can help you with that too. How many in here are full-time traders? I would say a lot. Probably more than 50% are full-time. Maybe more. I named 10 of them before right off the top of my head that I know all the time, but there's so many. There are a lot of full-time traders. There are guys in here making some serious cha-ching, okay? Guys making over $1 million. Some don't even say what they make in here, all right? They really are. Maybe more, Tommy, maybe more. I said 50% or more. I am also. Pendrigan is, and he's got friends in here. What's the other friend of yours? I haven't seen him. Who's the guy in New York? Pendrigan, your other buddy. Where the heck is he? What is his name? L.A. Lobar. Where's Lobar? Haven't seen. Yeah, Lobar. Right, exactly. We hit it at the same time. Lobar. I haven't seen him. You know, he's been quiet lately. Spending time with his children, probably. Let's see. Or he's hanging out in Deck's room. I don't know why. There's nothing going on there, and he is in there. All right. I just wrote that Lobar doesn't love active trader anymore in Deck's room. There you go. That ought to get him. Could you? Spy trader, you found them, right? They're up in. I put them up in my so they're always there. And if you need help installing them, there's ways to change them. Listen, folks, remember, once you get them in there and you open this up and they're in here, you can come in here and go to this 9 and 21. Just change this number to 8. Change this number here to 20. You can change it to 5 or 15. You can change the script. You can change the color, okay? Just make sure the rest of the upper plots are off. You don't want them on. You'll have too many lines on there. You just want that. And the same thing, like with this here, this one here, you can change some of these. You can take them out. They can. There's ways to open up the actual content. You have 13, 13, length 1, 2, 50. I took some out. I rewrote it. So what you do, there's ways to create. So you can go in here and then create it or import it. There's ways to go into the actual program. I think of like, let me give you an idea. Tink. I can go into this one here and I right click and it says export, edit. There you go. And it'll open it up and you can take away. If you don't want the 13 in there, you can take away a line, okay? You can add a line. You can change this number to something else instead of 13. There's ways to go through here and change the length. I wouldn't change too much, but there's ways. You can change the color. You can actually put color into this. He says then color yellow. You can make it red. You can change this stuff in the writing and learn how. You can learn a little bit. So just go into any one of them and go to edit, and you can figure it out. I was smart enough to do it. You can too. I didn't need the 13, so I have one that's written. It's one of those that's like -1 or -2. It's missing a 13, or it's because I didn't want it in there. All right, I'm not sure which one it is. Could be this one. Let's see. If I edit this one, 13, 13, 50, not this one. I know I saved it somewhere. Here's another one. I don't know what this one does. I have so many think scripts there. 9 and 21. There's your 9 and 21 script. And there's other 9 and 21s because it's also under number here, I think 03. So I have it twice under 2 different names. See, 9 and 21. I know these things. I know what I got. And these are different altogether. And you can learn how to write script, believe it or not. It's not that hard. It's not that easy, but for me, you know. And look at this. Look at this. What did I tell you about the SPY before? Oh, I said 394.50 end of the day. Look at this. Active trader, right again. I did say that. Do you remember? I said 394.50. Bingo. Damn, I'm good. I should play my own alerts. I'm telling you, I'm such an idiot. I could be making a ton of money. So 395.450, then we're going to bring down this, right? Ready? So let's go one over, get rid of that, and go one more and make that 395. So in 395.50, just a few little more, and there you go. And now I have a new support and new resistance. But did I not tell you it was going to go to 394.50? That's the last call I made, and I said it could go to 394. And how did I get that? Watch. When you go to the 5-day, was it 5 minutes? 5 minutes. Where's 5 minutes? Right there. Okay. You see when I brought it across here? You'll see it says 349.50 was right there. Okay. But if you go a little lower, there's your 394.29 and right there. Not the 392. That's a fluke. It's real. But see the 390, 397? That's how I got the 394. And there it is. Okay. I'm not chasing it right now, but I'm telling you, if it's going down, that might be a symptom for next week. That's all I can say to you. I can't believe I called that right on. Do you mind if we spend some time? Oh, wow, you're in Ace. Well, you'd have to call me. I'm not calling 61 number. I don't even know what country that is. It would be great for me to have support on my trades from you. 61. Is that Greece? Where is, let's see. 61, country code. Australia. Wow. You're in Australia? I can't call you. I can't afford it. Somebody home? Hold on 1 second, folks. Sorry, I thought I heard something. My wife key got stuck. And here we go. 394. Look at this, folks. 394.25. There's our new support right there. 395. Just go there, hit this, and put a 2 in there. Boy, I called that. I said 394 lowest, but I said 394.50 next. I cannot believe it really happened. Wow. And look, 395.35, and there it is. That's where it is. 395, and change that. I don't like to use those numbers, but 395.35. There is your resistance. There's your support. We're almost at the end of the day. I wouldn't chase it. I wouldn't be trading right now. But if this is a symbol, because this thing can pounce up $2 right now at the end. I'm sorry about that, Ace. We would have to do some FaceTime on Messenger through Facebook. It's the only way that would be free for us. Otherwise, you'd have to pay to call me up. And I have to put the number. I don't think I could do it. I have to put your number in my phone first because I have blocks in there. So the best way would be Facebook. Let me copy all this from you. All right. And let me copy your number. I'll put it on this. I'm going to put it in a Word document for right now, and I'll just save it for right this second. Okay, I got it. And let me say save as, and we'll just say Ace Stocks. That's it. Gotcha. It's got your number. It's got everything in there. That's what I do. When I want to save something, I just go in there really quick and I save it. What it can mean for us as investors. I mean, we're still investing the way down, but it's got it harder and harder to make profits. Be good opportunities. How old are you? Just tell me how old you are. But anyway, I cannot believe I called that right to the nose. You can go back to the tape and listen to it. It was less than a half hour ago. I said we're going down. If it goes down below the 395, then I said we're going to 50. I said we're going to probably hit down to 394.50, and after that, if it continues and it breaks, it'll be 394. And there it is. And that's when what's his name said to me, "Well, I think it was Pendragon." He goes, "I think it was him." He said, "I think we'll stay in the 395." And I said, "Well, that's all possible, but remember what I said before that." Amazing. If I could only just trade and play, I don't have any thoughts on next Tuesday because it all depends. It's like guessing. It's gambling and guessing. All right. If you're going to gamble and guess, then learn how to do a straddle or do what's called a look at Tesla drop like a bomb. Could you imagine if we all did puts? Oh my gosh, this is intense. This is really intense. I cannot believe the drop so far. And we're looking at 179, probably end of day for Tesla. 179. We're at 179.50. I'm going to put 179 as my bottom. And I'm going to put 178. Let's see. Oh my gosh. Went down $3 more. 178.50 right now as resistance. We're really at 179.50 as support, but I made it 179 at the end of the day. Let me see what time it is. We got 15 minutes. Anything can happen. This could still drop lower. Wow. That means that FinViz, if we check FinViz right now, 227. We just dropped down over 200 on the S&Ps and the, the Dow. That was some. InSpy puts now, November 16, 395. Yeah, well, let's see. Let me see, puts, SPY. I don't know if I'm going to chase at this point. That's Tesla SPX. And let's see, this contract is still good. The 39.40 is still good. It's got a 41, 39.40, 39.45, 16.243. These are both good. on today's contract, you could get in for the next 15 minutes. They're still good. 39.40 and 45 on the puts. I'm not worried about the rest of them. 39.40. I'm going to take it from 55. Wow, they're cheap too. And I'm going to go down to 39.40. There we go. And it's $1.70. I'm not even risking that much. And 39.40 on the SPX right now, 39.40 is 32. If you go to 45, it jumps to 59.60. That's the one right there. One more up, 45. 39.45 contract on today is still good for the next 5 minutes. 350. Wow. I'm not doing it because I think it's going to rebound at this point. I think at this point, if you get in, I would get out of my put, Matty boy, because right now I think it's going to retrace back up. Be very careful. This thing could go up a large distance right now. How large? Well, look how much it just dropped. This thing could go back up to about $399.50 very easily. You would lose $1, so I wouldn't stay in them too long. And I'm not saying I'm right. I'm just saying it can happen. Really, it can happen. All right. The calls are done. I wouldn't touch any calls on anything right now. That's just chasing back up. That's a big mistake. The puts is the only way every time it goes back up. That 39.45 put on SPX, that thing is relatively inexpensive, 45. It's 54 on the Delta and over $200 on the Zeta. That's over 4 times, so it's still good. All right? That's the only one. That contract and the other one, the 39.50 is good too. It's 76, man. If that thing dropped, it's 76, but that Zeta is dropping fast. It's about $1. I like the other one the best. 39.45 put on SPX. That is a great. That's a really, really good one. Okay. So I'm just letting you know, folks. Wow, what a day. We went over a lot of stuff today. It's going to be a good video. I know that. This is really, really good. MetaTrader 5. I'm going to check into that. I don't know what that is. That must be the MT5 somebody was talking about earlier. I'm going to do some checking into that. And Artesian, what is this? Optic. Oh, that's, what do you call it? It's shop. Right now I got 30 people watching. Oh, Anthony Garcia, 18. What is he talking about? 50% reward difficulty. All right, God, boy, these people are over my head, some of them. Tupia. Anthony Garcia, what are you talking about? If you invested 1,000 into Tesla stock 5 years ago, okay, then you would have 8,000. 500. He's showing all the percentages. I got it. But you have to take into consideration also how many times it's split and how many shares you'd have. So there's a lot to take in. Saki, you still here, Saki? I can't believe him. I got to get rid of this. I just don't like when people talk like that. All right, let's go every sub. This man design. Let's go every. Let's Rarish, thank you. Where can I find all these guys you named? You can find them in what do you call it? In tradecaster.com or deckmartrades.com. That's where you'll find me. Come take a week of what do you call it? Both those places. Deck Trades, the same place. 2 ways to get there. All right, you can actually take a week's trial in there for free. So I would join it tonight. I would join it like let's say tonight, late or later, and then you'll get the whole weekend to go through the whole video library, and then you'll have Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Wait till this closes. I'd wait a few hours, get it a little later, because if you don't want to subscribe, then you can get out without costing you a dime. You have to put up a PayPal account or a bank account. They will not touch it. They won't take a dime out. But after the week, if you don't cancel, they'll take $119, and then they'll have another 4 weeks, and it'll be well worth your money. Look what you got from me already. Am I worth $119 from what I gave you today? Ha! Look at this, $393. We're still dropping. Oh my lordy lord! Wow, that $3. I just told you it was 3 something. It's at $6.80. Oh lord, this is unbelievable. What time is it? 3:50. It's so tempting. So tempting, but you know what? It's a big spread here too. That's the one thing. Right now we're at almost $1 spread. Over $1. I can't touch it. I can't touch it. I'm not doing it. It's not worth it to me. I'm not losing what I made today. That's for sure. 8. Now we're at 70 cents. 30-cent spread. Came down. Oh, just jumped up again. Still going. This is still going. We're going to 390. We're going to go to 390. Wow. This contract is still good. My Lord, this contract that I just told you guys was $3 and change, the 39.45. It's now up to, what is that? 39.40 SPX. What did I say? 520. Did it just drop? 39.20. No. 39.45. Where is it? 39.45. Oh, here it is. 11.30. It was 3.50 when I told you to get it. This thing just went up. This thing just went up $7. This contract, $7. If I had jumped in with my 5 contracts, I just would have made $3,500 right there. Unbelievable. Oh, what an idiot. And it's still going. But the spread is too big. The spread is too big now. I would have made, look at it, the spread's too big. It's going crazy. This thing is going nuts. Wow. Good Matty boy. I hope you're still in it. I hope you're still in it. I hope you didn't listen to me. Unbelievable. This stock just, wow. Look at this thing go. Unbelievable. Let's move it down again. All right, 393, and let's just say 25. We're not really there yet, but we're going to hit it the rate we're going. 393.25 and 3. This thing is moving. 393.25 becomes 394. Let's say 50. Let's give it a little bit more of a leeway here. There you go. Boom. Wow. What do you think, folks? Anybody take advantage? Matty, how did you do? Matty boy. All right. Good job. How much? You took one contract, didn't you? Come on, tell me the truth. You took one contract. You know, Ace, I don't even know my Facebook. We're gonna have to. I'll try to find it after. All right. Wow, it's still dropping. Look at this, $9. Right now, I got $1.50 as a spread on the actual contract. But if I'd gotten in, wow, it's dropping. It's dropping. It's going back up. Matty, smart boy. I made a few hundred. Good for you. Good for you. You bought the SPY, didn't you? It's too bad. If you had bought 2 contracts. If you bought one contract on SPX, you would have made about $600-700. One contract. What a difference. It's still going to drop. 393.50. And I called 394.50 when it was like 397. That's amazing. I'm done. You know what? And the same thing. Actually, wow. That's so funny. I have I got to tell you something. I didn't just move this. I had a lower target of 178. I see it's in here now. 178.50 for, look at this. I'm going to show you real quick. Tesla. It was in there all along, all day. I never took it out. Ready? Right there. Look at this. Right there. I can't believe it's green and red. I don't even know why. 178.50. Let's see. Remove. Lower target and resistance that hit the same place, right? I'm going to get rid of the lower target, but I was right on the nose. There you go. I was right there. This became the same. Wow. Activate. 179 becomes 170 right there. 170. Edit. 179.50. It's close enough. Okay. And this became 178.50. That's fine. But I can't believe I had that. All right. We got 5 minutes left. I got to take this off for 5 minutes. It looks like it's over in a second. All right. There we go. Look at that. Isn't that beautiful? That's Tesla. Look how much Tesla dropped today. Check that out. You could have got in right here at 181 and you're at 178. That's $3 right there. But I'll tell you what, SPX was the way to go. That stock is unbelievable. Unfreaking real. Why isn't this moving? There we go. And we're on 1 minute. There we go. There's your bottom, 393.50 and 394.50. That's what I said before. Unbelievable. I'm going to swing trade 3 of the same contracts. I wouldn't do it. I think I wouldn't do that until Monday. A lot can happen between now and then, and you're stuck, and you could wipe out an account that way. 3 trades. Where are you going to go? You're going to do puts? You're going to do calls? What are you going to do? I wouldn't do it. I would leave it alone. Just don't know. I mean, I could be wrong, but you know what? I'd hate to see you come back. The last 2 people who said that was Adrian, and he wiped out $3,000 account gone, and somebody else did the same thing. He did that. I told him, do not swing trade. If you are doing options less than 6 months, you shouldn't be swing trading. And yet, swing trading is 35% of the market. So, you know, I'm not saying that you shouldn't ever swing trade, but when it comes to options and the SPY, it's too unpredictable. Look what just happened. Look what just happened here. Does anybody disagree with me? Does anybody think that it's a good idea to swing trade the SPY this weekend, right now, without having some sort of protection? All right. If you got a big account and you can afford to take those kind of losses or gains, that's great. That's good. We've spoken, I know. Listen, if you know what you're doing, then you know what? Then do it. Which contract are we talking about now? December 16th at 395 is next. That's next Friday, which is fine. Can't call without a phone number. Okay, Danny. Got you. I got to talk to my wife for a second. She came home early. See what's on the agenda, and then feed the cat, and then we'll talk. Where are you located? Where is that? Let's see. 870. Miami? No. Oh, that's right. Arky. Gotcha. Shit, what can I get in here? Hold on. There you are. Clinton country. Clinton country. Okay. What time is it? Oh, shoot. Give me a second. I want to thank everybody for their support today. I had a real fun day today. We did a lot of stuff, and let's see, bells. Right now, the bell's gonna ring. So what do we got? We got closing bell. Thank you all again, and have a blessed day. And I want you all to have a blessed weekend. And again, if you need me, send me a private message in here with your name and number, and we'll talk. And if not, I'll see you all on Monday. And for you guys on YouTube, thank you again for all your support. And for anybody here who's not a member or hasn't subscribed to the Active Trader in Tradecaster, when you go out to the lobby, please do me a favor, go out there and just go click on my name in the lobby, and you'll see on the top it says free, and to the right of free it says subscribed. So if you haven't, only one person subscribed today, so out of 50 I'm sure there's a couple of you haven't subscribed yet. Just go subscribe, it's free. All right, I haven't made it a paid section at this point. So you enjoy your weekend also, VA, and I'll talk to you all next week. Thank you again. Have a blessed weekend. Have a blessed day. And stay safe. We'll see you on Monday.